Chapter 1729. When they saw Lin Feng, Nailan Huai and Zhong Shu's expressions darkened. Who was this kid? How dare he compete with them for the mermaid? As reputable figures in the northern barbarian state, Nailan Huai and Zhong Shu believed that they knew all the young masters of the various top factions. However, they clearly had no impression of Lin Feng. Could he be a foreign cultivator? They couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. The Nine States Alliance's headquarters and the Blissful Pavilion were both in the northern barbarian state. Therefore, Nailan Huai and Zhong Shu were like local tyrants. They were suppressed by a foreign cultivator like Lin Feng. Nailan Huai and Zhong Shu couldn't afford to lose face like this. Nailan Huai said darkly, "Kid, who are you?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "If you have money, compete. If you don't, withdraw." "Why are you asking me who I am? Kid, do you know who we are? How dare you stick your foot into this?" Zhong Shu glanced coldly at Lin Feng. "I don't care who you are. According to the auction house's rules, the highest bidder gets the mermaid. Now, each of you is saying that. Are you trying to threaten me? Don't tell me the auction house doesn't care about this matter." Lin Feng pursed his lips. The people in the auction house smiled bitterly. Zhong Shu and Nailan Huai had extraordinary statuses. The auction house didn't want to offend people like them, so they could only pretend that they didn't hear Lin Feng. "In the northern barbarian state, who dares to chase me away? But you, kid, you don't know the rules at all. You should be obedient in the northern barbarian state. It doesn't matter if you're a dragon or a tiger outside. Here in the northern barbarian state, even if you're a dragon or a tiger, you have to lie down." Zhong Shu was extremely arrogant as he looked at Lin Feng indifferently. "Kid, you should know what to do now, right? You don't need us to remind you, right?" Nailan Huai sneered. "Ha ha ha ha, you two poor bastards. If you don't have the strength to compete with me, then shut up and scram as far as you can. Don't buzz around me like flies." Lin Feng looked at Zhong Shu and Nailan Huai with contempt. In Lin Feng's opinion, it was already good enough that he didn't bully others. How could he allow others to bully him? Who do Zhong Shu and Yuan Huai think they are? How dare they show off in front of him? "Brat, are you courting death?" Zhong Shu's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng looked coldly at Zhong Shu and said, "A piece of trash like you dares to speak to me like that. If you don't have the Nine States Alliance behind you, you don't even have the right to talk to me." As soon as Lin Feng said this, the entire auction house suddenly became absolutely silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with dumbfounded expressions. Everyone could not help but have doubts in their hearts. Who is this guy? How can he be so arrogant? Doesn't he know that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts? Of course, for the cultivators who were watching the show, they didn't mind blowing the matter up. The bigger the matter, the better. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with them. The bigger the matter, the more lively it was. The more exciting it was. Good, good, good. Brat, I'll remember you." Zhong Shu looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy gaze. Then, he shut his mouth. The funds he could mobilize were only about 40 million. Lin Feng directly raised the price by 10 million to 40 million. Zhong Shu didn't have the money to continue competing. Nailan Huai was also the same. He let out a few strange laughs and then retracted his gaze. Nailan Huai and Zhong Shu aren't magnanimous people. Just wait and see, this matter won't be let go so easily. Suddenly, a cultivator whispered, "There will definitely be a show to watch later. That young master probably doesn't know Zhong Shu and Nailan Huai's methods. Let's wait and see how he deals with Zhong Shu and Nailan Huai." Another cultivator also said with a rather excited tone. These people were all waiting to see the situation escalate. "This young master has raised the price to 40 million origin crystals. Is there anything higher than 40 million origin crystals?" The beautiful female auctioneer asked with a smile. 40 million origin crystals was definitely a sky-high price. No one continued to bid. 40 million going once. 40 million going twice. 40 million going thrice. Sold. The female auctioneer's gavel fell. In the end, The mermaid's price was fixed at 40 million origin crystals. The auction ended. The cultivators who had bought the items stayed, but they still had to pay the origin crystals to get their items. The cultivators who didn't get anything left one after another. There were also some people who didn't leave. Instead, they waited to see the next conflict between Lin Feng, Zhong Shu, and Nailan Huai. Lin Feng was brought to the auction house's VIP room by a female attendant. Soon, the auction house's president arrived. The president looked to be in his 50s or 60s, and he had a shrewd look on his face. His name was Yang Ziming. When he saw Lin Feng, he cupped his fists and said happily, "Haha, I've kept you waiting, young master. I'm really sorry." "You're welcome." Lin Feng cupped his fists in return. "How should I address you, young master?" Yang Ziming asked with a smile. "Lin Feng. So, it's Lin Gongzi. It's fate that I was able to make a deal with Lin Gongzi today. In the future, if you need my help, please don't hesitate to ask Lin Gongzi," Yang Ziming said with a smile. He was an experienced and knowledgeable person. He could tell at a glance that Lin Feng was extraordinary and wanted to befriend Lin Feng. "Thank you, friend." Lin Feng thanked him. Yang Ziming smiled. "Lin Gongzi, you're too polite. It's normal for friends to help each other out. Besides, I haven't helped you much yet, have I?" Lin Feng smiled, but he didn't continue the conversation with Yang Ziming. He took out a storage ring and said, "The 40 million origin crystals are all in here." After Yang Ziming took the storage ring, he seemed to trust Lin Feng very much. He didn't even check its contents. Instead, he smiled and said, "The mermaid is in the side room next door. Please follow me, Lin Gongzi." Lin Feng nodded and followed Yang Ziming to the side room. There, he saw the little mermaid in a glassware filled with water. The little mermaid's body was curled up, and she didn't dare to look at anyone. It was obvious that she was terrified. Lin Feng put the little mermaid in his mountain and rivers ring, along with the glassware. Yang Ziming said, "Zhong Shu and Nailan Huai aren't magnanimous people. I'm afraid that they'll harm Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi can leave through our auction house's secret passage. I guarantee that he won't meet those two." Lin Feng smiled and said, "There's no need for that. It's fine if they don't come. But if they do come, I spent 40 million origin crystals today. Those two will pay for me." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the corners of Yang Ziming's mouth twitched violently. What did Lin Gongzi mean? Was he going to rob Zhong Shu and Nailan Huai? Chapter 1730. Lin Feng swaggered out of the black market. He was alone and fearless. If God came, he would kill God. If Buddha came, he would kill Buddha. Anyone who didn't know what was going on was unlucky. Along the way, many cultivators followed Lin Feng. Many of them were cultivators who had participated in the auction. They were all waiting for Zhong Shu or Nailan Huai to find trouble with Lin Feng. Such a commotion naturally attracted many people's attention, whether it was in the mortal world or the world of cultivation. Watching a commotion seemed to be the nature of many people. Not long after he left the black market, loud noises could be heard. Soon after, a group of people walked over. The person in the lead was Zhong Shu. Zhong Shu was accompanied by more than 20 cultivators, all of them strong. They were probably cultivators from the 9 States Alliance. The 9 States Alliance had 3 shops in Snow Eagle City, so there were many experts from the 9 States Alliance in Snow Eagle City. He really came. Seeing Zhong Shu's arrival, many people became excited. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at Zhong Shu. This person's cultivation was actually very strong. He was at the 3rd firmament of the true God realm, and he was also very young. Lin Feng sensed his life aura. He found that this person was less than 3,000 years old. He had a lifespan of more than 10 million years. His life had just begun. The future was bright. "Kid, you have guts. You didn't leave through the secret passage of the auction. However, even if you did, this young master would still have a way to find you." Zhong Shu looked down at Lin Feng with an arrogant expression. His lips curved into a cold smile. "You're alone. Where's Nailan Huai?" "He's not with you?" Lin Feng asked. Zhong Shu rolled his eyes and said, This young master has nothing to do with that old thing. How would I know where he is? Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Since Nalan Huai couldn't come, he could only rob Zhongshu. At this time, Zhongshu sneered and said, "If you know what's good for you, hand over the mermaid to this young master. As for what happened during the auction, I'll pretend that nothing happened." Lin Feng pursed his lips. "I spent 40 million origin crystals to buy the mermaid. Do you think I'll give it to you just because you want it? Are you daydreaming?" Zhongshu sneered and said, "If you don't hand it over, in that case, he wouldn't have a good ending today, even though killing was forbidden in Snow Eagle City. However, Snow Eagle City won't care if we break their limbs or humiliate them." Lin Feng said, "You want to break my limbs? You want to humiliate and torture me? I can crush a piece of trash like you to death with a single hand, yet you dare to jump around in front of me? Who gave you the courage?" More and more cultivators gathered around. When they saw Lin Feng acting so arrogantly despite being surrounded by Zhongshu and the others, many of them who had never seen Lin Feng before looked at each other. Wasn't this kid a little too arrogant? Could it be that he didn't know Zhongshu's identity? He had offended Zhongshu in this way. Wasn't this courting death? Even if Snow Eagle City forbade killing, what about leaving Snow Eagle City? Heh, this guy is as arrogant as ever. I wonder if he has the ability to be so arrogant. We'll find out later. If he doesn't have the ability to be so arrogant, then he'll be in trouble. The cultivators who had participated in the auction earlier were whispering among themselves. They had already seen Lin Feng's arrogance at the auction. Thus, they were no longer surprised by Lin Feng's arrogance. "Kid, you're courting death." Being looked down upon and humiliated by Lin Feng, Zhongshu was so angry that his whole body trembled. He had thought that he was already arrogant enough. However, he now realized that compared to Lin Feng, he paled in comparison. Lin Feng continued, "Kneel on the ground and obediently hand over all the origin crystals you have. Then, I won't argue with you about today's matter." When they heard Lin Feng actually ask Zhongshu to kneel and hand over all his origin crystals, the cultivators present were all shocked. Even the cultivators who had seen Lin Feng's arrogance at the auction earlier felt the corners of their mouths twitch violently. Zhongshu had brought so many experts. Could it be that this guy had completely ignored them? Not only did this guy not put Zhongshu in his eyes, but he also didn't put the experts Zhongshu had brought with him in his eyes. This guy was even more arrogant than they had imagined. "Cripple this kid for me." Zhongshu couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help but roar. Right now, Zhongshu only wanted to trample Lin Feng under his feet. Then, he would ruthlessly torture him, ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng. Only then could Zhongshu vent his anger. "Yes, young master," replied a cultivator of the second sky of the true god layer behind Zhongshu. He flashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't deliberately hide his cultivation level. He was at the first firmament of the divine fire realm. From an outsider's point of view, a true god expert was going against Lin Feng, a divine fire realm cultivator. Wasn't this a simple matter? But these people didn't know that although Lin Feng's cultivation level was low, his real fighting power was comparable to a seventh firmament true god expert. The cultivator of the second sky of the true god layer smiled ferociously and raised his right hand, moving towards Lin Feng. The pressure of a true god expert spread out. In an instant. That terrifying pressure made it hard for countless people to breathe. Many people turned pale as they looked at the true god expert who attacked Lin Feng. Everyone was shocked by the power of a true god expert. But soon, something unbelievable happened. Lin Feng took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the second firmament true god expert. Then, he raised his right hand and slapped the second firmament true god expert's face. Lin Feng's slap. The speed looked very slow. Everyone could even see the trajectory of his slap in the air. But, what made everyone stunned was that, Lin Feng's slap seemed slow and unhurried. That second firmament true god expert was actually unable to dodge it. It's not really slow. It's just an illusion. This person is too powerful. When he slapped out, he actually put us in a mysterious state, so we can clearly see the trajectory of his slap. An old cultivator said in a deep voice. "Pa. At this moment, everyone heard the crisp sound of a slap. Ah! Following that, a scream came out. Everyone saw the second firmament true God expert's body move horizontally. His face was almost smashed by Lin Feng. With a plop, he fell to the ground. His body twitched a few times. Then, he fainted. Oh my God! Isn't this too strong? Seeing this scene, many people cried out in alarm. That was a second firmament true God expert. No matter where he was placed, wouldn't he be a big shot? But he was sent flying by Lin Feng with a single slap. Many people couldn't help but have a thought. That young master, what is his cultivation level? To be so terrifying at such a young age, could he be a core disciple of the top 10 immortal sects? Chapter 1731. Lin Feng's strength shocked everyone. Even Zhong Shu's expression became serious. Now, no one thought that Lin Feng was still a first firmament divine fire realm cultivator. Many people thought that Lin Feng must be hiding his cultivation level. In the world of cultivators, there were countless cases of people pretending to be weak. Zhong Shu looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength shocked him. However, no matter what Lin Feng's strength or background was, Zhong Shu had no intention of backing down. The Northern Barbarian States' Nine States Alliance was powerful. As the grandson of the Nine States Alliance's Grand Elder, Zhong Shu was arrogant. He had the right to be arrogant. Moreover, he had many experts on his side. There was even a fifth firmament true God expert holding down the fort. He didn't fear Lin Feng at all. Kid, this young master has underestimated you. Attack him together. I don't believe that this kid can defeat so many of us. Zhong Shu shouted in a deep voice. Damn, a group of people against one person. That young cultivator is at a huge disadvantage. Two fists can't fight four hands. Moreover, Zhong Shu has more than 20 experts on his side. There's even a fifth firmament true God. Yeah, I think that young cultivator is in trouble. He won't have a good time if he falls into Zhong Shu's hands. Many people pointed at Lin Feng and looked at him with pity. Even though Lin Feng had already shown how strong he was, however, Lin Feng was only one person. Zhong Shu had more than 20 people on his side. Although Zhong Shu was arrogant, he was cautious by nature. He actually let more than 20 cultivators attack Lin Feng together. These 20-plus experts were all experts from the Nine States Alliance. One of them was a fifth firmament true God. In addition, there were 3 other true gods. One of them was a third firmament true God. The other 2 were second firmament true gods. The rest were divine fire realm cultivators. With so many experts attacking together, this was a force that no one dared to underestimate. Seeing more than 20 experts besieging him, Lin Feng immediately clamored, "A bunch of trash, how dare you jump around in front of this young master? Are you all tired of living?" Many people couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Despite being besieged by more than 20 experts, he was still so arrogant. Could it be that this young cultivator could really fight against the joint forces of more than 20 experts? Just as this thought appeared, Lin Feng had already made his move. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a loud rumbling sound came from the void. A river of death. It swept across the world. Then, he swept his gaze over the 20 or so experts from the Nine States Alliance. This was the long river of death that Lin Feng had condensed using the great death art of the 3,000 great Daos. The long river of death instantly enveloped more than 20 experts of the Nine States Alliance. Bang bang bang, muffled sounds of collisions could be heard. The experts of the Nine States Alliance simply couldn't resist the river of death's attack. All of them were swept away. Even the cultivators of the fifth heaven of the true God realm were the same. They were directly shaken by Lin Feng's river of death, causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood. The river of death that Lin Feng condensed was simply too powerful. Plop, plop. More than 20 cultivators of the Nine States Alliance fell to the ground, and many of them fainted from the impact. Only a few true God realm cultivators didn't faint from the impact. However, these true God realm cultivators also had their dharmic powers dissipated, and their faces were as pale as paper. This this, everyone around them became incoherent. The combat strength that Lin Feng displayed. It was simply too powerful. Everyone was deeply shocked. Zhongshu's face also changed abruptly. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Swoosh. Zhongshu turned around and dashed into the distance. Trying to run? Where do you think you're going? Kneel on the ground. Lin Feng shouted coldly, leaped up, and charged towards Zhongshu. In an instant, he arrived in front of Zhongshu. Then, he threw a punch at Zhongshu. Zhongshu's face was gloomy, and he had to block it. Bang! Both sides clashed. Zhongshu was forced to retreat. Although Zhongshu's cultivation was only at the third heaven of the true God realm. But this Zhongshu was also a genius. After fighting with this person, Lin Feng roughly estimated Zhongshu's strength. This Zhongshu's cultivation was roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary cultivator when he broke through to the sixth heaven of the true God realm. He was also someone who could challenge those of a higher level. However, today, Zhongshu was destined to be defeated by Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng's current combat strength was equivalent to that of an ordinary cultivator when he broke through to the seventh heaven of the true God realm. In the true God realm, every level of difference had a huge difference in combat strength. After that attack, Lin Feng didn't stop and continued to attack Zhongshu. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 punches were thrown over. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Zhongshu finally couldn't hold on. Plop. His knees gave way, and he knelt on the ground. Lin Feng casually cast a seal to imprison Zhongshu. Zhongshu is a genius. Although he is only at the third heavenly layer of True God Realm, his battle prowess is comparable to many sixth heavenly layer of True God Realm experts. But now, he was suppressed so easily. Who is that young master? How does he have such terrifying strength? Zhongshu has always been arrogant because his grandfather is the great elder of the Nine States Alliance. Who would have thought that he would kick an iron plate today? Many people were discussing. Some were extremely curious about Lin Feng's identity, while others were gloating over Zhongshu's defeat at Lin Feng's hands. How dare you make me kneel on the ground? How dare you humiliate me like this? I have the Nine States Alliance behind me. How dare you humiliate me like this? Aren't you afraid that the Nine States Alliance behind me will take revenge on you? Zhongshu's eyes turned bloodshot. Take revenge on me? Lin Feng sneered. Come at me if you dare. Do you think I'm a coward? Hurry up and hand over your treasures. Don't even think about it. Zhongshu said coldly. You're not going to hand them over. Lin Feng grinned. No matter how one looked at it, it was a demonic smile. He looked at Zhongshu's hands and realized that he wasn't wearing a storage ring. He didn't know where he had hidden his treasures. Lin Feng was in a bad mood after failing to find Zhongshu's storage ring. Then, he kicked Zhongshu. Zhongshu fell to the ground. Bang, 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 a flurry of punches and kicks followed. It didn't take long for Zhongshu to be beaten to a pulp. Spare me. Spare me. I'll give you anything you want. Stop hitting me. Zhongshu screamed. Lin Feng finally stopped. He removed the seal on Zhongshu's body. Zhongshu's dantian flashed. A spatial bottle flew out. This kind of spatial porcelain bottle was different from ordinary spatial porcelain bottles. The spatial porcelain bottle that Zhongshu took out was called transient universal bottle. It formed a space of its own and had a strong defense. It couldn't be destroyed even if it withstood a powerful attack. He handed the universal bottle to Lin Feng. Most storage rings had limited space. A few dozen square meters was considered a relatively large storage ring. Therefore, storage rings couldn't hold much. However, the area of the Chenkuan bottle was extremely large. The universal bottle was similar to Lin Feng's mountain river ring. Although it couldn't compare to Lin Feng's mountain river ring. However, the space inside was more than 30 square meters. Such a large space. Naturally, it could hold more things. Of course, the price of the Chenkuan bottle was extremely expensive. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to afford such a spatial porcelain bottle. Zhongshu's identity was extraordinary. It wasn't strange for him to have such a precious storage treasure. Lin Feng's divine will entered the universal bottle. He sensed that there were about 40 million origin crystals, 2 divine artifacts, many pills, spirit fruits, divine stones, immortal iron, and so on. Zhongshu was indeed the grandson of the Nine States Alliance's great elder. He had a lot of good things on him. The things inside should be all of Zhongshu's belongings. Lin Feng put away the universal bottle and kicked Zhongshu a few hundred meters away. Zhongshu fell to the ground and didn't move. It was unknown whether he was really knocked out by Lin Feng's kick or pretending to be unconscious because it was too embarrassing. Lin Feng didn't stop and left. Chapter 1732. After 3 months, Lin Feng finally received news from the Mercenary Association. The Mercenary Association was unable to locate Dugu Ya, which made Lin Feng very disappointed. He could only continue to ask the Mercenary Association for help. During this period of time, Snow Eagle City was very peaceful. After Zhongshu was beaten up by Lin Feng and robbed of all his treasures, he disappeared without a trace. He probably couldn't stand the humiliation and left Snow Eagle City temporarily. As for Nailan Huai, he never appeared. He was a sly old fox. When Zhongshu led his men to find trouble with Lin Feng, he probably hid in the dark and observed. When he saw how powerful Lin Feng was, he didn't appear again. Lin Feng planned to go to the Reincarnation Immortal sect and find a way to join them. Lin Feng had already mastered the first part of the Great Reincarnation Art. Now, he needed the second part of the Great Reincarnation Art. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra of the Reincarnation Immortal sect recorded the Great Reincarnation Art. Therefore, he had to go to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Lin Feng had just arrived in the 9 states, so he was alone. Joining the Reincarnation Immortal sect. At least he would have a place to protect himself. The Reincarnation Immortal sect was in the Reincarnation Ancient Forest. The Reincarnation Ancient Forest was 30 million miles long and filled with mountains. Danger lurked everywhere. Many people wanted to join the Reincarnation Immortal sect, but in fact, they might not even know where the Reincarnation Immortal sect was. They might have been eaten by the ferocious beasts in the Reincarnation Ancient Forest. Lin Feng took the space-time wormhole to Nether Prison City, which was an ancient city close to the Reincarnation Ancient Forest. He could only fly for the rest of the journey. This was because there was no teleportation array for the rest of the journey. After arriving at Nether Prison City, Lin Feng planned to rest for 2 days before setting off. Nether Prison City wasn't a big ancient city. It was at most a medium-sized city. However, medium-sized cities in the 9 states were extremely powerful. There were also a few ancient families in Nether Prison City that were very powerful. Lin Feng was staying in an inn. It was a brothel. What surprised Lin Feng was that this brothel was actually the 10,000 Flower Building. There were many ancient cities in the Sky Martial continent that had 10,000 flower pavilions. The Wanhua Building was not just a simple brothel. This force had collected countless beauties and used them to win over countless experts. Lin Feng recognized 2 of the 12 saintesses of the Sky Martial continent's 10,000 Flower Building. They were Bai Shengyi and Liu Huaxian. Lin Feng and Bai Shengyi had a good relationship. They had even agreed to enter the Tianqi Road together and head to the 9 states. It was just that he did not expect the situation in the Sky Martial continent to suddenly change. First, the heavenly demon appeared, and then the war continued. Later, the sea route from the 9 prefectures to the Martial Heaven continent had been opened. Many cultivators from the 9 prefectures had come to the Martial Heaven continent, making the already chaotic Martial Heaven continent even more chaotic. In addition, Lin Feng had been devoured by the space-time reversal during that period of time. Many people thought that Lin Feng had died. Bai Shengyi did not wait for the apocalyptic road to appear. Instead, she took the giant ship of the 9 States Alliance and arrived at the 9 states. As for where he was now, Lin Feng did not know. Liu Huaxian and Lin Feng's relationship was even closer. The 2 of them had an ambiguous relationship. Liu Huaxian had also come to the 9 states. However, Lin Feng did not know where he was now. The 9 states was too big. It was too difficult to find a person. The 10,000 Flower Building is not simple. It seems that the headquarters of the 10,000 flower building should be in the 9 states as well. Lin Feng stroked his chin. The stronger a force was, the more branches it had. Firstly, it was to continuously expand the strength of one's branches to strengthen the force. Secondly, if there was a devastating disaster in the future, such as being wiped out by an enemy, there would be many branches. It would not be easy for the enemy to wipe out the entire sect. With so many branches, there would be someone who could escape, right? This way, the inheritance would not be broken. As such, many top forces would support some of their branch families. Therefore, many forces in the Martial Heaven continent were actually branches of some top forces in the 9 states. Originally, because the Martial Heaven continent and the 9 states were separated by the sea, they had lost contact. Now that the sea route between the Martial Heaven continent and the 9 states was opened, many forces in the Martial Heaven continent had regained contact with the main branches of the 9 states. After Lin Feng arrived at the 10,000 flower building, he picked a dozen dancers, singers, and singers. Then, he drank wine while admiring the dancers' graceful figures, listening to the singers' beautiful music, and listening to the singers' beautiful voices. Life in this world, when it was time to enjoy, one should enjoy. Lin Feng would never treat himself unfairly. He was not an ascetic monk who cultivated. He was cultivating while enjoying himself. Situ Mingyu, get out here. A cold shout suddenly resounded above the entire nether prison city. Who is it? Who dares to call Situ Mingyu by her name? And who dares to provoke Situ Mingyu? Many people were shocked. They all rushed out. Even the singers, dancers, and singers who were performing for Lin Feng were shocked. Who is this Situ Mingyu? Lin Feng asked. A singer said, reporting to young master. Situ Mingyu is one of the 4 young masters of the reincarnation immortal sect. Oh, 4 young masters. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Who are the 4 young masters? The singer said, the 4 young masters are young master Hans Han, young master Qiu Feng, young master Mingyu, and young master Lang Mao. The 4 young masters are all on the prodigy ranking. Although they are young, their cultivations are extremely heaven-defying. Lin Feng nodded, drank the wine in his cup, and flew out of the 10,000 flower building. At this moment, countless cultivators had gathered outside. Many people looked into the distance. They saw divine flames surging into the sky. Inside the endless divine flames, a young master looked like a celestial emperor who had descended to the mortal world. He looked down at the heavens with a domineering aura. It's Dugu Di Tian. After seeing the young cultivator, many people cried out in shock. Dugu Di Tian. He was ranked in the top 20 of the prodigy ranking. One had to know. When he had participated in the prodigy ranking, Dugu Di Tian was only 27 years old. The prodigy ranking was ranked once every 800 years. Now, it would only be a few years before it was ranked again. So many years had passed. No one knew how powerful Dugu Di Tian was. This was an existence that had stunned the ancient times. Seeing the shocked expressions of the surrounding people, Lin Feng knew that this Dugu Di Tian must be a heaven-defying figure. He asked the cultivators around him about Dugu Di Tian's identity, and many of them looked at Lin Feng with strange gazes. There was actually someone who didn't know who Dugu Di Tian was. This made them feel incredulous. Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, I have been in closed-door cultivation for many years, so I am not too sure about the outside world. A middle-aged cultivator said, no wonder little brother doesn't know about Dugu Di Tian. This Dugu Di Tian is a heaven-defying character. In the last Heaven's Chosen ranking competition, he was only 27 years old, yet he was already able to enter the top 20. From this, it could be seen just how monstrous this person was. It had already been more than 700 years since the last Heaven's Chosen ranking competition, and no one knew just how strong Dugu Di Tian's cultivation was now. Furthermore, not only is Dugu Di Tian himself strong, he is also one of the 3 holy sons of the Supreme Immortal Sect. Chapter 1733. A disciple of the Taishang Immortal Sect. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Back then, in the overseas world, he had teamed up with An Ziru to kill Li Muzi and the others from the Taishang Immortal Sect. During this period of time, Lin Feng had heard too many things about the Taishang immortal sect. This included how powerful the Taishang immortal sect was, how domineering the Taishang immortal sect's cultivators were, how deep the Taishang immortal sect's foundations were, and how terrifying the Taishang immortal sect's inheritances were. Even though the Taishang immortal sect's strength was not as strong as before, it was still a huge existence. Other than the Red Dust immortal sect, the other 8 immortal sects did not even dare to provoke the Taishang immortal sect. The Taishang immortal sect could be said to be filled with experts. Among the younger generation, there were also countless outstanding geniuses. These genius disciples, each one was stronger than the last. Each one was more monstrous than the last. To be able to stand out among the genius disciples of the Taishang immortal sect and enter the top 20 of the prodigy roll at the age of 27, all of this showed how powerful Dugu Di Tian was. This person was simply a monstrous genius among monstrous geniuses. Back when Dugu Di Tian was still at the 10th firmament of the Nihility God Realm, he had already killed a 7th firmament true God Realm expert. He is too monstrous. Now that he has cultivated to the true God Realm, his cultivation must have reached the heavens and the earth. The middle-aged cultivator continued to speak. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. He had broken through to the divine fire realm to have the strength to fight a 7th firmament true God Realm expert. However, it was not easy to kill a 7th firmament true God Realm expert. This Dugu Di Tian, who was at the 10th firmament of the Nihility God Realm, was actually able to kill a 7th firmament true God Realm expert. Wasn't this too monstrous? Was he even more talented than Lin Feng? No wonder this person was able to enter the top 20 of the prodigy roll at the age of 27. This kind of talent made Lin Feng feel a little terrified. Lin Feng said, "What kind of opportunity did this person have? How could he be so terrifying?" The middle-aged cultivator and the others shook their heads. Dugu Di Tian's sudden appearance illuminated the 9 heavens. He was filled with countless secrets, but no one knew those secrets. Very few people dared to offend someone like him. Even the experts of the older generation would not dare to offend him. Because this person was too heaven-defying. Those cultivators who liked to strangle the geniuses of the younger generation and seize the opportunities, luck, and wealth of the younger generation's geniuses did not provoke Dugu Di Tian. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Dugu Di Tian was. "Sichu Mingyu, I know you're here. Come out and face your death." Dugu Di Tian's voice was cold as he glanced at the ancient city below. This person was truly arrogant to the extreme. This was the territory of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Dugu Di Tian actually dared to come to the territory of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to hunt down one of the 4 young masters of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, young Master Mingyu. From this, one could see how confident he was in his own strength. Dugu Di Tian once said that if he had time, he would personally kill the Red World Fairy and wash away the humiliation that the Red World Fairy had brought to the Supreme Immortal Sect. This person's willpower is incomparably strong, and there is nothing that he cannot do. With his talent, he might really be able to kill the Red World Fairy in the future. A cultivator said. Following that, someone sneered and said, "This person is too arrogant. If the Red World Fairy was so easy to deal with, would the Supreme Immortal Sect have allowed the Red World Fairy to live until now?" Back then, the Supreme Immortal Sect used a celestial artifact to kill the Red World Fairy, but they still failed to do so. This shows how unbelievably strong the Red World Fairy is. In this world, apart from emperors, I'm afraid no one can kill the Red World Fairy. In the distance, Dugu Di Tian's voice grew colder. "Sichu Mingyu, are you worthy of being called the leader of the 4 great princes of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect? You don't even have the courage to fight me. What's going on?" Sichu Mingyu is ranked 5th on the Heaven's Chosen list. Why would he be afraid of Dugu Di Tian? Could it be that Sichu Mingyu knows that he's not Dugu Di Tian's match? Is that why he doesn't dare to fight? Dugu Di Tian can actually scare Sichu Mingyu to the point that he doesn't dare to fight? How strong must he be to be able to do that? Could there be some other reason? I've seen Sichu Mingyu in the past. He's not a coward. Of course Sichu Mingyu isn't a coward. His brave and resourceful, and his extremely strong. He stood out among the many geniuses of the reincarnation immortal sect and was elected as the leader of the 4 great princes. His methods and strength aren't something ordinary people can compare to. Many cultivators were discussing this matter. Sichu Mingyue's reputation was extremely resounding in the northern barbarian continent. Sichu Mingyu, you won't be able to escape. Dugu Di Tian, who was standing above the ancient city, suddenly looked into the distance. He seemed to have sensed something and couldn't help but shout coldly before rushing out. Countless people looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't see anything in the direction Dugu Di Tian had chased. Perhaps Sichu Mingyu had used some sort of concealment technique to hide his figure and escape stealthily. Therefore, it was normal that they couldn't see him with the naked eye. However, Dugu Di Tian's methods were too astonishing. That was why Sichu Mingyu hadn't been able to hide anything from him. Let's go and take a look. Many people shouted and followed him out of the ancient city. Lin Feng didn't chase after Sichu Mingyu. He didn't have much interest in such a big battle. Moreover, if a fight really broke out, many people who went to watch the show would probably be implicated. Rather than chasing after Sichu Mingyu and joining in the fun, he might as well stay in the Myriad Flower Building and drink wine with beautiful ladies. Lin Feng flew back to the Myriad Flower Building. He stayed in the Myriad Flower Building until late at night before leaving. The next day, he woke up when the sun was high up in the sky. Then, Lin Feng washed up and left his residence. He planned to look for a bookstore and buy some books. He wanted to learn about the distribution of forces in the 9 prefectures. He wanted to know what kind of experts there were, what kind of powerful geniuses there were, what kind of dangerous places there were, what kind of treasures there were, and so on. While he was walking on the street, a celestial sound suddenly came from the distance. Many people were alarmed and looked outside the ancient city. Not long after, everyone saw 9 unicorns pulling an ancient bronze carriage over from the distance. Around the bronze chariot, there were hundreds of beautiful female cultivators in snow-white robes. Any one of those female cultivators could be called a heavenly beauty. They carried flower baskets in their hands and scattered rainbow-colored petals along the way. Even heaven and earth. It seemed to be filled with the fragrance of flowers. Who are these people? They actually have such a grand lineup. Many people looked at the majestic group of beautiful female cultivators in the sky. Chapter 1734. Everyone looked at the beautiful female cultivators in the sky. Many of them were trying to guess who was sitting in the ancient bronze carriage. The unicorns are only close to the purest woman. If 9 unicorns are pulling the bronze carriage, there must be a woman sitting in the bronze carriage. A cultivator said. If the maidservants outside were so beautiful, how beautiful would the woman in the bronze carriage be? Many people were looking forward to it. The bronze carriage stopped in midair. A maidservant pulled open the curtains. Then, a beautiful woman walked out of the carriage. She was wearing a snow-white dress that accentuated her tall and slender figure. Her golden ratio figure was perfect. However, she was wearing a veil so no one could see her face. It's Fairy Miao Qing. However, there were still people who recognized the woman's identity, and their tone was extremely shocked. She's Fairy Miao Qing from the Fragrant Record? Many people were shocked. The Fragrant Record recorded the 100 most beautiful women in 9 prefectures. These women, not only were they beautiful, but they also had heaven-defying talent and strength. For example, the Red World Fairy was ranked first in the Fragrant Record. Not only was she powerful, but she was also a peerless beauty. Rumor has it that Fairy Miao Qing is Dugu Di Tian's fiancée. Is she chasing after Dugu Di Tian? Someone asked. That's possible. However, Dugu Di Tian and Fairy Miao Qing really don't put the reincarnation immortal sect in their eyes. The northern barbarian province is the territory of the reincarnation immortal sect. They actually dared to chase Prince Mingyu to the northern barbarian province and even to Nether Prison City. Nether Prison City isn't very far from the reincarnation immortal sect. I'm curious to see how this matter will end, many cultivators said aloud. Fairy Miao Qing's background was extraordinary. Rumor had it that she was the successor of an ancient family. That ancient family's strength was comparable to some celestial sects. It was obvious how terrifying that ancient family was. Therefore, the marriage between Dugu Di Tian and Fairy Miao Qing was seen as an alliance between two top forces. Of course, Dugu Di Tian and Fairy Miao Qing were indeed a match made in heaven. The bronze chariot finally landed in the nether prison city. Fairy Miao Qing's maidservant rented a huge courtyard. Then, these people sealed the courtyard with a seal so that no one could see the scene in the courtyard. Many people were still talking about Fairy Miao Qing. At this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived at a bookstore. After purchasing dozens of books, he returned to his residence and began to read them. After reading these books, Lin Feng finally had a more detailed understanding of the 9 prefectures. He flipped through the books that introduced the Reincarnation Immortal sect. After all, Lin Feng wanted to join the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He had to learn more about the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect had a long history and was said to have been established in the Immortal Ancient Era. Due to various reasons, the sect was almost annihilated several times. Fortunately, the sect's lineage did not cease. In the early years of the Primordial Era, the Reincarnation Immortal sect had a great emperor. This great emperor was known as the Reincarnation Emperor. This Samsara emperor was skilled in both civil and military affairs. In the more than 10 million years that he was in power, the Reincarnation Immortal sect grew stronger day by day. At one point, even the Taishang Immortal sect was wary of them. However, the Samsara emperor left the 9 prefectures. After the Samsara emperor left, the Reincarnation Immortal sect was still strong. However, compared to the years when the Samsara emperor was in power, their strength was much weaker. As time passed, the gap between the Reincarnation Immortal sect and the Taishang Immortal sect grew wider. In the books that Lin Feng bought, many powerful people in the Reincarnation Immortal sect were introduced. For example, the current sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect was called by Qingxian. She was also a talented person in the past and did not cultivate for a long time. She had only cultivated for 270,000 years. It was said that Bai Qingxian, the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, was ranked in the top 3 among the sect leaders of the 10 major celestial sects. She was even more powerful than those sect leaders who had cultivated for 10 to 20 million years. Other than Bai Qingxian, many powerful people were also introduced. For the younger generation, the 4 princes and the 10 fairies were introduced. The 4 princes of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were Prince Mingyu, Prince Hanshan, Prince Qiufeng, and Prince Lung Yang. The 10 fairies referred to the 10 most beautiful young women in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Not only were the 10 most beautiful women beautiful, but they were also very powerful. TSK, the 10 fairies. The Reincarnation Immortal sect is quite interesting. When I join the Reincarnation Immortal sect in the future, I'll bring all the 10 fairies to my house. Lin Feng grinned. After putting away all the books, Lin Feng took out the glassware that contained the Little Mermaid from his mountain river ring. This was because the Little Mermaid had been frightened. He did not want the Little Mermaid to be frightened again. Therefore, Lin Feng did not talk to the Little Mermaid after he bought the picture. Instead, he asked her to calm down. During this time, Bibi and Dragon Rabbit often played with the Little Mermaid. They also gave the Little Mermaid spirit fruits. The Little Mermaid was no longer wary of Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. However, when the Little Mermaid saw Lin Feng, her eyes were filled with fear. Her body curled up. She was still very afraid of Lin Feng. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I'm Angel's friend. You must know her, right?" Lin Feng looked at the Little Mermaid and said. However, the Little Mermaid looked confused. She did not seem to know Angel. Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper to himself. The Little Mermaid did not know Angel. Could it be that she was not from the same tribe as Angel? Lin Feng had heard from Angel that the mermaid tribe was divided into several tribes. These tribes lived in different regions of the sea. Therefore, it was normal that the mermaids of different tribes did not know each other. The Little Mermaid was very resistant to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could only temporarily put the Little Mermaid back into the mountain river ring. The mountain-river ring was a world of its own. There were mountains and rivers. Lin Feng temporarily put the Little Mermaid into a lake. In the future, when Lin Feng returned to the sea, he would put her back into the sea. Of course, if the Little Mermaid did not resist him and agreed to stay by his side, Lin Feng would be more than happy. After the Little Mermaid transformed into her human form, she was definitely a beauty of the highest quality. She was such a little beauty. Even if he did not do anything and just hugged her to sleep every day, it would be very comfortable. Boom! Suddenly, a violent wave swept through the sky, shaking the void. Countless people in the ancient city were alarmed. What happened? Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly rushed out. Chapter 1735. Someone is attacking Fairy Miao Qing's residence. They're trying to break through the restrictive spells and force their way in. Lin Feng, who had just rushed out of his room, heard the cultivators shout. He was shocked. Who was it? Who was so audacious? How dare they attack Fairy Miao Qing's residence? He quickly flew towards Fairy Miao Qing's residence. When he arrived, the place was already crowded with people. Looking at the crowd, he didn't know how many people had gathered. Above Fairy Miao Qing's residence, there was a woman standing there. That woman was wearing a long green dress. She had a graceful figure and a pair of long legs that made people gasp in amazement. Her face was the size of a palm. It was exquisite and beautiful, like a masterpiece of the heavens. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her expression was cold and arrogant, as if she didn't want anyone to get close to her. But this kind of icy temperament was so breathtaking. Qiu Yileng. It's her. This woman is amazing. She's on both the record of beauties and the list of geniuses. Someone said, pointing out the woman's identity. Qiu Yileng was ranked second among the 10 great fairies of the reincarnation immortal sect. This woman was abnormally powerful. She had a cold and elegant temperament. It made people involuntarily have a desire to conquer her. Why is Qiu Yileng looking for Xu Miaoqing? Is it because of Mr. Mingyu? Someone murmured. Lin Feng knew that Fairy Miaoqing's surname was Xu. It was a rare surname. That's possible. Mr. Mingyu is Qiu Yileng's cousin. Dugu Di Tian and Xu Miaoqing are chasing Mr. Mingyu all the way to Nether Prison City. It's not strange for people from the reincarnation immortal sect to appear here. Moreover, Qiu Yileng and Mr. Mingyu are siblings, a cultivator said. Maybe it's not because of Mr. Mingyu. Qiu Yileng shouldn't know that Mr. Mingyu is being chased. If she knew, she would have helped Mr. Mingyu to deal with Dugu Di Tian. Why would she come to Nether Prison City to deal with Xu Miaoqing? Someone else said. That was the view that most people agreed with. Xu Miaoqing, hurry up and come out. If you don't come out, I'll destroy your courtyard and destroy it. Destroy it directly. If you are buried in the ruins, it will damage your noble image as a fairy. Qiu Yileng stood in the air. Boom. Boom. She held the firmament sword in her hand and swept it at the restriction of the courtyard. Crack. Crack. The courtyard's restriction began to shatter. Qiu Yileng waved her sword again, trying to destroy the small courtyard and bury Xu Miaoqing alive. At this moment, a group of female cultivators there were over 100 beautiful female cultivators. These female cultivators were Xu Miaoqing's maidservants. Heavenly sword formation. These female cultivators shouted out in their lovable voices. Each of them held a sword in their hands. Hundreds of people formed a sword array together, besieging Qiu Yileng. The sword formations of these female cultivators were marvelous and powerful. 9 Autumn's wind. Facing the attacks of hundreds of maidservants, Qiu Yileng attacked with an indifferent expression. She was also using sword techniques. The sword in his hand pierced out. A gale swept across. Autumn. A wave of coldness surged between heaven and earth. Sword chi was everywhere. It turned into a sea of swords. Puff. Puff. Sword chi pierced through the bodies of those female cultivators. Qiu Yileng's swordsmanship was really superb. What shocked everyone was that those female cultivators who were pierced by the sword chi were not human. Because after their bodies were pierced, they turned into paper figures. Is this Miaoqing's method? The paper dolls can actually turn into outstanding beauties. This kind of method is really unfathomable. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Feng was also very surprised. This Miao Qing's method was really extraordinary. This method should belong to the relatively unorthodox Qi Huang technique. Making paper figures, puppet techniques, bin soldiers, and other methods all belonged to the Qi Huang technique. These Qi Huang techniques were amazing and mysterious. Ordinary people couldn't get these inheritances at all. What a great move, 9 Autumn's Wind. Junior sister Leng's swordsmanship. It's getting more and more mysterious. Xu Miao Qing walked out of the courtyard. Very good. You kept your promise. Come with me. Qiu Yilan glanced at Xu Miao Qing and then flew into the distance. Xu Miao Qing followed behind and left quickly. Some people wanted to chase after the 2 women, but they were shaken off by the 2 women. Could it be that Xu Miao Qing didn't come here to kill young Master Ming Yu with Dugu Ditian? She came here because of an agreement with Qiu Yiling? Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't very interested in Xu Miao Qing's purpose of coming here. After resting in Nether Prison City for 2 days, he left the city and flew in the direction of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. If he flew, it would take about a month to reach the Reincarnation Ancient Forest. As for entering the Reincarnation Ancient Forest, if everything went well, he could reach the Reincarnation Immortal Sect in half a month. If he was unlucky, he might be buried in it. Along the way, Lin Feng didn't see any cities. However, there were some small towns along the way. People came and went in the towns. It was very lively. Lin Feng saw many young cultivators and even many children. They were being escorted by their clansmen to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. On the way, they rested in the towns. As the most powerful force in the northern barbarian state and one of the top 10 celestial sects in the 9 continents, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was passed down. Naturally, it attracted many people to join. Many big clans even sent their disciples to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to be nurtured. After traveling for 5 days, Lin Feng stopped in a small town to rest. People came and went in the town. It was very lively. Lin Feng was eating in a restaurant. He sat down near the window. While eating, he looked into the distance. He could see the mountains in the distance and the vast ancient forest. The scenery was very elegant. If he looked down, he could see the bustling crowd on the streets. At this moment, a cultivator attracted Lin Feng's attention. This cultivator was very fat, but he looked very young. He was riding a little donkey on the street. The little donkey seemed to be unable to bear the weight and was panting. "Damn, brother, you're going to crush the little donkey to death." Someone immediately teased. Fatso opened his eyes and said calmly, "If I crush it to death, I'll cook it with donkey meat. Everyone can have a taste." The little donkey, who was half dead from exhaustion, trembled when he heard this. His eyes suddenly widened, and his tiredness disappeared. He was full of energy and walked briskly. It was not like before, when he looked like he was struggling to walk. The little donkey has become a spirit. Lin Feng was stupefied. Lin Feng had seen all kinds of beasts that had become spirits. However, this was the first time he had seen the little donkey become a spirit. "Bastard, damn Fatso, stop right there." At this moment, curses came from afar. A group of more than 30 cultivators, each with a fierce look, quickly chased after the man and the donkey. Chapter 1736. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! A group of people shouted and dispersed the passers-by. Then, they surrounded Fatso and the little donkey. "So it's you. Why are you looking for me?" Fatso asked impatiently. "Hand over the Hell King's axe. Or else. We'll kill you today," the leader of the group said fiercely. Killing people for treasures was a common occurrence, but it was usually done in secret. The place where they would act was usually hidden. It was rare to see someone kill someone for treasures so openly. These people are from the Thunder Dragon mercenary group. No wonder they dare to kill people for treasures in front of so many people. Someone seemed to have recognized the group of cultivators. The Thunder Dragon mercenary group was a famous mercenary group. It was one of the top 36 mercenary groups in the 9 prefectures. The leader was Lei Long. It was said that he was a lightning-type dragon that had cultivated to a certain level. His cultivation was simply unfathomable. Lei Long was a vicious and merciless person. In the past, he had even massacred an entire family. Therefore, when people talked about the Thunder Dragon mercenary group, they had a secretive expression. Damn it! Are your dog eyes blind? It's my treasure. Why should I give it to you? Fatso cursed. He wasn't afraid of these people even though they were from the Thunder Dragon mercenary group. Damn you, Fatso. This treasure of yours. You stole it from us, so you should return it to its rightful owner. The leader of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group was called Yang Shuo. He sneered coldly. The fatty curled his lips and said, "This is an ownerless item. After it was born, so many people tried to collect it, but none of them succeeded. In the end, Grandpa Fatty collected it, so this treasure is Grandpa Fatty's." Wherever the experts of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group appear, any treasures belong to us. Yang Shuo sneered. Fatso pursed his lips. The Reincarnation Immortal sect has countless treasures. If the members of the Lightning Dragon mercenary group go to the Reincarnation Immortal sect, does that mean that the treasures of the Reincarnation Immortal sect will belong to the Lightning Dragon mercenary group? Fatso's words made the members of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group speechless. The Thunder Dragon mercenary group was indeed powerful. However, it was still incomparable to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Fatso. I won't argue with you. Charge. Kill this damned Fatso. Yang Shuo coldly shouted. Yes, sir. Immediately, more than 30 cultivators of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group charged towards Fatso. Agaga. Agaga. Little Donkey immediately screeched. The little donkey soared into the air and raised its hind hooves. Next, he stepped towards the group of cultivators from the Thunder Dragon mercenary group. Bang bang bang, catcha catcha. Although the little donkey was not big, it was extremely powerful. Its hind hooves sent the cultivators of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group flying. The cultivators of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group who were sent flying by the little donkey had their ribs shattered. They spat out mouthfuls of blood as they fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Damn! How can this little donkey be so ferocious? The cultivators who were watching the fight were shocked beyond words. It was just a donkey, and it looked harmless to both humans and animals. However, it was able to display such a powerful strength. It was simply too shocking. Lin Feng was also dumbfounded. The little donkey was truly powerful. It was an expert at disguising itself as a pig to eat a tiger. Use your Dharma treasures to kill this man and donkey. Yang Shuo roared furiously when he saw more than 10 mercenaries being severely injured by the little donkey. He was the first to take out his magic treasure and attack Fatso and little donkey. This was a palm-sized black mountain. The black mountain continued to grow in size and quickly became over 1,000 meters tall. It descended from the sky and suppressed the man and the donkey. The other mercenaries of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group also took out their magic treasures, flying swords, jade axes, small pagodas, treasure cauldrons and so on. All kinds of treasures. All of them were taken out. All of them rushed towards the man and the donkey. What made everyone dumbstruck was that the little donkey opened its mouth and suddenly sucked. Suddenly, those treasures quickly shrank. Then, they were swallowed by the little donkey in one gulp. Hurry up and leave. Seeing how powerful the little donkey was, Yang Shuo and the others were scared out of their wits. He turned around and ran. However, the little donkey chased after him. Then, it raised its hooves. Once again, it kicked towards the people of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group. Bang, 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 catcha catcha. Ah, a dull sound of collision, the sound of bones breaking, and miserable cries rang out at the same time. The dozen or so mercenaries of the Thunder Dragon mercenary group were all sent flying by the little donkey. Even Yang Shuo was no exception. He was also sent flying. In midair, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground in an incomparably sorry state. Robbery. Fatso rode little donkey in front of Yang Shuo and shouted, "Hurry up and hand over your storage magic treasure, or else. Today, Lord Fatty will break your dog legs. You dare to rob us? Our Thunder Dragon mercenary group. Ah! Before young Shaw could finish his words, he screamed again. The donkey stepped on young Shaw's leg with its hoof. It directly broke young Shaw's right leg. Aga-ga! Aga-ga! After this little donkey broke young Shaw's right leg, it still looked at young Shaw with a harmless look. Many people couldn't help but wail in their hearts. This little donkey was really a demon. This little donkey was definitely a scourge. Don't be deceived by this little donkey's appearance. Facing this ferocious man and donkey, young Shaw was really afraid. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. He quickly took off his storage ring. The rest of the mercenaries also took out their storage rings and handed them over to Fatso. Scram! Don't provoke Lord Fatty again, or else. Next time, Lord Fatty will chop you into minced meat and feed you to the donkey, Fatso shouted. Aga-ga! Aga-ga! Little donkey seemed to be very dissatisfied with Fatso's words. It immediately shouted and kept shaking its butt, almost throwing Fatso off of its body. Damn, this donkey is really top-notch. Many people rolled their eyes. Young Shaw and the others suffered a great loss, but they could only endure it. The group of people left dejectedly. Fatso jumped down from Little Donkey and walked towards the restaurant next door. Lord! The people eating inside are all distinguished guests. You can go in. Is this little donkey waiting outside? This little one will definitely use the best feed and help Lord take good care of this little donkey. The waiter said with a smile. Aga-ga! Aga-ga! Little donkey was furious. It bit the neck of the waiter who didn't let it in. With a swing of its head, the waiter was thrown more than 10 meters away. Then Little Donkey swaggered into the restaurant. Chapter 1737. When they saw Little Donkey swagger into the restaurant, many cultivators were naturally very dissatisfied. However, many of them had seen how ferocious Little Donkey was and did not want to offend Fatso and Little Donkey. Thus, they simply pretended not to see anything. Shopkeeper, arrange a private table, Fatso shouted. Sir, there's a private table upstairs. Please come upstairs, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Then, the man and donkey went to the second floor. The shopkeeper arranged for the man and donkey to sit at a table next to Lin Feng. Isn't it very boring to drink alone? Brother, why don't you come over and sit with me? Lin Feng said with a smile. Haha, since brother is so forthright, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Fatso and Little Donkey walked over. Then, they found a place to sit. Lin Feng said, Shopkeeper, bring a few more jars of good wine. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The shopkeeper responded and went downstairs. I'm Lin Feng. How should I address you? Liu Ziheng. This is Brother Donkey. After introducing himself, Fatso also introduced Little Donkey beside him. Ahaha! Little Donkey let out a strange cry and stretched out his hooves, wanting to shake Lin Feng's hand. Little Donkey had long become a spirit and had intelligence, so when he saw that Little Donkey was so smart, he felt that it was strange. Lin Feng did not find it strange. He grabbed Little Donkey's hooves and shook them. Little Donkey withdrew his hooves and stared at the roasted chicken on the table. Then, he took a bite of the chicken and ate it with relish. Does Brother Donkey usually eat meat? Lin Feng asked. Fatso replied, Brother Donkey is an omnivore. There's nothing he doesn't eat. Little Donkey took a few bites of the roast chicken. Then, he stood on his hind legs and hugged a wine jar with his front hooves. Gudong gudong. He began to gulp down the wine. Many people were pointing and whispering. Clearly, Little Donkey was too weird. Lin Feng got along well with Fatso. After some conversation, he realized that Fatso was also heading to the Reincarnation Celestial sect to join them. Are you also going there for the immortal reincarnation scripture? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The Reincarnation Celestial Sutra of the Reincarnation Immortal sect was marvelous. Many top-notch divine abilities were recorded in it. The Great Reincarnation Art was only one of them. It was rumored that the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra even recorded the method to become an immortal. Therefore, many successors of the top forces joined the Reincarnation Celestial sect in the hope that they would be able to uncover the secrets of the Reincarnation Celestial Sutra one day. However, Fatso's answer surprised Lin Feng. He grinned and said, "I heard that there are 10 beauties in the Reincarnation Celestial sect. They are all peerless beauties. I'm joining the Reincarnation Celestial sect because I want to bring a beauty home to be my wife." Lin Feng grinned and said, "I have the same idea. I want to bring a few beauties back to warm my bed." When the two of them got together, it could be said that they were birds of a feather. After resting for a day in the small town, Lin Feng and Fatso set off for the Reincarnation Celestial sect. Along the way, they met many people who were heading to the Reincarnation Celestial sect to join them. Top sects like the Reincarnation Celestial sect would recruit disciples every year. However, if one wanted to join the Reincarnation Celestial sect, one had to be extremely talented. The requirements to join the Reincarnation Celestial sect were naturally very high. However, as long as one could successfully join the sect, then, it was equivalent to having a bright future. Many people would band together to enter the Reincarnation Ancient Forest. This was because the Reincarnation Ancient Forest was extremely dangerous. If a group of people entered together, they would be able to take care of each other if they encountered any danger. Lin Feng and Fatso were not simple people. Originally, the two of them were traveling alone. However, when they passed by a small stream, many cultivators had gathered to rest. Fatso pointed in a direction. Lin Feng looked over. There were more than 10 young people gathered there. There were both men and women. There were 4 young girls who were extremely beautiful. One of them was tall and had a pair of straight and slender legs. Another was young but already had a seductive aura. Her eyes were especially seductive. Another girl had a pure aura. She was like a celestial lotus that had not been tainted by mud. She was so pure that one could not bear to have any evil thoughts about her. The last girl had a child's face and huge breasts. She also had an adorable aura. TSK, look at these 4 girls. You can tell how beautiful the female disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect are. The 10 fairies must be goddesses that people yearn for. Fatso grinned. These are 4 little daisies. Lin Feng laughed. Brother, you're a decent person. You definitely won't like these little girls. Leave the task of picking them up to me. Fatso patted Lin Feng's shoulder earnestly. Then, he rode Little Donkey towards the group of people. I'm Liu Ziheng. People call me the handsome and dashing jade-faced young man. The Reincarnation Ancient Forest is extremely dangerous. There are terrifying beasts everywhere. The 4 of you don't have any powerful guards. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to be your personal guard. Fatso said with a smile. He emphasized the words personal guard. F***ck, damn Fatso. Who are you? Are you looking for trouble? The group of disciples was furious. He had come to pick up girls. How could they tolerate this? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you think I won't beat you to death? Fatso shouted. Beat him. The group of disciples pounced on Fatso. I'm magnanimous. I won't argue with you today. Fatso shouted and rode Little Donkey away. The group of disciples didn't know Fatso's background. When they saw Fatso running away, they didn't chase after him. Fatso came back and said, I saw them clearly. They really are 4 little daisies. Each one is prettier than the other. They make my heart itch. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, You're a beast. If you want to go for them, you should go for the older ones. Older ones have their advantages. Younger ones have their advantages. Fatso grinned. The fatty refused to leave no matter what and continued to walk with the group of cultivators. Pervert. When they saw Lin Feng and Fatso together, the 4 girls couldn't help but snort. They were prejudiced against Lin Feng. Lin Feng grinned and said, You didn't follow me to the forest. How do you know I'm a pervert? Why don't we go to the forest now? The faces of the 4 little beauties immediately turned pink. Each of them was angry and embarrassed. They naturally knew why Lin Feng wanted them to go to the forest. They couldn't help but glare at Lin Feng furiously. Chapter 1738. Brat. You can't be so shameless. The group of young masters glared at Lin Feng angrily. They wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng and Fatso. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, I'm talking about life with 4 beauties. What does that have to do with you? One of the young masters said coldly, we grew up together with Ruoliu and the others. What's wrong with being concerned about them? Fat, you're too ambitious. I can tell that you're planning something dirty. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Lin Feng pursed his lips. You're slandering me. The young master was so angry that his face turned ashen. I won't bicker with you on account of the 4 beauties, Lin Feng said calmly. The group of young masters rolled their eyes. Do you think that we're afraid of you? The group had been relatively lucky along the way, even though they had been attacked by a few beasts. However, they hadn't encountered any beasts that were too powerful. Thus, there hadn't been any casualties. That night, intense vibrations could be heard from the depths of the forest. It was as if 2 ancient emperors had awakened from their slumber. Everyone looked towards the depths of the forest. A bright moon rose into the sky. Opposite him was a ball of blazing divine flames. Sichu Mingyu, Dugu Di Tian. Many people cried out. Sichu Mingyu stood in the middle of the moon, looking like a divine emperor as she coldly stared at Dugu Di Tian. As for Dugu Di Tian, he was like a war monarch. With a wave of his hand, he was able to sweep through the entire universe. This place isn't far from the reincarnation immortal sect. Dugu Di Tian actually chased Sichu Mingyu all the way here. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't know if Dugu Di Tian was too confident in his own cultivation or if he didn't think much of the reincarnation immortal sect. Boom, the 2 of them didn't say much. Instead, they unleashed powerful attacks at each other. The bright moon was boundless, crushing the heavens. It was as if the real moon had descended from the heavens, smashing towards Dugu Di Tian. The divine flames in Dugu Di Tian's body soared into the clouds and turned into a divine dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It pounced towards Sichu Mingyu. Bang! The 2 sides clashed. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. Large areas of the forest were destroyed. In the forest, even the sounds of insects and birds had disappeared. The ferocious beasts that were active in the forest did not dare to appear. So strong. Are these the people on the Heaven's Chosen list? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. When the 2 of them collided, Lin Feng even thought that it was a battle between 2 high and mighty heavenly gods. Sichu Mingyu, you're done for. Your final fate is to die by my hands. Dugu Di Tian's voice was ice cold. The divine flames in his body became even more dazzling. The second divine dragon condensed and continued to rush towards Sichu Mingyu. The 2 divine dragons attacked Sichu Mingyu. Bang! Bang! The 2 sides clashed again. This time, Sichu Mingyu was forced to retreat. It can't be, right? Sichu Mingyu was actually forced to retreat. Is Dugu Di Tian really that strong? Even Sichu Mingyu is no match for him. Many people cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. Ahaha! Little Donkey looked at the battle in the distance and cried out. Fatso said, Sichu Mingyu seems to be injured. Lin Feng nodded. He had also sensed it. He did not know how Sichu Mingyu had been injured. It was difficult for her to raise her battle prowess to its peak. Thus, Lin Feng did not find it strange when he saw Sichu Mingyu being suppressed by Dugu Di Tian. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. Divine flames surged out of Dugu Di Tian's body and transformed into a 3rd divine dragon. This 3rd divine dragon also pounced towards Sichu Mingyu. Every time he condensed a divine dragon, Dugu Di Tian's attacks would increase by a level. Dugu Di Tian's techniques were indeed extraordinary and terrifying. Dugu Di Tian, how dare you behave so atrociously in the territory of the reincarnation immortal sect? Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're one of the 3 holy sons of the Taishang immortal sect? Suddenly, an ice-cold voice resounded. Following that, a large hand condensed in the air. That large hand descended from the sky, and the 3 divine dragons that Dugu Di Tian had condensed instantly shattered. Sichu Mingyu, You're lucky to have an elder from the Reincarnation Immortal sect make a move today. Next time, you'll definitely die. Dugu Ditien was incomparably arrogant as he coldly glanced at Sichu Mingyu. He instantly tore through the void. Before the large hand of energy could reach him, he had already teleported away. The giant hand made of energy also vanished into thin air. Sichu Mingyu stood in the air, frowning slightly. He did not stop and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. Many people were still discussing the battle. Although it had been short, it had been shocking. At the same time, many people were also discussing who the owner of the large hand of energy was. The owner of the large hand of energy should have attacked from within the Reincarnation Immortal sect. However, such a powerful attack had been condensed from such a long distance away. It was unbelievable. 3 days later, the large group arrived outside the Reincarnation Immortal sect. There were mountains in front of them. Many dragon veins lay in the forest. Draconic chi rose, and purple light spewed out. In the forest, there were spirit deer running around, and divine apes playing around. In the sky, flocks of red-crowned cranes flew past from time to time. The Reincarnation Immortal sect was like an immortal's training ground. People could not help but feel a deep sense of respect and admiration. Outside the Reincarnation Immortal sect's mountain gate, there was already a dense crowd of cultivators. The mountain guards were guarding the mountain gate. "When will the test begin?" Fatso shouted loudly. Immediately, one of the mountain guards shouted coldly, "Don't make a ruckus outside the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the test." "A fox borrowing the tiger's might," Fatso muttered, but he became much more obedient. After waiting for about 3 days, during these 3 days, people continued to arrive. More and more people gathered outside the Reincarnation Immortal sect. At this time, more than 10 cultivators flew out of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. An elder in the lead said, "Those who have lived for more than 1,000 years and whose cultivation level is lower than the immortal state are not qualified to participate in the test of the Reincarnation Immortal sect." The Reincarnation Immortal sect was an immortal Tao sect, and its requirements were naturally very high. The cultivators who came to participate in the test also knew the requirements of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, so they were not surprised. "Those who meet the requirements, follow me to the test. The rest of you, wait outside the mountain gate," the elder said, and then he shot into the sky and flew into the depths of the mountain. Those who met the requirements followed behind him and went to the test site. Chapter 1739. The Reincarnation Immortal sect spanned hundreds of miles and had more than 20 million disciples. If the servants and maidservants were included, the total would be 60 to 70 million people. Such a huge sect was unimaginable in the Tianwu continent. Many people were excited to join the Reincarnation Immortal sect and start a new life. The leader of the group was an elder called Wu Qingyuan. He was the elder in charge of recruiting new disciples in the outer disciple hall of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The people behind Wu Qingyuan were the deacons of the outer disciple hall. It didn't take long for more than 10,000 participants to follow Wu Qingyuan and the others to the testing grounds. The testing ground was located in a mountain range. A huge mountain peak appeared in front of them. This mountain peak was called the Shengzu Mountain. A path to heaven extended from the Shengzu Mountain. Stepping on the path to heaven and ascending the Shengzu Mountain. Billions of years, so many things, but the mortal world was just a dream. The path to heaven was the way to test the disciples. Stepping on the path to heaven, the further one walked on the path to heaven, the greater their potential. The further one walked, the more they would be valued by the sect. The path to heaven is difficult. Once you reach the end, you can ascend to immortality. Wu Qingyuan's voice suddenly sounded. Originally, there were still some voices at the foot of the Shengzu Mountain. But now, it was quiet. It was as if there was no sound at all. There are opportunities on the path to heaven. If you can reach the peak, you will receive the blessing of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Wu Qingyuan continued. The blessing of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra? Oh my God! I heard that the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra is an immortal item. How amazing is the blessing of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra? Many people exclaimed in surprise. That's why I say, do your best. Strive to reach the peak. Receive the blessing of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Wu Qingyuan said. Someone immediately asked, Senior, may I know what the blessing of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra is? Maybe it's a powerful divine ability, or the comprehension of the great Tao, or maybe it's luck. Maybe it's immortal energy. Wu Qingyuan said. Many people couldn't help but become excited, already eager to give it a try. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin as he muttered in his heart, the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra is actually an immortal item. When the time comes, can I ask the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra if it can impart the great reincarnation art to me? After that, I'll ask if the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra can also tell me how to become an immortal. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. What are you laughing at? Fatso asked. Nothing. Lin Feng said with a grin. The heavenly path is open, 100 people in a group. He wanted to join the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. You'll need to walk at least 300 meters on the through path. Wu Qingyuan said. Next, a deacon arranged for the first group of cultivators to take the test. Fatso said, how can the through path be so simple? I heard that it's an imitation of the legendary through path. Once you step on the through path, all sorts of inner demons and distracting thoughts will be born. Moreover, the through path is filled with the power of the laws of order. It's difficult to walk on it. Just wait and see. Soon, these people will know how difficult it is to walk on the through path. It's impossible for them to reach the peak. It's said that the last time someone reached the peak of Saintus Ancestral Mountain on the through path was 200,000 years ago. Damn. It's that difficult. Lin Feng immediately cried out. He wanted to reach the peak and have a good chat with the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra to see if it could impart the great reincarnation art and the secret method to become an immortal. However, it seemed like it would be very difficult. The through path was formed by the holy light of the laws of heaven and earth. Soon, the first group of cultivators stepped onto the through path. These cultivators didn't even walk a few meters on the heavenly path before they were thrown out by a powerful force. Ah, how can this be? Many people turned pale, unable to accept this result. Some people even wanted to enter the through path again, but they were stopped by the deacons of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Those who failed the test, stay aside. Someone will take you away soon. You're not allowed to enter the through path again. Otherwise, don't blame the Reincarnation Immortal Sect for being merciless and throwing you out. It won't look good for anyone then, Wu Qingyuan said in a low voice. The cultivators who failed the test but were unwilling to give up and still wanted to climb the through path had ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to do anything out of line. Fatso whispered, I told you that the through path is very strange. Look at how many meters you've walked. So many people have been eliminated. Lin Feng nodded. He continued to look at the through path. One cultivator after another was thrown out of the through path. Not long after, all 100 cultivators were thrown out. The cultivator furthest away was only 50 meters away. The faces of the people who were eager to take the test turned ugly. The throughpathers test was too difficult. Those who could take the test were cultivators with a lifespan of 1,000 years and had reached the deity realm. Such talent could be called a genius cultivator. However, not a single person could pass the test. The second group begins, Wu Qingyuan said. Then, the second group of cultivators stepped onto the through path. This was the second group of cultivators. The furthest away was only 75 meters away. Group after group of cultivators took the test. However, one group after another was eliminated. Fatso said, see? The throughpathers test. It's like hell. Lin Feng nodded and said, it seems that it's not bad if a few dozen of these 10,000 cultivators pass the test. Fatso said, I think it's unlikely. I think only a dozen people will pass the test. The situation was similar to Fatso's guess. There were 12 groups of cultivators. Just now, the first cultivator to pass successfully appeared. Lin Feng and Fatso actually knew this person. It was the young girl with a child's face and huge breasts among the four little beauties. Haha, not bad. Not bad. Seeing that someone had passed the test, Wu Qingyuan immediately smiled. His attitude towards the cute girl was obviously very different from the others. How realistic. However, this world was always so realistic. The cute girl blushed slightly and bowed to Wu Qingyuan. Wu Qingyuan told her to wait here for a while and wait for the others to finish the test. The cute girl nodded and stood to the side to watch the others take the test. Not long after, the fatty also participated in the test. 2 people in his group passed the test. Aside from the fatty, there was also a blue-robed cultivator. He had a stern look on his face, as if he didn't want anyone to get close to him. After another hour, Lin Feng was also selected. Then, with another group of cultivators, he stepped onto the through path and began to take the test. Chapter 1740. Lin Feng stepped onto the through path. Suddenly, he felt endless inner demons growing within him. Countless people and countless things appeared in his mind. The first scene that appeared was of him growing up with Su Yueshi as childhood sweethearts. Then, they joined the sect. Then, Su Yueshi was poisoned by fire. Because he helped Su Yueshi detoxify the poison, his meridians were damaged. Then, Su Yueshi colluded with Bai Yifei and betrayed him. Bai Yifei destroyed his dantian and threw him off a cliff. Scene after scene flashed through his mind. Although these things were already in the past. But in the depths of Lin Feng's heart. In fact, he was very unwilling to face these things. He and Su Yueshi had known each other since he was 6 years old. Then, when he was 16 years old, they had known each other for a full 10 years. They had experienced too many things. When he was young, he had also made a solemn vow of love with Su Yueshi. Su Yueshi was Lin Feng's first love. But in the end, Su Yueshi betrayed him. Lin Feng thought that after so many years, he had long forgotten Su Yueshi. But now, Lin Feng knew. So it turned out that in the depths of his heart, Su Yueshi was still his inner demon. Many times, forgetting a person might take an entire lifetime. This time was so long. Big Brother Feng. A gentle voice sounded. Lin Feng discovered that he had disappeared from the through path. He had arrived in a mountain forest. Where is this? The Lin family's back mountain? Lin Feng looked at the familiar mountain forest in shock. Before joining Jialan Academy, Lin Feng liked to cultivate here. And Su Yueshi would accompany him to cultivate here every day. Lin Feng discovered that he had become a 13-year-old boy. These were really the memories of his youth. This world was so real that Lin Feng couldn't even tell which world was real and which world was fake. And Su Yueshi stood not far away, gently looking at him. She reached out to him. She softly called him over. Lin Feng walked step by step toward Su Yueshi. He seemed to have really returned to many years ago. Su Yueshi was still as pure and innocent as ever. Her smile was so beautiful. This can't be real. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped. Inner demon. His expression was gloomy. This was the inner demon in the depths of his heart. It was the inner demon that affected him. Even with the illusory stone on him. But Lin Feng's inner demon couldn't be suppressed. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this heart demon was. So many years. I've experienced so many things. Even if it's unforgettable in my heart. But I've already seen through it. The youth from back then has always been buried in the bottom of my heart. This is a part of my life. Everyone might have a part of their life that they don't want to recall, but the past is the past. With my current cultivation, my state of mind, and my experiences, Su Yueshi is no longer enough to form my inner demon. Lin Feng said to himself, stepped forward, and waved his hand toward Su Yueshi. Big Brother Feng, are you really going to kill me? Su Yueshi looked at Lin Feng pitifully. Those who disturb my heart, kill. Lin Feng did not hesitate and slashed down. This strike landed. He cut off all the ties between him and Su Yueshi. Just as Lin Feng had said, Su Yueshi was a part of his life. He had once wanted to forget this part of his life. But on that day, Lin Feng realized that what he had done before was wrong. Why should he forget his own life? Regardless of whether it was painful memories or happy memories, they all belonged to him. Without those memories, could it still be considered a complete life? Today's inner demon had solved the problem that Lin Feng was most unwilling to face in his heart. However, it also made Lin Feng firm his heart. The current him could completely face his own life. He could also face Su Yuesh's matter. At this time, Lin Feng realized that he had disappeared from the back mountain of the clan and arrived in the depths of the starry sky world. In a hazy world, Yi Zichen looked around. A voice that Lin Feng was both familiar and unfamiliar with sounded. Feng are you here to save Mother? Mother has been waiting for you for many years. You're finally here? Mother. Lin Feng looked at the hazy world. He quickly headed towards that world. Lin Feng had never forgotten to save his mother. He did not want to have a situation where a son wants to take care of his parents but can't wait for him. Lin Feng hoped one day, their family of 3 could live happily together like an ordinary family. Mother, I'm here to save you. Lin Feng shouted loudly and flew toward the hazy world. Feng this is great. We mother and son can finally be reunited. Mother has been waiting for this moment for too long. Lin Feng's mother's voice rang out again. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. He lowered his head and panted heavily. Feng what's wrong? Why did you stop? Don't you want to save Mother? Don't you want to be reunited with Mother? Lin Feng's mother's voice rang out again. You're not my mother. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said, Silly child, I am your mother. If I'm not your mother, who else can I be? Quickly come and save Mother, okay? The voice rang out again, slowly tempting, continuing to disturb Lin Feng's heart. What a heart demon. It's really powerful. It can actually disturb my mind and almost make me lose myself, but I have an indomitable Dao heart. Even a heart demon can't fool me. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Then, he suddenly opened them. 2 dazzling rays of light shot out from his eyes. Immediately after, Lin Feng disappeared from the starry sky world. He discovered that he had once again returned to the heavenly path. And now, he was the only one left on the heavenly path. The others had all failed the test. My Dao heart is immortal and indestructible. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he stepped forward. Once any heart demon was born, it would immediately be shattered by Lin Feng's Dao heart. There were no more inner demons that could affect him. Soon, Lin Feng was already 300 meters away from the celestial path. Success. Elder Wu Qingyuan's eyes lit up slightly. The test of the heavenly path was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the heart demon test. If one could pass the first stage, the test of the heart demon would end. Then, one would be qualified to join the reincarnation immortal sect. The second stage was the test of one's overall combat strength. In this stage, the power of the laws of heaven and earth would appear and stop the cultivator from moving forward. Many people had been thrown out in the second stage. As for Fatso, he voluntarily withdrew after the first stage because Fatso was not interested in the Tao teachings of the reincarnation immortal sect. He only wanted to bring a female immortal back to be his wife. Therefore, Fatso only needed to join the reincarnation immortal sect. After passing the first stage, Fatso was qualified to join the reincarnation immortal sect. However, Lin Feng was different. He wanted to improve his strength as much as possible, so he wanted to climb to the top of the Shengzu mountain and obtain the blessing from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. He even wanted to obtain the cultivation method of the Great Reincarnation Art and the secret skill of ascension from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Chapter 1741. Lin Feng. Do your best. Get to the top of the mountain and chat with the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. You'll be able to brag when you join the sect in the future. Who knows, you might even be able to hook up with one of the 10 fairies. Fatso shouted. Many people rolled their eyes. Was Fatso's brain overtaken by lust? The girl with the huge breasts and her 3 beautiful female companions could not help but mutter to themselves. How did these 2 perverts pass the test? There was no justice in this world. Wu Qingyuan's forehead was filled with black lines as he said, this new disciple. Don't talk nonsense in the sect. Yes, I know my mistake, Fatso replied. However, from his nonchalant expression, it was obvious that he was just brushing Wu Qingyuan off. Lin Feng waved at the fat man. Don't worry. I'll definitely reach the top of the mountain. When the 10 celestial maidens see me, they'll definitely fall in love with me. When the time comes, I'll bring them all back home to warm my bed, Lin Feng said, waving at the fat man. F***CK. You're too greedy. At least leave one for me, Fatso shouted. F***CK. Are these two guys crazy? They're already discussing how to split the 10 fairies of the reincarnation immortal sect. Many people couldn't help but become speechless. These two guys were really daring. The 10 fairies were the goddesses of the reincarnation immortal sect. These two guys had just passed the test and were only new disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect. Yet, they were already thinking of seducing the 10 fairies. When the suitors of the 10 fairies found out, these two guys would be in deep trouble. Wu Qingyuan was also smiling bitterly. He had encountered such a weird disciple. He felt helpless. However, Wu Qingyuan had no choice but to stop Lin Feng and Fatso from continuing their conversation. He was really worried that these two guys would continue their conversation. He did not know what kind of hot topic they would bring up. Wu Qingyuan said in a low voice, during the test, clamor is prohibited. Otherwise, I have the right to cancel your results. Lin Feng and Fatso quickly shut their mouths. If they really angered Wu Qingyuan, the losses would outweigh the gains. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and walked towards the depths of the heavenly path. In the second stage, the power of the order of heaven and earth came down. With each step, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that the pressure on his body was getting stronger and stronger. However, this pressure was unable to truly suppress him. They saw Lin Feng walking on the heavenly path with large strides. Many people saw this scene and could not help being dumbstruck. Even Wu Qingyuan was the same. Even such a powerful order of heaven and earth couldn't affect him. Just how strong was this guy to be able to do this? Elder, I'm afraid there's going to be a genius. The deacons were all pleasantly surprised. If they could recruit top-notch geniuses, they would be rewarded by the sect. In other words, the greater Lin Feng's potential, the greater it was. The more rewards they received, the more rewards they would receive. I really didn't expect this guy to be so extraordinary. However, the second stage of the test is the longest among the 3 groups of tests. This section of the test is at least 2,000 meters long. The deeper he goes, the greater the pressure he will have to endure. It won't be easy for him to successfully pass the second stage of the test. Wu Qingyuan could not help but say, yes, even among the geniuses of the younger generation, only 21 of them have passed the second stage of the test. The deacons could not help but sigh. Anyone who could pass the second stage, then, this person's potential would be evaluated as a genius. In the future, this person would be someone who could compete for the genius list. Therefore, if Lin Feng could really pass the second stage, then, he would also be ranked among the geniuses of the genius list. He would definitely be a disciple who would be heavily groomed by the reincarnation immortal sect. As the elders and deacons who discovered Lin Feng, Wu Qingyuan and the others would also receive generous rewards from the sect. Therefore, no one wanted Lin Feng to be able to pass the second stage of the test more than Wu Qingyuan and the others. After walking for about 1,000 meters, Lin Feng felt the pressure of the order of heaven and earth on his body. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on him. It made it difficult for him to move an inch. The order of heaven and earth is so powerful, but it's useless to me. Lin Feng slightly activated the qi in his body. All the pressure was swept away. Then, in front of everyone's shocked expression, once again, he strode toward the depths of the heavenly path. Damn! Wasn't this guy a little too abnormal? Facing the pressure of the order of heaven and earth, he is completely fine. Many people found it hard to believe. Especially the cultivators who participated in the first stage of the test. They knew how difficult the first stage of the test was. It was simply a hellish test. It was almost impossible to complete the test. The first stage was already so difficult. The second stage was much more difficult than the first stage. However, Lin Feng seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop him. It completely overturned everyone's understanding. Genius! What a genius! Elder Wu Qingyuan looked at Lin Feng excitedly and kept muttering. At this moment, Wu Qingyuan felt as if he could see countless rewards from the sect about to fall on his head. This was a pleasant surprise, a windfall. Fatso patted Elder Wu Qingyuan's shoulder and said seriously, "The two of us joined the Reincarnation Immortal sect to marry a fairy. Elder, can you introduce the 10 fairies to the two of us?" Wu Qingyuan was speechless as he looked at the fatty. Then, he sent the fatty flying with a kick. Then, he turned his head and looked at Lin Feng without blinking. At this moment, Lin Feng was still striding along the heavenly path. The supreme aura flowed through his body, dispersing the pressure formed by the laws of heaven and earth. It had no effect on Lin Feng at all. As long as the supreme aura did not leak out of his body, Lin Feng would not fall into a weakened state. Therefore, he could rest assured and let the supreme aura flow through his body. This is too easy. There's no pressure at all. Can you raise the difficulty of the test a little? Lin Feng pursed his lips. They heard Lin Feng's mutterings. Many people wailed in their hearts. "Brother, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's test is already very difficult, okay? Do you think we can survive if you increase the difficulty?" Many people wanted to cry but had no tears. Lin Feng passed the second stage of the test without a hitch. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound of Tao resonated between heaven and earth. Dong, 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 dong. Like the beating of war drums, the sound reverberated through the clouds. This is the sound of the great Tao resonating. What's happening? Why is there the sound of the great Tao resonating? In the depths of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, many people exclaimed from the tall celestial mountains. Chapter 1742. The resonance of heaven and earth. The radiance of the great Tao. The sect was shocked. It's coming from the direction of the Shengzu mountain. Is there another peerless genius? Many figures soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the Shengzu mountain. Elder, he did it. The deacons shouted excitedly. They had found a peerless genius for the sect. They were going to be rich this time. The deacons could already see the endless rewards from the sect coming to them. They were all grinning from ear to ear. Elder Wu Qingyuan was also overjoyed. He nodded, but his eyes were still fixed on Lin Feng on the heavenly path. Lin Feng did not come down from the heavenly path. Was he still going to challenge the third stage? The last time someone succeeded was 200,000 years ago. Swoosh! Many cultivators from the Reincarnation Immortal Sect rushed over from afar. There were outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, deacons, and elders. Now that they were alarmed, they came to see if someone had really passed the second stage of the heavenly path. Many of the grand elders of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect were present because of the intense competition within the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. If a peerless genius joined the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, the various immortal mountains would fight for it. Someone really passed the second stage of the test. There's another peerless genius in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. He might even reach the level of the 4 princes in the future, many people exclaimed. The elders from the various immortal mountains were especially excited. They could not wait to rush up the heavenly path and snatch him away. Of course, they restrained themselves. They knew the rules. They could not disturb Lin Feng at this time. Swoosh! In the distance, endless celestial light lingered. Within the celestial light, a woman in snow-white clothes flew over. She was like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. Many people's eyes widened when they saw the woman. It's Fairy Lingyun. The surrounding cultivators greeted Fairy Lingyun. Fairy Lingyun nodded slightly in greeting. Fairy Lingyun was one of the 10 great fairies of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. She possessed peerless beauty and demon-level talent. Fairy Lingyun was the goddess of many male cultivators in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Fairy Lingyun floated in the air like an immortal. She stood in the distance and stared at Lin Feng, who was on the heavenly path. A look of astonishment appeared on her face. Therefore, Lin Feng was really too young. At such a young age, he actually passed the second stage of the Heavenly Paths test. It was really no small matter. From another direction, a woman in a purple dress flew over. This woman had a very noble temperament, like a painting fairy that had walked out of a painting. Fairy Chu Qing is here too. The eyes of countless people suddenly lit up. Fairy Chu Qing was also one of the 10 great fairies. She was like a fairy from a painting. Many male cultivators from the reincarnation celestial sect were attracted to her. At this time, another woman flew over from afar. She was wearing a fiery red dress that wrapped around her perfect and breathtaking body. This woman's figure was tall and sexy. She had a breathtakingly beautiful face, and her fiery red lips seemed to tell everyone that she was a woman with a fiery temperament. Fairy Hua Wu. The arrival of this woman also caused a commotion. Fairy Hua Wu was probably the most popular of the 10 great fairies. This was because Fairy Hua Wu was approachable. Even ordinary disciples were able to talk to her. As for the other 9 great fairies, in the eyes of many, they were high and mighty existences. However, Fairy Hua Wu was more approachable. It's been a long time since such an outstanding disciple appeared. A young man walked over from afar. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was exceptionally handsome. Young Master Qiu Feng is here too. Countless female cultivators screamed. Young Master Qiu Feng was one of the 4 great young masters of the reincarnation immortal sect. Very good. In the future, when we enter the battlefield of gods, he might be able to help us. A cold voice sounded from afar. A man with a cold aura walked over. Young Master Han's Han. Many female cultivators screamed again. Young Master Hanshan's cold appearance drove many female cultivators crazy. Among the 4 great young masters of the reincarnation celestial sect, young Master Mingyu was in seclusion recuperating. Young Master Qiu Feng was studying a scripture. As for young Master Han's Han, he was drinking tea alone. The resonating sound of the great Tao arrived one after another. The top experts of the younger generation constantly arrived. Some of them were not included in the 4 great young masters. However, they were not necessarily weaker than the 4 great young masters. Now, everyone was looking at Lin Feng on the through path. Little brother Lin Feng, how should I address the 3 beauties? Lin Feng smiled at Fairy Lingyun, Fairy Chu Qing, and Fairy Hua Wu. Fairy Lingyun and Fairy Chu Qing frowned slightly. They did not expect Lin Feng to be so frivolous. This puzzled them. How could such a frivolous person have such talent and strength? Fairy Hua Wu smiled and said, "You're not going to pass the test properly. You actually have the time to ask for our names. Be careful not to get thrown out of the through path." Lin Feng grinned. "So what if I get thrown out? Anyway, I'm already qualified to join the reincarnation celestial sect. Compared to passing the test, I prefer to have a deeper relationship with the 3 beauties. I don't have any big ambitions. I just want to carry the fairies away so that we can go home and create new lives." Damn. Shameless. Too shameless. Kid. Shut up. Are you looking for a beating? Hearing Lin Feng's words, countless disciples shouted loudly. They looked at Lin Feng with burning anger. This kid dared to blaspheme the goddesses in their hearts. This was intolerable. Many people could not help but rush out and beat up Lin Feng. "Why are all of you so angry? Fair ladies are a gentleman's dream. I want to carry the fairies home and create new lives. Is there anything wrong with that?" Lin Feng grinned. "You scum. The reincarnation celestial sect does not want a disciple like you, elder. Chase him out. This kid has joined the reincarnation celestial sect. I don't know what kind of shameless things he'll do." Many people shouted, glaring at Lin Feng with righteous indignation. Even young Master Han's Han and young Master Qiu Feng smiled bitterly. Would such a frivolous guy really be a trustworthy comrade in the battlefield of the gods? Elder Wu Qingyuan was also speechless. However, he felt even more helpless. What kind of weirdo was this guy? Did he really want to join the reincarnation celestial sect so that he could bring the fairies back home to create a new generation? Chapter 1743. Disciple. Please pass the test obediently. Don't flirt with the female disciples of the sect, okay? If you dare to flirt with the female disciples of the sect again, I can only enforce the sect's rules and throw you to the cliff of reflection. You will face the wall for 3 years. Wu Qingyuan had no choice but to threaten Lin Feng with the sect's rules. As for kicking Lin Feng out of the reincarnation celestial sect, Wu Qingyuan would never do that even if he was beaten to death. Wu Qingyuan would receive countless rewards for recruiting Lin Feng into the reincarnation immortal sect. Even if there were no rewards, Wu Qingyuan would try his best to recruit Lin Feng into the sect for the sake of the sect's future. A genius like him was hard to come by. If he missed this chance, if he wanted to meet such a genius again, he did not know how long he would have to wait. Elder, you misunderstood. I was not flirting with the female disciples. I was just communicating with the beauties, said Lin Feng, smiling. He looked at the other celestial beings. He planned to express his admiration to the fairies. However, Lin Feng suddenly felt 2 cold gazes on him. He looked in the direction of the gazes. When he saw Elder Wu Qingyuan's murderous glare, he quickly shut up. He was worried that if he really angered Wu Qingyuan to death, wouldn't he become a sinner? Lin Feng continued walking toward the depths of the heavenly path. Just wait and see. This kid will be thrown out soon. It would be best if he is paralyzed by the heavenly path's heavenly Tao. That's right. If he is paralyzed, he will not be qualified to join the reincarnation immortal sect. If such a scum joins the reincarnation immortal sect, he will be a disgrace to the sect. Many people shouted. Fatso muttered, aren't you just jealous that my brother is young, handsome, talented, and powerful? Do you have to be so vicious? Look at how magnanimous you are. You will only be like this for the rest of your lives. How can you expect to achieve great things? Hurry up and go home to get married and have children. Don't waste resources in the sect. F***CK. Damn it, Fatso, what did you say? Many cultivators glared at Fatty. If it weren't for the fact that Fatty was standing beside Wu Qingyuan, he would have been beaten up by the crowd. Fatso said, what did I say? Sorry, I was just daydreaming. I might have said something in my sleep. F***CK. Shameless. Many people were extremely depressed. They couldn't help but glare fiercely at the Fatty. Just a moment ago, he was arrogantly mocking everyone, but in the blink of an eye, he didn't admit it. His skin was too thick. These two are both shameless bastards, jackals of the same tribe. Many people could not help but think. At that moment, Lin Feng had already started the 3rd part of the exam. This was the 3rd stage of the test. The heavenly path. The heavenly Tao. High and mighty, full of the unknown and mysterious. Therefore, anything could happen in the heavenly Tao test. The heavenly Tao test was filled with countless uncertainties. The heavenly Tao test was also the most difficult. What is the Tao? Suddenly, a low voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. This was a shout. If someone with an unstable Tao heart heard this shout, they would immediately lose themselves. I am the Tao. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Impudent. A mere cultivator of the divine fire realm actually dares to call himself the Tao. You really don't know life from death. Immediately after, another shout resounded in Lin Feng's mind, wanting to shake Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng sneered and said, my Tao is the sovereign Tao, so what if it's the heavenly Tao? Sooner or later, it will be trampled under my feet by my sovereign Tao. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's sovereign Tao began to circulate. His eyes became clear, and the voice in his mind disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, he strode deeper into the cave. Boom. Suddenly, in the sky, shadows appeared one after another. There was a fire emperor born from the flames. There was a sea god born from the endless sea. There was a star emperor born from the starry sky. The shadows of the great emperors condensed and appeared on the heavenly path. Retreat. The voices of the great emperors were indifferent. The emperor's aura spread out. It suppressed the world. Even outside the heavenly path, many people felt the terrifying emperor's aura, and their faces were as pale as paper. In the past, This is where we failed. Young Master Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes and said, yes, facing the Emperor's aura released by so many great emperors, it's impossible to resist. I wonder if this child has the means to resist the Emperor's aura? Young Master Hanshan raised his eyebrows slightly and said aloud. The Emperor's aura was vast. This was a triple pressure on the mind, the will, and the body. Resisting the Emperor's aura. It was too difficult. If it was just one great emperor releasing the Emperor's aura, perhaps it would be easier. But in front of him, densely packed phantoms. It was unknown how many great emperors' shadows appeared. They released their Emperor's aura at the same time. Resisting it was harder than ascending to the heavens. Countless monstrous geniuses of the reincarnation immortal sect had failed here. Even Elder Wu Qingyuan narrowed his eyes. Over the years, he had seen too many monstrous geniuses who could not resist the Emperor's aura and were eventually thrown out of the heavenly path. Therefore, Lin Feng could break through this level. Elder Wu Qingyuan did not have much hope. In the past, even young Master Mingyu, young Master Hanshan, young Master Qiu Feng, young Master Lung pupiled, and the others failed. This kid wants to resist the Emperor's aura? It's like a fool's dream. Many people sneered and said. Many people could not wait to see Lin Feng's failure. Then, he prayed that Lin Feng would fail and become paralyzed on one side of his body. Although they also knew that this hope was almost impossible. But what if it was realized? At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly sneered. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You no longer belong to this world, so disappear from this world. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng punched out. In his body, the supreme purple qi flowed. The supreme purple qi. It ignored the Emperor's aura. Lin Feng's fist swept across the dense group of great Emperor phantoms. Bang! The group of great Emperor phantoms exploded. It's not challenging at all. After breaking the great Emperor phantoms, Lin Feng could not help but sigh. At this moment, the surroundings had become completely silent. Countless onlookers' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That was a group of great Emperor phantoms. The group of great Emperor phantoms released their Emperor's aura at the same time. What a terrifying Emperor's aura. Why? That kid broke the great Emperor phantoms with one punch. No one knew how Lin Feng did it. But Lin Feng broke the great Emperor phantoms so easily. This made everyone look as if they had seen a ghost. This kid is so extraordinary. Young Master Hanshan and young Master Qiu Feng looked at each other and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fairy Lingyun, Fairy Chu Qing, and Fairy Dancing Flame also looked at Lin Feng without blinking. Doubts arose in their hearts. Was that guy on the heavenly path really a shameless person? Or was it because of his frivolity? Was it just a way for him to hide himself? Chapter 1744. Brother, you're too awesome. Come on, pass. Then, take me to flirt with fairies. Fatso shouted. Fatso. Shut up. Many people glared at Fatso. They really wanted to beat Fatso up. The three fairies couldn't help but glare fiercely at Fatso. Fatso saw the three fairies looking at him. He even waved at the three fairies. Lin Feng continued to walk deeper into the heavenly path. The third stage of the assessment was obviously much more difficult than the first and second stages. The interrogation of the Tao heart might not be particularly difficult. But the descent of the Emperor's might. It was too terrifying. If Lin Feng hadn't grasped the supreme purple aura, it would have been very difficult for him to contend against the Emperor's might. What other more difficult assessment was there? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This was also what countless onlookers wanted to know. The third stage of the assessment, interrogation of the Tao heart and the descent of the Emperor's might, was a fixed assessment method. Everyone would experience it. If they could successfully pass. No one knew what kind of assessment would occur later. The heavenly Tao is vast. If you want to prove your Tao, you need to defeat yourself first. A boundless voice sounded. Then, another Lin Feng appeared on the heavenly path. That Lin Feng attacked Lin Feng's original body. The two of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle, and it was difficult to tell who would win. Defeat yourself. How can you defeat that? Many people looked at each other in dismay. It was easy for cultivators to defeat others. But to defeat oneself, it was really too difficult. Because two identical versions of themselves were fighting. The divine abilities they had grasped, the experience, and so on were exactly the same. Therefore, the best outcome for such a battle would be a draw. If one was not careful, they might even be injured by the other version of themselves. After all, the other version of themselves was created by the heavenly Tao. And the original body. It was a body of flesh and blood. The heavenly Tao created itself would not be injured. The original body of flesh and blood would be injured. After a bitter battle for an hour, all kinds of powerful divine abilities were used. It was also difficult to defeat the other self created by the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This guy can't defeat the other him. If this continues, it won't be long before he loses. Many people said excitedly. For many cultivators, they did not want to see this shameless person who dared to take liberties with the three fairies successfully pass the test. You know everything that I know. Lin Feng stopped. Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, also stopped. He said, yes. Because I am you, and you are me. You can't defeat yourself. That's not necessarily true. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. This time, he didn't circulate his spiritual energy, nor did he use any techniques. The battle lasted for so long. He discovered the weakness of the other self created by the heavenly axiom. Lin Feng was using pure physical strength to fight against his other self. You want to fight me with your physical body? You will soon be defeated. Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, looked coldly at Lin Feng's original body. He didn't choose to compete with Lin Feng's original body in terms of physical strength. Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, had all of Lin Feng's divine abilities and all of Lin Feng's combat experience. However, there was one thing that he did not have. That was a body of flesh and blood. Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, did not have a body of flesh and blood. That body was condensed from the laws. If it was a competition of physical strength, there was no way he could compete with Lin Feng's original body. Lin Feng's body had reached the high level of the heavenly God realm. Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, knew his own shortcomings. Therefore, he didn't choose to compete with Lin Feng in terms of physical strength. Instead, he chose to retreat and increase the distance between them. He continued to use powerful divine abilities to suppress Lin Feng. That kid wants to use his physical strength to fight the other self created by the heavenly Tao. That's a good idea, but the other self created by the heavenly Tao doesn't give him a chance to get close. How is he going to fight this battle? Yeah, the other self created by the heavenly Tao is directly attacking him with powerful divine abilities. He's in an invincible position. There's no need to continue watching this battle. We already know the result. Many people were discussing this. Clearly, they didn't think highly of Lin Feng at this moment. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, executed powerful divine abilities. All kinds of divine abilities bombarded Lin Feng. The Devil Emperor's 9 slashes, Sky Splitter, Sword Chi, Great Death Art, and other divine abilities. These divine abilities gathered together, forming a long river of divine abilities that drowned Lin Feng. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would be defeated. But soon, they realized something shocking. When all sorts of powerful attacks arrived in front of Lin Feng was stunned. Lin Feng directly punched out with his right fist. Bang, 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 all kinds of divine abilities were shattered by Lin Feng. Oh my god! What kind of physical body is that? It can actually withstand so many powerful divine abilities head-on? Seeing this scene, countless people cried out in disbelief. Lin Feng's physical body was practically impossible to injure. It was so strong that it was perverted. What's this? It's just divine abilities. Even if divine artifacts hit this young master's body, they'll only be able to scratch this young master's itch. Lin Feng said proudly. His physical body had already reached the high-level heavenly God realm. As his cultivation continued to rise, his physical body would also become stronger. Ordinary divine artifacts. It was indeed difficult to injure Lin Feng. When he heard Lin Feng, he felt proud of himself. Even those who disliked Lin Feng did not ridicule him because they knew that Lin Feng was speaking the truth. Ordinary divine artifacts could not harm such a strong physical body. At the very least, it would require a divine artifact at the heavenly divine artifact level to harm Lin Feng. After breaking through all kinds of divine abilities with his physical body, Lin Feng stepped on the world. He rushed in front of Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, and punched out. At this time, Lin Feng, who was created by the heavenly Tao, did not make a move. Instead, he disappeared into thin air. He passed. Many people exclaimed. They could not calm down. Was that guy really going to climb to the top of the Mount Shangzu? Lin Feng took a big step forward and rushed towards the depths. Many people were shocked. Was that guy really going to climb to the top of the Mount Shangzu? Lin Feng leaped up, wanting to reach the peak of the Mount Shangzu. But at this time, a violent fluctuation swept through the world. Then, a chain appeared. That chain. It distorted time and space. That chain. It was as if it could last forever. The Arch Runes. Many people exclaimed. The Arch Runes were divine runes created by the Arch. Jojo was enveloped by the Arch Runes. Therefore, the extraterrestrial cultivators could not descend. Because the Arch Runes were too terrifying. Even a giant god could be killed by the Arch Runes. Since ancient times, how many amazing people have appeared in the Reincarnation Immortal sect? But only a few people have been able to climb to the top of the Mount Shangzu. The test of the path to heaven is already difficult. It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to pass. After passing the test, you still have to face the attack of the Arch Runes. This is simply impossible. Yeah, it's too difficult. Those are divine runes created by the Arch. Once the Arch Runes appear, even the gods can't resist. Many people lamented. At this time, everyone thought that Lin Feng would take the initiative to withdraw because the Arch Runes were too terrifying. If he wanted to force his way to the top of the sacred ancestor mountain, he might be killed by the Arch Runes. But no one expected Lin Feng to walk towards the Arch Runes. Boom. The Arch Runes seemed to think that it was being provoked. They emitted endless amounts of the Arch Runes and bombarded Lin Feng. Is that kid courting death? Many people began to shout. In their opinion, no matter how extraordinary Lin Feng's methods were, he could not resist the Arch Runes. Now that he wanted to fight the Arch Runes, he was courting death. Chapter 1745. The Arch Rune distorted the void. A light attack could shatter heaven and earth. How terrifying was that? Such an attack shocked everyone. However, Lin Feng muttered in front of the Arch Rune, "You want to stop me with a mere Arch Rune? It's not enough. You need at least dozens of the Arch Runes. Will you die if you don't brag?" Many people rolled their eyes, speechless. A single Arch Rune had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Moreover, with dozens of the Arch Runes, how terrifying would its power be? It was simply unimaginable. Many people thought that Lin Feng was bragging, but in reality, Lin Feng was not bragging. Others might not be able to resist the Arch Runes. However, Lin Feng was different. He was the successor of the Celestial Master Path. His control of formations had reached a transcendent level. To put it bluntly, the Arch Runes were formation runes. The array formation was made up of many array patterns. The only difference between the Arch Runes and ordinary formation runes was that the Arch Runes were created by great emperors. They were fused with the will of great emperors. Therefore, they were abnormally powerful. Before coming to the 9 provinces, Lin Feng had never come into contact with the Arch Runes. Therefore, he was both curious and fearful of the Arch Runes. However, Lin Feng had been helping the Snow Clan repair the Arch Runes. During that time, Lin Feng had been repairing the Arch Runes while studying their mysteries. Therefore, Lin Feng had gained a lot of understanding of the Arch Runes. Although the Arch Runes were powerful, they were not without weaknesses. Moreover, now, it was just a single Arch Rune. Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly during this period of time, and he had a deeper understanding of the various legacies of the Celestial Master Path. Therefore, he was quite confident in facing the Arch Rune. When the Arch Rune suppressed him, Lin Feng took a step forward. Countless divine runes intertwined in the void. All the divine runes wrapped around the Arch Rune that was suppressing him. This was the Heavenly Master Divine Rune that Lin Feng had condensed to resist the Emperor Divine Rune. The power of this Monarch Rune was indeed powerful. When it swept across, the Heavenly Master Rune actually started to crack. It looked as if it couldn't hold on any longer. But at this time, Lin Feng soared into the sky and sent out 3 consecutive palm strikes. Formation cracking technique. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive palm strikes landed on the monarch inscriptions. A powerful force surged into the monarch inscriptions. The formation cracking technique was the best formation breaking technique passed down in the Celestial Master Path. Lin Feng infused the power of the formation cracking technique into the Monarch Rune. The internal structure of the Monarch Runes began to disintegrate under the power of the formation cracking technique. However, Monarch Runes were indeed Monarch Runes. They were simply too powerful. Lin Feng's formation splitting technique wasn't able to break the Monarch pattern. However, the formation cracking technique still affected the Emperor Runes. Therefore, the Emperor Runes didn't directly destroy the Heavenly Master Rune that Lin Feng had set up in advance. The Heavenly Master Rune was used by Lin Feng to block the attack of the Monarch Rune. Originally, the Monarch Rune was going to attack Lin Feng, but it was blocked by the Heavenly Master Rune. This way, Lin Feng could divert his attention to suppress this Monarch Rune. Lin Feng also expected that the formation cracking technique couldn't break the Monarch Rune. Therefore, he wasn't discouraged at all. Lin Feng's hands kept changing seals. He displayed another supreme inheritance of the Celestial Master Path. 8 divine seals. This was the strongest sealing technique of the Celestial Master Path. It was rumored that even the great sealing technique of the 3,000 great paths couldn't compare to the 8 divine seals of the Celestial Master Path. Roar. A series of dragon roars could be heard. 8 golden divine dragons appeared on Lin Feng's palm. They weren't real divine dragons, but 8 divine seals condensed by Lin Feng using the 8 divine seals. The 8 divine seals was an extremely miraculous secret technique. It was all-encompassing. There were many types of divine seals, such as Divine Dragon Rune, Chilean Rune, Fire Phoenix Rune, and so on. Each type of divine seal had a different function. Lin Feng was best at the Divine Dragon Rune, and the Divine Dragon Rune was the most suitable formation rune to seal the Monarch Rune. 8 small golden divine dragons wrapped around the Monarch Rune, turned into 8 runes, and sealed the Monarch Rune. However, the power of the Monarch Rune was more powerful than Lin Feng expected. After the 8 divine dragon runes sealed the Monarch Rune vibrated with a destructive monarch might. Crack, crack. The sound of cracking could be heard. The seal seemed to be about to be broken. This shocked Lin Feng. The Monarch Rune was really abnormal. Even if it was just one Monarch Rune, it was so troublesome for him, the legitimate successor of the Celestial Master Path, to deal with it. If it were someone else, they would have been killed by this Monarch Rune countless times. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly used the great suppression art of the 3,000 Great Tao. The word suppress condensed and then imprinted on the Monarch Rune. With the help of the great suppression art, the fluctuations of the Monarch Rune weakened a lot. Then, Lin Feng leaped up and rushed towards the top of Mount Shengzu. When Lin Feng reached the top of Mount Shengzu, no one came back to their senses. Many people were in a daze, unable to believe what they had seen. Someone had actually sealed the Monarch Rune. How is that possible? Elder Wu Qingyuan exclaimed in disbelief. Even those geniuses who had reached the top of Mount Shengzu back then had used all kinds of heaven-defying secret techniques to delay the Monarch Rune, and then extricate themselves to reach the top of Mount Shengzu. However, Lin Feng was too ferocious. He had directly sealed the Monarch Rune. It deeply shocked everyone's heart. Lin Feng walked towards the Dao platform at the top of the mountain. Waves of terrifying pressure swept over, as if the stars were falling, as if the 3 realms were collapsing. The terrifying force wanted to throw Lin Feng out. Many people felt the terrifying aura on Mount Shungzu and turned pale with fright. The Immortal Reincarnation Sutra is angry and increased the intensity of the test to prevent him from reaching the Tao platform. The great elder of one of the immortal mountains said aloud. The test of the path to heaven was controlled by the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra. In the past, someone had reached the top of Mount Shungzu. The test would end. However, it was different this time. Lin Feng had directly used the most brutal method to seal the monarch rune released by the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra, thus enraging the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra. That guy is really abnormal. He actually angered the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra. Many people looked at the test on Mount Shungzu, dumbfounded. Now, in the depths of everyone's hearts, it was as if monstrous waves had been set off. Even if Lin Feng was really thrown out of Mount Shungzu by the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra. However, his previous performance had already placed him in the ranks of heaven-defying geniuses. This kind of genius was simply rare in the world, and might not appear even once in 10 million years. Fuck, you want to throw me out? No way. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and activated his sovereign blood. The domineering aura in his body flowed quickly. On the surface of Lin Feng's body, a purple chi vaguely appeared. The purple domineering aura in his body was about to burst out at any moment. When that earth-shattering power sensed the supreme purple haki within Lin Feng's body, it began to tremble violently. Haha, as expected of the supreme purple domineering aura, I haven't even unleashed my supreme purple aura, but I already can't endure the power of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng laughed out loud and punched out. In an instant, that earth-shattering power was shattered by Lin Feng. He took a step forward and arrived at the Tao platform of Mount Shungzu in an instant. Woo woo woo, in an instant. Between the heavens and the earth, there were sounds that sounded like the roars of dragons and tigers. The sound reverberated for 100,000 miles. It was transmitted into everyone's mind. Oh my God! This is the sound of the legendary Dharma gong. Many important figures in the Reincarnation Immortal sect shouted in shock. Soon after, dong dong dong. It was deafening. It was as if there was a Tao bell in the heavens and the earth. The sound of the bell shook the 9 heavens and resonated with the sound of the heavenly Tao. This is the sound of the legendary heaven and earth Tao bell. The important figures of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were all shocked. Even the old experts at the hidden gates of life and death were shocked. They were all alarmed. Blowing the Dharma conch and ringing the heaven and earth Tao bell. This is the potential to become an immortal. Who is it? Who has the potential to become an immortal? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ancestors at the hidden gates of life and death of the Reincarnation Immortal sect shouted in shock. They could no longer sit still. They all came out of their seclusion and rushed out of their seclusion grounds. They couldn't wait to see who it was that had caused such a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Chapter 1746. The sound of blowing the conch and ringing the longevity bell had yet to fade. No one dared to believe that what they had heard was real. This was a phenomenon recorded in the Daoist scripture. A person who could cause such a phenomenon. There might not even be one in a few 100 million years. Now, it had appeared in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Even Fairy Lingyun, Fairy Chuqing, and Fairy Dancing Flame were staring at Lin Feng without blinking. They were also curious about Lin Feng. Was this person really a frivolous and shameless person? No matter what, the 3 fairies could not associate the godlike Lin Feng with a shameless person. Swoosh. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Yi Zichen suddenly spoke up. At this moment, a ball of dense energy enveloped Lin Feng. In the next moment, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Did he go to see the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra? He's going to get a great opportunity. Countless people were envious, jealous, and resentful. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was an extraordinary existence in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. For countless years, how many forces had risen and fallen? How many powerful forces had disappeared in the long river of history? But the Reincarnation Immortal sect was still strong and everlasting. The main reason was the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. It was an ancient, mysterious, and powerful immortal artifact. Lin Feng felt a light flash before his eyes. In the next moment, he appeared in a mysterious palace. Above the palace was a boundless starry world. If he reached out with his hand, it seemed like he could grab the stars in the outer realms. "What is this place?" Lin Feng muttered. "This is the celestial palace in the depths of the reincarnation immortal sect." A voice suddenly rang out in the palace. The owner of the voice did not appear. However, Lin Feng had already guessed who the owner of the voice was. It should be the spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. He chuckled and said, "I heard that blessings will descend upon those who pass the test." The spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, "You haven't forgotten about the blessing." Lin Feng said, "TSK, TSK. If it weren't for the fortune, why would I try so hard?" Shua. A dazzling ball of light suddenly appeared in the hall. Sealed within this resplendent ball of light was an unknown energy. Lin Feng sensed a boundless and ancient aura from that energy. He curiously asked, "What is this?" "This is immortal qi. After refining it, it will be an opportunity," the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's artifact spirit said. Lin Feng said unhappily, "Is this a blessing? Aren't you being too petty? You only rewarded me with 1 strand of immortal energy. At the very least, you should reward me with 10 strands of immortal energy, right?" The artifact spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra snappily said, "This is the 9 prefectures. The 3,000 great worlds. If it's not the 3 realms and 6 Tao, do you know how many years it would take me to absorb such a strand of immortal qi? And you're still not satisfied? A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant." Lin Feng said, "In any case, your lifespan is long enough. You must have absorbed a large amount of immortal qi. Don't be so petty. Give me a few more strands." The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's artifact spirit was speechless. Normally, when people saw it, who wouldn't be respectful and respectful? If it rewarded someone with an item, who wouldn't be overjoyed? But this kid in front of it, he actually dared to bargain with it. If it weren't for Lin Feng's shocking talent and the fact that he had grasped the supreme purple aura at such a young age, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's artifact spirit really wanted to slap Lin Feng, this insatiable fellow, to death. "Seeing that you're an innate supreme purple aura user, this immortal will tolerate it." The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's artifact spirit thought viciously, then took out 2 more strands of immortal qi and gave them to Lin Feng. "Ha ha, thank you, thank you." Lin Feng grinned and quickly sealed the 3 strands of immortal qi. Immortal qi was the energy that immortals absorbed when they cultivated. It was an energy that transcended the mortal world. Whether it was increasing one's cultivation level, tempering one's soul, or tempering one's body, it had unimaginable effects. This time, he had obtained 3 strands of immortal qi. This was a great opportunity. After collecting the 3 strands of immortal qi, Lin Feng continued, "I heard that the Reincarnation Immortal sect has the inheritance of the Great Reincarnation Technique and the Immortal Ascension Technique. Exalted Immortal, please do a good deed and teach me the Great Reincarnation Technique and the Immortal Ascension Technique." "Kid, don't push your luck." The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's artifact spirit was angry. He had seen shameless people. But he had never seen someone as shameless as Lin Feng. After joining the Reincarnation Immortal sect, he had not made any progress. He had rewarded him with a strand of immortal qi. This kid should be thanking him profusely. He had actually extorted 2 strands of immortal qi from him. This was not enough. Now, he even wanted the Great Reincarnation Technique and the Immortal Ascension Technique. Lin Feng said, "I'm innocent. Exalted Immortal, you've really wronged me. I'm not greedy. I just want to bring the Reincarnation Immortal sect to greater heights." After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, the weapon spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He could not believe that there was someone who could say that he was insatiably greedy in such an open and righteous manner. Today, he had finally seen what it meant to be unparalleled in the world when one was shameless. But for a genius like Lin Feng, the weapon spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra could not beat or scold him directly. If he really beat or scolded Lin Feng until he ran away, the Reincarnation Immortal sect would suffer a great loss. The weapon spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, "It's not impossible for you to obtain the Great Reincarnation Technique or the Immortal Ascension Technique. In a few years, the battlefield of the gods will open. If you make a great contribution to the Reincarnation Immortal sect, you can even read the entire Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, let alone the Great Reincarnation Immortal Sutra and the Immortal Ascension Technique." The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra contains the true Immortal Sutra passed down from before the Khanate era. Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. Immortal Sutra was a heaven-defying offensive mystique that surpassed Emperor Sutra. Other than the top 5 great Taos, there was probably no other mystique in this world that could compare to Immortal Sutra. Moreover, Immortal Sutra was very different from the top 5 great Taos. Immortal Sutra focused on offense. The top 5 great Taos, destiny, predestination, karma, reincarnation, and creation, were the 5 most powerful great Taos in the world. Comprehending any great Tao would change one's fate and one could become a great emperor in the future. But in terms of offensive power, the offensive power of these 5 great Taos could not compare to Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng could not wait to get his hands on the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra and learn the Immortal Sutra recorded in it. Fortunately, he restrained himself. In front of the weapon spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, Lin Feng was as weak as an ant. Zhuge Ming, please see the Exalted Immortal. Yang Wushan, please see the Exalted Immortal. Liu Piaoyun, please see the Exalted Immortal. At this moment, voices came from outside. Those voices were all extremely aged. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The people outside were actually able to come and seek an audience with the weapon spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. It seemed like they must be patriarchs of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. "Come in." The weapon spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the next moment, figures shuttled through the void and entered the celestial palace. There were more than 20 cultivators in total, both men and women. Every one of them was very old. After they entered, they all looked at Lin Feng. Their old eyes were filled with excitement. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. "What are these old farts trying to do? Are they trying to take me in as their disciple? If that's the case, I'll have to raise my conditions. Whoever can give me the 10 fairies to warm my bed, I'll agree to be their disciple." Thinking of this, Lin Feng could not help but grin. Chapter 1747. All of you came here to take him in as a disciple? The artifact spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra asked. Reporting to the Immortal. That's right. The group of ancestor-level experts replied. You can talk to him. As for who he wants to take as his master, that's up to him, the artifact spirit of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. Then, the group of ancestor-level experts looked at Lin Feng like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit. Various thoughts flashed through the minds of these ancestor-level experts. They were all thinking about what kind of attractive conditions they should offer to attract Lin Feng to take them as his master. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He smiled and waited for these ancestor-level experts to speak. But at this moment, a black fog covered the sky and surged into the celestial palace. Here, everyone. This brat should come with this old man. You don't have to waste your efforts on him. A gloomy voice came from the black fog. The next moment, the black fog wrapped around Lin Feng. Then, it tore through the void and disappeared. Old turtle. Don't even think about snatching him. The group of ancestor-level experts was furious. They quickly chased after him. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng found himself in a forest. Plop. He was thrown to the ground. Then, a small old man looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, Brat, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take him as your master. Lin Feng rubbed his butt and got up from the ground. Then, he looked at the old man. What surprised him was, the old man was carrying a turtle shell. Turtle man? Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. Lin Feng was no stranger to the turtle man race. This was a race of the sea. When he heard Lin Feng call him, The old man slapped Lin Feng on the head. There was a thump. Lin Feng sat on the ground from the slap. Brat! Are you blind? I am a black tortoise. A sacred beast, black tortoise. The old man squinted his eyes and shouted discontentedly. Azure dragon. White tiger. Vermilion bird. Xian Wu. Brilliant serpent. They were the 5 elements' sacred beasts. It was rumored that there were 5 holy emperors in the heaven realm, and they controlled the Tao of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 directional divine emperors. They were the Eastern Azure Dragon Saint Emperor, the White Tiger Sage of the West, the Holy Emperor of the Southern Vermilion Bird, Northern Black Tortoise Holy Emperor, Central Plains Brilliant Snake Holy Emperor. The 5 directional divine emperors were from the Azure Dragon tribe, the White Tiger tribe, the Vermilion Bird tribe, the Black Tortoise tribe, and the Brilliant Snake tribe. Therefore, these 5 races were the most powerful races in the fleeting heaven realm. There were also the 5 sacred beast clans in the 3,000 great worlds. However, it was rare to see the 5 sacred beast clans with pure bloodlines. Most of them were descendants of impure bloodlines. It was difficult to see how powerful the 5 sacred beast clans were. This young master has never seen a black tortoise before. How would I know if you are a black tortoise or a tortoise? Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Of course, he didn't dare to say these words in front of the old man. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing an expert from a black tortoise sacred beast clan. The old man's strength was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng could sense how powerful he was. However, although he was strong, he was a little narrow-minded. He smiled obsequiously and said, "This junior is ignorant and mistook senior's race. I'm truly sorry, haha. Senior, you are a great person, so please don't be angry at this junior." When the old man saw Lin Feng smiling and apologizing, his expression improved slightly. He said, "It's your fortune to be able to accept me as your master. Hurry up and accept me as your master. Then, prepare a gift for me." Lin Feng was stunned. He had wanted to ask Lord Tortoise what benefits he would get if he accepted him as his master. Then, he would ask Lord Tortoise if he could bestow the 10 fairies to him. But now that Lord Tortoise had spoken, Lin Feng felt like he had been dealt a heavy blow. This old man had already blocked off all the ways for him to ask for benefits, not to mention bestowing the 4 fairies to him as bed-warming maids. If he dared to make such a request, would he be beaten up by this old man? Not only did he not receive a gift for accepting a master, but he also didn't receive a gift. He even had to prepare a gift for the old man. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Accepting a master in an immortal sect. Weren't masters supposed to bestow all kinds of treasures, cultivation manuals, and cultivation resources to their disciples? Why was it Lord Tortoise's turn? Why was it that his disciple had to give away his treasures? Cough, cough. I still have something to do. Can I accept you as my master next time? Lin Feng coughed dryly and said embarrassedly. He wanted to sneak away. However, Lord Tortoise laughed strangely and said, "Kid, you want to sneak away, don't you? Let me tell you, that's impossible. I'll give you 2 options. First, kneel down and kowtow to me, and hand over the gift you gave me. Second, you can choose to run away, and I'll capture you myself. Then, I'll force you to kneel down and kowtow to me. Then, I'll take all the treasures you have and keep them for you." What the? Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. This old man was too shameless. He was too shameless. He actually dared to threaten him like this. Accept this old man as his master. Little Fairy was gone. The treasures, abilities, and cultivation resources that his future master had rewarded him were gone. This was too much of a scam. But now, he had no other choice. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to obediently accept Lord Tortoise as his master. Fortunately, this old man is an expert. Lin Feng could only comfort himself like this. Disciple greets master. He knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to Lord Tortoise. After that, Lin Feng took out more than 100 different kinds of spiritual herbs and a jar of monkey wine. He gave all these things to Lord Tortoise. "Haha, good disciple, You're still a little filial. Lord Tortoise smiled and put away the gifts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, figures shuttled out of the void one after another. More than 20 ancestor-level experts appeared. They looked at Lord Tortoise and shouted angrily, "Old Turtle, we won't stop you from accepting anyone as your disciple, but this kid absolutely can't accept you as his master." "Why?" Lin Feng felt that something was wrong, so he asked. One of the ancestors said, "This old turtle will let his disciple cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. The 8-9 arcane art reverses the meridians and the flow of magic power. In the past, he took in a few disciples. Which one of them wasn't a genius? Even if they cultivated the old turtle's 8-9 arcane art, they couldn't control the magic power in their bodies and exploded." Hearing this ancestor's words, Lin Feng wanted to kill himself. He had been scammed by Lord Tortoise. Lord Tortoise smiled and said, "You're too late. This kid has already acknowledged me as his master. Old Turtle, you're too much. We'll go find the sect leader now. The sect leader will definitely not let this kid acknowledge you as his master." The old ancestors shouted angrily. "Go ahead, don't bother me again." Lord Tortoise curled his lips, looking as if he didn't care. He grabbed Lin Feng and flew off into the distance. Very quickly, they disappeared. "Let's go." The group of ancestors left angrily. Chapter 1748. Lord Tortoise brought Lin Feng to a barren mountain in the northwest corner of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The mountain was barren, and there were a few dilapidated palaces at its peak. A few crows were cawing on a withered tree. "Master, don't tell me this is the immortal mountain of our lineage?" Lin Feng asked with a long face. The immortal mountains in the Reincarnation Immortal sect towered into the clouds. They were majestic and filled with an immortal's aura. But in that place, there were only a few dilapidated mountains. There were only a few dilapidated palaces, which made Lin Feng wonder if those palaces were going to collapse or not. "That's right. This is our immortal mountain. Aren't you surprised?" Lord Tortoise said with a grin. Lin Feng was not surprised, but depressed. He sat on a rock and said, "Master, you're not really going to let me cultivate that 8-9 arcane art, right? That cultivation technique killed a few of my senior brothers. I don't want to die. Don't listen to their nonsense. The 8-9 arcane art, it's an extremely heaven-defying cultivation technique," Lord Tortoise said. "Oh, what's so heaven-defying about it?" Lin Feng asked. Lord Tortoise did not answer Lin Feng's question. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Do you know of any cultivation techniques or divine abilities that allow one's meridians to flow in reverse?" Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, but he quickly nodded. Such a divine ability was recorded in the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Meridians flow in reverse. A battle to the death. This was a cultivation technique that would only be used as a last resort. Once one's meridians flowed in reverse, one would gain great strength, but one's body would suffer a severe backlash. For example, one's cultivation level would drop, one's body would weaken, and one's meridians would break. Lin Feng said, "There should be many cultivation techniques that allow one's meridians to flow in reverse. This is a method used in a battle of life and death. Once used, one would suffer great losses. Moreover, the backlash is too severe. The most terrifying backlash is not a drop in cultivation level or weakening one's body, but permanent damage to one's meridians. Even immortal medicines and divine pills can't repair damaged meridians." That's right. The damage done to the body's meridians was permanent. When a cultivator's magic power revolved, it was closely related to the meridians of the body. If the meridians were damaged, they would not be able to withstand the powerful circulation of magic power, and their cultivation would never be able to break through again. However, the 8-9 arcane art is different. How is it different? Reversing one's meridians and causing one's magic power to flow in reverse is even more damaging to the body than many techniques and divine abilities that use meridian reversal techniques, whispered Lin Feng. Master Turtle smiled and said, "The 8-9 mysterious attack reverses the meridians. Reverse meridians flow in reverse. It won't cause any harm to the body, and it can increase a cultivator's battle prowess crazily." Lin Feng really wanted to kick this unscrupulous master of his into outer space. Did this old man think that he was as gullible as a 3-year-old? If the 8-9 arcane art didn't cause any harm to the body, would his senior brothers have self-destructed because they cultivated it? Lin Feng said, "Master, please don't try to trick your disciple, okay?" When the ancestors mentioned the 8-9 arcane art, their expressions changed. There must be a huge problem with the 8-9 arcane art. If you don't explain the 8-9 arcane art to me, I won't cultivate it even if you beat me to death. Master Turtle said, "Good disciple. Since you're so stubborn, fine. Master will explain the 8-9 arcane art to you in detail. I discovered the 8-9 arcane art on a wordless heavenly stele when I was young." Lin Feng's interest was piqued. He asked, "What's a wordless heavenly stele? Have you heard of the mystic tortoise stele?" Master Turtle asked. Lin Feng shook his head. This was the first time he'd heard of the mystic tortoise stele. Since ancient times, there's a legend of an undying and indestructible mystic tortoise with a wordless heavenly stele on its back. Many secrets of the world are recorded on the wordless heavenly stele. It also records some heaven-defying secret techniques. Master Turtle said, "Since you obtained it from the wordless heavenly stele, why didn't you cultivate it?" Lin Feng asked. Master Turtle almost choked when he heard Lin Feng's question. He said angrily, "You unfilial disciple. How dare you interrupt Master? Do you believe that Master won't cut you?" Lin Feng quickly shut his mouth. This cheap master of his was really petty. He was definitely capable of taking revenge. Master Turtle continued, "Back then, I was young, so I didn't know that it was the legendary mystic tortoise stele. Back then, many words appeared on the wordless heavenly stele, but unfortunately, I only managed to remember a small part of it, which was the cultivation method of the 8-9 arcane art. After that, the words quickly disappeared, and the stele became a wordless heavenly stele again. The mystic tortoise stele also disappeared very quickly. Master, does that mean that the 8-9 arcane art you obtained from the wordless heavenly stele is actually incomplete?" Lin Feng asked. After being exposed by Lin Feng, Master Turtle scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "After countless years of improvement, it's already very complete. If it weren't for the fact that you're a moldable talent and have the qualifications to inherit Master Turtle's legacy, do you think Master Turtle would have accepted you as a disciple? Master, please expel me from your tutelage." Lin Feng bowed. He didn't want to become Master Turtle's lab rat. Master Turtle patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said earnestly, "Good disciple. Since you've already acknowledged me as your master, you'll be Master Turtle's disciple when you're alive. Even if you're dead and become a ghost, you'll still be Master Turtle's disciple. Of course, once you're dead, as your master, I'll burn a few more incense sticks for you." Lin Feng was speechless. Having such a shameless master, he felt rather helpless. Master Turtle said, "Good disciple, don't worry. Now that the 8-9 arcane art is close to perfection, you don't have to worry about cultivating it. Once you succeed, you'll be able to reverse your meridians. Reverse your magic power. Your cultivation will increase by 33 times. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. My battle prowess will increase by 33 times? Master, you're not trying to trick me, are you? Cough, cough. Master only has one precious disciple. Why would I use such words to trick you? Lord Tortoise said in a serious tone. But my senior brothers are all dead. I feel like you've said the same thing to them. Lin Feng muttered. Master Turtle said, "You actually don't believe Master? You're really making Master sad. In order to prove my innocence, Master will use my integrity to guarantee that I'm not lying to you. Do you believe me now?" Chapter 1749. Do you have any integrity? Lin Feng couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Even he admired Lord Tortoise's shamelessness to the point of prostrating himself on the ground. Lin Feng didn't really believe Lord Tortoise's words. Even if Lord Tortoise used his integrity as a guarantee, Lin Feng still felt that the 8-9 arcane art was a trap. However, Lin Feng didn't dare to voice his thoughts out loud. Lord Tortoise was a petty person. If Lin Feng doubted Lord Tortoise's integrity, Lord Tortoise would definitely retaliate. Lin Feng was currently praying that the old ancestors would be able to invite the sect master to save him from Lord Tortoise's evil clutches. Brat, are you waiting for those old fellows to invite the sect master over? Are you waiting for the sect master to show up and rescue you? Lin Feng muttered inwardly. As expected of an old fox, Lord Tortoise had already guessed his thoughts. However, Lin Feng definitely wouldn't admit it. If he did, who knew how Lord Tortoise would deal with him? He smiled awkwardly and said, Master, you've really misunderstood your disciple. Master, you're so wise and powerful. How could your disciple bear to leave you? Master Turtle suddenly laughed and said, You brat, you speak like a human. Although I don't believe your words, it still makes me feel very comfortable. Today, I will make it clear to you that Sect Master is not in the sect, but has gone to a very dangerous place. In that place, Sect Master can't get the message from those old fogies, and those old fogies can't do anything to me, so they can only suffer in silence. They won't be coming back for a short time, so if you have any thoughts in your heart, you should put them out as soon as possible. Don't try to play tricks in front of your master, or I'll let you know what it means to be ruthless in the immortal world. F***CK. This old man is too shameless. He actually dares to threaten this young master? Does he think that this young master will be scared? Lin Feng couldn't help but think viciously in his heart. Although he was cursing in his heart, however, Lin Feng didn't dare to go against Lord Tortoise. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. He hurriedly said, Master, don't worry. I won't play any tricks. I'll definitely cultivate by your side. I definitely won't let down Master's good intentions. Master Tortoise narrowed his eyes and said, Haha, good disciple, that's more like it. Don't worry, Master will definitely nurture you well and make you a peerless expert. Then, Master Turtle took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng and said, Good disciple, the 8-9 mysterious ART's cultivation formula is inside. Take it and familiarize yourself with it. First, follow the method recorded in the formula and revolve 36 big circles. Tomorrow, I will check whether you can independently revolve the 8-9 mysterious art. If you can't complete it, I will be angry and will punish you according to the sect rules. Lin Feng howled in grief. This cheap master of his was the devil. He helplessly accepted the jade tube and asked, Master, where do I live? The immortal palace in the middle is where Master cultivates. As for the other immortal palaces, you can choose any one of them. Master Tortoise said with a smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but give Master Tortoise the middle finger in his heart. These broken palaces were about to collapse, and this old man actually had the nerve to call them immortal palaces. Could he be any more shameless? A shameless person was invincible under the heavens. Lin Feng had always felt that his skin was thick enough. Only now did he realize that compared to this cheap master of his, the difference was like heaven and earth. Lin Feng casually found a palace and tidied it up. Then, he began to study the 8-9 mysterious art. The 8-9 mysterious ART's circulation route was very strange, but when he thought about how strange it was, Lin Feng didn't find it unacceptable. He tried hundreds of times and finally succeeded in revolving a big circle. Next, Lin Feng began to revolve the 8-9 mysterious art one big circle after another. When the 8-9 mysterious art revolved, the magic power in his body began to flow in reverse. Lin Feng was originally worried that the reverse flow of his magic power would cause his body to explode. However, after a few revolutions, he found that although the magic power in his body was flowing in reverse, it was still relatively calm. There weren't any dangerous situations, so he relaxed. After 36 revolutions, he opened his eyes and found that it was pitch black outside. It was late at night. Lin Feng carefully walked outside, not daring to make the slightest sound. He planned to take advantage of the night. While Master Tortoise was sleeping, he would escape. At that moment, Master Tortoise's voice came from the middle palace. My good disciple, where are you planning to go in the middle of the night? Lin Feng felt helpless. He was still discovered by the old man. He rolled his eyes and said, I'm planning to prepare some supper for you, Master. My good disciple, you are really considerate. Master is very gratified. Master Tortoise walked out from the middle palace and smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt that Master Tortoise's gaze was different from usual, and it shocked him. Being filial to Master is a disciple's duty. Lin Feng said. Haha, not bad. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so respectful to your master. It seems that the heavens have treated me well this time, allowing me to take in a good disciple like you. Master Tortoise grinned and asked, have you mastered the 8-9 mysterious art? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, Master. Disciple can already revolve the 8-9 mysterious art freely. Revolve it once and let Master take a look. Master Tortoise said. Yes. Lin Feng nodded and sat down cross-legged, beginning to revolve the 8-9 mysterious art. After one big cycle of the 8-9 mysterious art, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his dantian. Cold sweat immediately drenched his clothes. What's going on? My dantian? Why does it feel like it's about to split open? Lin Feng's face paled as he looked at Master Tortoise. There must be a problem with the 8-9 mysterious art. Master Tortoise smiled. This is normal. This happens when you first start cultivating the 8-9 mysterious art. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Master, you are not being kind. You said that the 8-9 mysterious art was close to perfection, and that there wouldn't be any problems with my body after cultivating it. You even used your own personality to guarantee that my body would be fine. I just started cultivating the 8-9 mysterious art, and there's already a problem with my body. Master, you can't trick your own disciple like this. Master Tortoise smiled. My foolish disciple, your master is a sacred beast, the black tortoise, not a human. Since your master isn't a human, where did my personality come from? After hearing Master Tortoise's explanation, Lin Feng wanted nothing more than to pounce on the old man and fight him to the death. This old man was simply too shameless. He had set a trap for him. This time, he had been tricked miserably by this old man. P.S. Today, Old Man Chu woke up at 7 a.m. and planned to write an update. But when he turned on the computer screen went black. Following that, he went to repair the computer without eating breakfast and only returned home at 11 a.m. Old Man Chu is really depressed. He only has one computer at home. If he wanted to use it, he would have two. This is the first update. Old Man Chu needs to work hard at writing and save up for a few months before buying another computer. Chapter 1750. Master, now that I've been tricked by you, can you tell me how much damage the 8-9 arcane art will do to my body? Lin Feng asked. Lord Tortoise said, don't be so dejected. The 8-9 arcane art isn't as scary as you think it is. In fact, the 8-9 arcane art is a heaven-defying technique. Lin Feng said, Master, I don't want to know how heaven-defying the 8-9 arcane art is. I just want to know how much damage it will do to me. Lord Tortoise said, the damage isn't that serious. Really? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lord Tortoise nodded and said, of course. Why would I lie to my obedient disciple? Lin Feng almost cried when he heard Lord Tortoise's words. You've been lying to me from the very beginning, okay? This old man actually had the nerve to say that he wouldn't lie to his disciple. Could it be that this old man had selectively forgotten all the lies he had told him? Lin Feng asked. Even if it won't cause too much damage, it will still cause some damage, right? Master, tell me, what kind of damage will the 8-9 arcane art cause? Lord Tortoise said, the 8-9 arcane art. If you can't cultivate it, the damage it causes will be enough to kill you. Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. It was as if he had received 10,000 critical hits. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Master, didn't you say that the 8-9 arcane art won't cause too much damage? It's not that serious. The 8-9 arcane art won't harm your body, so your body won't be harmed. It's just that the 8-9 arcane art will take your life. Lord Tortoise said seriously. Heavens! Earth! This cheap master. He's too shameless. He even tricked his own disciple. Why am I so unlucky? I was actually taken in as a disciple by this old man. Lin Feng wailed inwardly. At this point, he knew that no matter how much he regretted it, it was already too late. He was powerless to change what had happened. He could only face it head-on. He had to find a solution. He looked at Lord Tortoise and said, "Master, I won't die like my senior brothers, right?" Lord Tortoise patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Your senior brothers were much stronger than you were when they cultivated the 8-9 arcane art, and they eventually died as well, so there's a high probability that you'll die." F***ck. Lin Feng really wanted to punch his unscrupulous teacher so hard that he would be paralyzed on one side. But I'm no match for this old man. I'll just have to endure it for now. Of course, Lord Tortoise, of course, nothing. Anything can happen. Your talent is pretty good, much better than your senior brothers. Maybe you'll have a better chance of survival," said Lin Feng angrily. "The 8-9 mysteries is harmful to the body, but does it damage the dantian? It's not that simple." Lord Tortoise grinned and said, "The 8-9 arcane art is divided into 5 levels, and you've only just started using it." There was still a long way to go before he could reach the first level of cultivation. The ultimate yin and yang cultivation method was indeed powerful, but it also had some shortcomings. For example, if the ultimate yin and yang cultivation method couldn't reach the first level within 3 years, the ultimate yin and yang cultivation method would automatically activate. At that time, the meridians would be in chaos, and the Dharma power would flow backward. The cultivator would then explode and die, said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. "So, in 3 years, I have to practice the 8-9 mysteries to the first level?" Lord Tortoise nodded. That's right. I won't die after reaching the first level, right?" Lin Feng asked. Lord Tortoise shook his head. "Of course not. After reaching the first level, you'll have 10 years to reach the second level. If you can't reach the second level in 10 years, you'll still die. After reaching the second level, you'll have 20 years to reach the third level. If you can't reach the third level in 20 years, you'll still die. After reaching the third level, you'll have 30 years to reach the fourth level. If you can't reach the fourth level in 30 years, you'll still die. After reaching the fourth level, you'll have 40 years to reach the fifth level. If you can't reach the fifth level in 40 years, you won't be able to escape death." Lin Feng said helplessly. Cultivators can spend thousands, tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of years in seclusion. The 8-9 arcane art is a heaven-defying technique, and reaching the fifth level is already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, I have to reach the fifth level within 100 years. Isn't that a bit too much? Lord Tortoise smiled. If it was easy, then you wouldn't have died. Then your senior martial brothers wouldn't have died. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. What if I reach the fifth level? Will I still die? Lord Tortoise said, "My good disciple, don't be so discouraged. You won't die after reaching the fifth level." Lin Feng felt better after hearing Lord Tortoise's words. He continued asking, "Then, reaching the fifth level? Can it really increase one's battle prowess by 33 times? Lord Tortoise nodded. "It's true. You're finally telling me the truth." Lin Feng sighed. "However, there's a price to pay for increasing one's battle prowess by 33 times. Lord Tortoise said. If one wanted to use such a heaven-defying technique, they naturally had to pay a certain price. Lin Feng didn't find this strange. He asked, "What's the price?" Lord Tortoise smiled. "Once you use it, your battle prowess will increase by 33 times, but there are also restrictions. The first restriction is that if your lifespan is less than 10 million years, you'll die immediately after using the 8-9 arcane art." Lin Feng sighed and said, "Fortunately, I'm close to 20 million years old now." Lord Tortoise continued, "After using it, no matter how much lifespan you have, whether it's 20 million years or 30 million years, when the 8-9 mysterious art ends, you'll only have 10 years left." After hearing Lord Tortoise's last sentence, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. This cultivation technique. It was too deceptive. It was a suicidal cultivation technique. Moreover, after successfully cultivating it, one still couldn't use such a technique. Otherwise, one would only have 10 years left. If one couldn't break through to a new realm in 10 years, they would definitely die. However, how could it be so easy to break through to the deity realm? Thus, once one's battle prowess increased by 33 times, it would mean that one's life was coming to an end. My good disciple, don't be so agitated. Lord Tortoise smiled. Lin Feng said with a sad face, how can I not be agitated? This cultivation technique is a suicidal one. Master, you're killing your disciple. Lord Tortoise said, why would I harm you? This cultivation technique is almost perfected. Once it's perfected, it might not have such side effects anymore. When will it be perfected? Lin Feng asked. I've already studied it for 7 million years. However, I'm still unable to perfect it. Lord Tortoise sighed. Lin Feng silently walked back to his palace. He didn't want to see Lord Tortoise right now because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist fighting him. Chapter 1751. In the next few days, Lin Feng realized that those Patriarch-level experts didn't come to Master Turtle's place. It seemed like what Master Turtle said was true. Those Patriarchs couldn't contact the sect master. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's artifact spirit wouldn't care about the sect's affairs. Therefore, those Patriarchs couldn't count on the artifact spirit to help them. They didn't attack Master Turtle because they were afraid of his strength. Although Master Turtle was a scammer, Master Turtle's cultivation was indeed very powerful. Firstly, Master Turtle was a black tortoise sacred beast. The bloodline of the 5 sacred beasts surpassed the bloodline of the divine beasts. Master Turtle wasn't a beast cultivator who only had a small portion of the sacred beast bloodline. The sacred beast bloodline in his body was very powerful. Secondly, Master Turtle had a long lifespan. The black tortoise was also a kind of turtle. There was a saying in the mortal world that even a 3-year-old child knew. A 1,000-year-old tortoise and a 10,000-year-old turtle. This meant that the lifespan of a turtle was extremely long. Master Turtle had lived for countless years. In addition, he had the bloodline of a sacred beast. His cultivation was unfathomable. Lastly, Master Turtle had been in the Reincarnation Immortal sect for so many years. He must have learned many heaven-defying mystic skills. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know what level Master Turtle was at now. He asked Master Turtle. However, Master Turtle didn't tell him. Master Turtle asked Lin Feng to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art first. He would circulate it 36 times a day to familiarize himself with it. Lin Feng cultivated in the dilapidated hall in the barren mountain every day. Besides circulating the 8-9 arcane art, Lin Feng also began to refine the 3 strands of immortal qi he obtained from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. These 3 strands of immortal qi were very precious. He used one to temper his body, one to temper his soul, and the last to temper his dharmic powers and increase his cultivation level. After half a month of cultivation, all 3 strands of immortal qi were refined. Lin Feng's cultivation level had broken through to the 4th level of the divine fire realm. Lin Feng was very satisfied that 1 strand of immortal qi could increase his cultivation level by 3 levels. His soul power level had broken through from the 6th level of the divine fire realm to the 3rd level of the true God realm. Immortal qi had the most obvious effect on soul power. As for Lin Feng, his physical body had reached the peak of the heavenly God realm after being refined by the immortal qi. On this day, Lord Turtle left the Reincarnation Immortal sect with Lin Feng. Master, where are we going? Lin Feng asked. Of course I'm going to the place where you can practice the 8-9 mysteries. Lord Tortoise said with a grin. 3 days later, Lord Tortoise brought Lin Feng to a thunderstorm valley. This thunderstorm valley contained the destructive power of the law of order. It was a famous place of death. No one dared to enter the thunderstorm valley. Once they entered, it would be a dead end. I know you have many methods to protect yourself from the destructive energies in the thunderstorm valley, but today, I brought you here to tell you that you can't use your qi to protect yourself. You can only use your 8-9 mysteries. Lord Tortoise said. Are you serious, Master? Although my physical body is strong, it's still made of flesh and blood. The law of order in this thunderstorm valley is enough to kill me. Lin Feng said helplessly. If you want to practice the 8-9 mysteries successfully, you have to endure unbearable pain. Lord Tortoise squinted at Lin Feng and said, so, you have to face it, You can't avoid it either. There are no shortcuts to practicing the 8-9 mysteries. You can either survive in a desperate situation or wait for death to come. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Did he have a choice? He didn't have a choice at all. How do I break through the 8-9 mysteries? Lin Feng asked. Lord Tortoise said, when you practice the 8-9 mysteries, your body will automatically absorb all kinds of energy. Then, all of the energy will gather in your dantian and form a nebula diagram. The various destructive energies will turn into destructive stars and revolve in your dantian. When the nebula diagram is formed, it'll be the sign that the 8-9 mysteries has broken through to the first layer. Lin Feng nodded and continued, Master, can I ask you a question? Speak. Lord Tortoise said indifferently. You want someone to practice the 8-9 mysteries? It's definitely not just to perfect this incomplete cultivation technique. There must be some secret behind it, right? Or rather, you want someone who successfully practices the 8-9 mysteries to do something for you? Lin Feng said slowly. He looked into Lord Tortoise's eyes without blinking. The eyes were the window to the soul. Lin Feng believed that no matter how cunning his master was, he would never lie. Even if he was lying, his eyes would betray him. This time, Lord Tortoise didn't hide anything from Lin Feng, nor did he lie to him. Lord Tortoise said, That's right. I want you to practice the 8-9 mysteries. Of course, there's a reason, but as for why, I'll only tell you after you reach the 5th layer of the 8-9 mysteries. Right now, you don't even have the right to know. F***CK. Don't be so blunt, okay? Can you leave me some face? Lin Feng shouted unhappily. If you're dead, what face do you still want? Lord Tortoise raised his foot and kicked Lin Feng away. Lin Feng landed in Thunderstorm Valley. A powerful lightning law swept over his body. In an instant, Lin Feng's body exploded into a bloody mess. The lightning law wanted to completely destroy his body. However, Lin Feng couldn't use any means to block it, nor could he use his immortal divine body to repair his body. In order to survive, he had no choice but to endure this pain. He hurriedly followed Lord Tortoise's instructions and circulated the 8-9 mysteries to absorb the lightning law. In the 2 years that followed, Zhongxian's death was inevitable. Lin Feng followed Lord Tortoise to the Endless Devil Prison, the Great Canyon of Destruction, the Death Devil Cave, and many other terrifying places to cultivate. During these 2 years, Lin Feng didn't know how much pain and torture he had endured. If his willpower had been slightly weaker, he would have been driven mad long ago. However, Lin Feng persevered. He couldn't forget the scene in the depths of the baleful Yin Devil Lake where his body was almost cut in half by an evil spirit. He also couldn't forget the torture of being eaten by millions of evil spirits in the Endless Devil Prison. He also couldn't forget the terrifying scene of being drowned by millions of death demonic ants in the Death Devil Cave and almost being eaten alive. During these 2 years, Lin Feng couldn't remember how many dangers he had experienced. However, he had crawled back from the brink of death time and time again. In the end, he had survived. In his dantian, a nebula had condensed. In the nebula, stars formed by destructive energy were revolving, and they were exactly the same as the stars in the starry sky outside. It never stopped. Chapter 1752. After cultivating the 8-9 arcane art to the 1st level, Lin Feng could finally rest. Even without my supervision, you have to cultivate diligently. Don't slack off. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. Master Tortoise warned. Yes, I will remember, Lin Feng said. I can show you the way, but it's up to you to cultivate. You can only rely on yourself in the future. After cultivating diligently for 2 years, you can move freely. Master Tortoise said. Lin Feng smiled and said, Master, do you have a way to give me the top 10 beauties to warm my bed? Master Tortoise rolled his eyes and said, I'm still single. When Lin Feng heard what his cheap teacher said, he quickly ran away. I can't introduce women to an old man like you. You're already so old. I can't hurt you. Within the Reincarnation Immortal sect, there were mountains. Spirit beasts and cranes could be seen everywhere. There were more than 10 million disciples in the Reincarnation Immortal sect, but very few of them were cultivating. Less than 10% of them were cultivating. This was because it was difficult to improve one's cultivation through pure cultivation. At this time, one had to enter the world. Many people would leave the sect to experience the customs of the mortal world, or to train in the dangerous places of the Great Swamp. Many people even boarded the merchant ships of the Nine States Alliance to travel to the Tianwu continent. Some of the disciples even had the ancient map of the extraterrestrial starry sky. Then, a group of people would travel to the extraterrestrial starry sky from the Tianwu continent. Cultivators were supposed to be free and unfettered. This was especially true for a large sect like the Reincarnation Immortal sect. They would not restrict their disciples' cultivation. A group of cranes flew over. When the leading crane saw Lin Feng, it flapped its huge wings and a gust of wind blew Lin Feng away. Then, the leading crane let out a loud cry, as if it was mocking Lin Feng. These cranes have become spirits. How dare they tease me? Do they really think that I'm a pushover? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Then, he pounced towards the red-crowned crane. The group of cranes scattered and flew into the distance. Lin Feng locked onto the red-crowned crane that was teasing him. Then, he quickly chased after it and rode on the red-crowned crane. "Senior brother, spare me. I was wrong. Please spare me." The red-crowned crane could actually speak human language. From his voice, he sounded like a 4 or 5-year-old child. The celestial cranes reared by the Reincarnation Immortal sect were not ordinary. They were huge in size and the wingspan of a young celestial crane was more than 10 meters. If it was an adult red-crowned crane, it would have a wingspan of 40 to 50 meters. This immortal crane had ancient divine blood flowing through its veins because of the jade-white crown on its head. As such, this type of crane was known as the White Jade King Crane and was the royal family of the crane race. Lin Feng had heard that the peak master of the red-crowned crane peak of the Reincarnation Immortal sect was a White Jade King Crane that had been blessed. His cultivation was unfathomable. Therefore, these red-crowned cranes had a backer in the sect. Therefore, he would often tease some disciples. The disciples who were teased often chose to keep the peace. After all, these red-crowned cranes had a backer. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm the red-crowned crane child. I offended you just now, but I hope that you can forgive me and spare me this time," the red-crowned crane child said pitifully. Lin Feng said, "I'll spare you this time since you're still young." The red-crowned crane child immediately became happy and said, "Thank you, senior brother." After Lin Feng arrived at the Reincarnation Immortal sect, he had been taken away by Lord Turtle. Therefore, he did not know much about the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect stretched for more than 100 miles and had immortal mountains that reached into the clouds. Lin Feng was not familiar with these immortal mountains either. He said, "Red-crowned crane child, bring me around the Reincarnation Immortal sect." The red-crowned crane child nodded. With a flap of its wings, it soared into the sky and flew quickly between the mountains. "Where are the disciples of the sect? Why haven't I seen any of them in such a long time?" Lin Feng muttered. Reporting to senior brother, most of the disciples in the sect have gone out to train, so there are very few people cultivating in the sect. Even if there are disciples cultivating in the sect, most of them would choose to cultivate in seclusion. The Reincarnation Immortal sect is too big, and the disciples who are active in the outside world are scattered. That's why it feels like there are very few people in the sect. The red-crowned crane child said. "Didn't you say that there are tens of millions of slaves in the Reincarnation Immortal sect?" Lin Feng asked. The red-crowned crane child said, "These slaves are scattered around the various immortal mountains where the disciples live. They can't wander around the Reincarnation Immortal sect as they wish. Unless we land on one of the immortal mountains, we won't be able to see them." "I see." Lin Feng nodded. "Senior brother, are you a new disciple who just joined the sect? Why don't you know about these things?" The red-crowned crane child asked. Lin Feng nodded. "I haven't been in the sect for long. By the way, where did the disciples who joined the sect live 2 years ago? Every year, many batches of disciples join the sect. May I know which batch senior brother is referring to?" The red-crowned crane child asked. The batch who managed to ascend the saintly ancestor mountain. Lin Feng said. Senior brother, are you talking about this batch? They went out to train, and they haven't returned yet. The red-crowned crane child said. Lin Feng had planned to look for Fatso, but since they had gone out to train, it seemed like he would have to wait for Fatso to return. Crane Boy continued, that senior brother who cleared the trial is truly heaven-defying. I even went to see him that day, wanting to admire that senior brother's glory. However, by the time I arrived, that senior brother had already left. Later on, that senior brother never appeared again. Many people are saying that he followed a group of old ancestors to the Holy Land to cultivate. I wonder if that is true. Lin Feng wailed inwardly, it's fake. It's fake. It's all a rumor. How could this young master be so lucky as to cultivate in the Holy Land with a group of ancestors? Now, I've been captured by a heartless old man to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. I'm living an abyss of suffering now. Lin Feng could only taste his own tears. He couldn't say anything to the red-crowned crane child. The red-crowned crane child brought Lin Feng around the outer regions of the sect. He didn't go to the central and inner regions. The central region is where the core disciples and elders cultivate. Ordinary disciples can't enter without permission. The inner regions are where the grand elders, holy sons, saintesses, vice-headmasters, and other important people cultivate. You can't go there either. If you're caught trespassing, you'll be severely punished. Lin Feng nodded. The red-crowned crane child said, Senior brother, this sect isn't fun at all. Why don't I bring you to the ancient forest outside the sect to play? The red-crowned crane child wasn't old, so he was very playful. Chapter 1753. All right, let's take a look at the forest outside, Lin Feng said. The crane boy couldn't help but cheer. He spread his wings and soared to the sky, rushing outside. Between the mountains, powerful ferocious beasts roamed everywhere. Hence, the crane boy did not dare to enter the forest. He only dared to circle in the sky and swoop down when he was sure there was no danger. Senior brother, there are rivers, abysses, lakes, swamps, and many other terrains in the Reincarnation Ancient Forest. Look at the river in front, it's called the Reincarnation River. It's the main river with many branches. The red-crowned crane boy said. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and as expected, he saw a gigantic river which was flowing unceasingly. The river was probably 10 to 20,000 meters wide. Fish could be seen jumping out of the water from time to time. The cranes that flew out of the Reincarnation Immortal sect hovered above the river, looking for prey. These cranes loved to hunt at the Reincarnation River. Suddenly, a crane swooped down from the sky towards the Reincarnation River. It was as fast as a white steed. A white light flashed across the sky. The crane had already reached the surface of the Reincarnation River and clawed at it with its sharp claws. Crack! A 20-meter-long python was pulled out. The crane's claws broke the python's spine. The python died instantly. The cranes of the Reincarnation Immortal sect had powerful bloodlines and were extremely fast. They were all experts at hunting. The red-crowned crane carried Lin Feng over the surface of the river and then flew away at full speed. Finally, they landed in a place surrounded by immortal fog. There was a waterfall here. Below the waterfall, there was a pool. There were beasts everywhere. Hence, no one would appear here. Senior brother, this is the Emerald Ripple Pool. There's an abandoned ancient cultivator's cave abode below. Although the treasures in the ancient cultivator's cave abode have been plundered, the formation in the cave abode was not destroyed. Every once in a while, I will enter the cave abode deep in the Emerald Ripple Pool to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the crane boy said. The crane boy was much stronger than other cranes of the same age. It turned out that this little guy had his own opportunity. The cave abode under the Emerald Ripple Pool was the little guy's opportunity. Lin Feng looked at the Jade Ripple Pond. He discovered that the Jade Ripple Pool was surrounded by shattered power of laws. In some places, there were still traces of sword intent that had yet to dissipate. There should have been a great battle here in the past. It was very likely that the owner of the cave abode had engaged in a fierce battle with other cultivators or ferocious beasts. If one did not understand the formation and rashly walked into the pool, only death would await them. The great formation here isn't simple. Lin Feng raised his brows slightly and said aloud. Yes, the great formation here is very powerful. Back then, I was chased by an extremely powerful vicious beast and accidentally entered this place. That vicious beast wanted to break through the great formation and was directly killed by it. The crane boy said. Lin Feng nodded and entered the great formation with the crane boy. When they arrived in front of the pool, he reached out to test the temperature of the water and found that it was about 36 or 37 degrees Celsius. This made Lin Feng very surprised. This was the most suitable temperature for hot spring water. This huge pool was actually a hot spring. There was probably underground magma under the cave abode that flowed through the ground and formed hot spring water. And because the spirit gathering formation in the cave abode was not destroyed. Therefore, the spirit chi of heaven and earth flowed in continuously. Most of the spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered in the cave abode, and a portion of it fused into the pool. Therefore, this pool was not only a hot spring, but also a spirit pool. Soaking in this place was definitely beneficial to one's body. Lin Feng was about to take off his clothes and take a good bath to fully enjoy this rare leisure time. At this moment, giggles suddenly came from the depths of the pool. Women. Lin Feng was shocked. At this moment, 3 beautiful figures swam out from the depths of the pool. Snow-white skin, black and beautiful hair, slender and charming figures. 3 pairs of long legs swayed in the water. Just like the tails of mermaids, they were filled with beauty. The 3 women clearly did not notice Lin Feng and the crane boy. As they swam towards the shore, they were still fooling around. Before long, they would be able to step on the cobblestone bottom of the pool. Then, the 3 fairies walked towards the shore step by step. Their hair was already wet and stuck tightly to their bodies. As they walked towards the shore, Lin Feng had a panoramic view of the boundless spring scenery. At this moment, Lin Feng also caught sight of the 3 women's faces. The 3 women were all pitilessly beautiful. They were just like fairies that had descended from the heavens into the mortal world. The fairy on the left had a graceful figure and perfect golden ratio. She was practically a masterpiece of the heavens. On the other hand, the fairy on the right was a woman with a hot figure. The fairy in the middle had an otherworldly aura. Lin Feng had never seen a real fairy before. He did not know what sort of aura those fairies in the legends had. But he could feel it. Even the aura of those fairies in the legends could not compare to this woman's. The 3 fairies belonged to 3 different types of beauties. But all of them were peerless beauties. It was truly a dazzling sight. Happiness came too quickly. Lin Feng even felt that it was not real. Until he heard screams. Only then did he wake up. Obviously, the 3 fairies saw Lin Feng standing on the shore. They did not expect that a man would actually appear here. The 3 fairies hurriedly protected their bodies with their hands and squatted in the water. Don't be afraid, fairies. I'll help you keep a lookout. There definitely won't be any rascals disturbing the 3 fairies bathing. Lin Feng said righteously. The 3 fairies gritted their teeth and looked at Lin Feng. You pervert. Fortunately, you said that you would help us keep a lookout for rascals. You deserve to die for peeping at us bathing. The 3 fairies screamed. One by one, they took out their magic treasures and attacked Lin Feng. Hurry up and run! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The crane boy and Lin Feng left the deployment spell. The 3 fairies' magic treasures were all blocked by the formation. It's over. We're done for. Senior brother. We're dead for sure this time. The red-crowned crane boy carried Lin Feng away into the distance. He was shaking from head to toe. What are you afraid of? Who are those 3 girls? Lin Feng asked. Those 3 all have great backgrounds. The girl on the left is called Bai Yusin, the girl on the right is called Nangong Chiming, and the girl in the middle is called Xia Shiyun. They're all people we can't afford to offend. The red-crowned crane boy cried out in horror. So it's them. They're all peerless beauties among the 10 fairies. Only today did I realize how beautiful they are. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. Chapter 1754. Senior brother, this is not the time for you to worry about their looks. I'm afraid we're in deep trouble. The red-crowned crane boy sighed worriedly. Lin Feng said. What are you afraid of? You're just a red-crowned crane. There are so many red-crowned cranes in the sect. How would they know which one you are? The red-crowned crane boy nodded happily and said, That's right. I'm just a little crane. The 3 senior sisters won't blame me. Moreover, senior brother is standing in front of them. If the 3 senior sisters want to cause trouble, they'll cause trouble for senior brother first. Instead of looking for trouble with me. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. That guy was trying to get rid of him so quickly. What a traitor. Senior brother, I'm tired. Let's go back. The red-crowned crane boy said. Let's go back then. Lin Feng nodded. The red-crowned crane boy increased his speed and flew toward the reincarnation immortal sect. As the sun set, the sky gradually darkened. Hence, the roars of beasts could be heard continuously in the forest. There were countless ferocious beasts living in such a dense ancient forest. Many ferocious beasts were nocturnal. During the day, they would hide in caves and rest. They would only appear at night. Hence, the night in the reincarnation ancient forest was very dangerous. If one's cultivation was not high enough, he would be courting death. When they passed by a mountain range, Lin Feng suddenly saw a ball of black gas in the distance. The ball of black gas landed in the depths of the mountain range. A demonic cultivator. Lin Feng was shocked. It was not unreasonable for him to be so shocked. This was the reincarnation immortal sect. The reincarnation immortal sect had the heavenly mountain river mirror. The entire reincarnation ancient forest was a place where the heavenly mountain river mirror could observe. If a demonic cultivator snuck in, the heavenly mountain river mirror would be able to detect it immediately. Hence, no demonic cultivator dared to barge into the immortal sect. But now, there was actually a demonic cultivator who could avoid the detection of the heavenly mountain river mirror. It was unbelievable. Of course, it could also be because he was strong enough to deceive everyone. It was also possible that he had used some powerful magic treasure to avoid the detection of all the heavenly mountains and river mirrors. Senior brother, this demonic cultivator must be very powerful. Should we go back and report this to the immortal sect? The crane boy asked. Lin Feng said, Do you think it's easy for a demon Dao master to infiltrate the reincarnation immortal sect? You've just reported this to the higher-ups, and you might be killed silently in the next moment. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the crane boy shuddered in fear. Go back by yourself. Be careful on the road. Don't tell anyone about what you saw today, lest you get killed. Lin Feng said. Yes. I'll remember it. The red-crowned crane boy hurriedly said. Then, it asked, Senior brother, what about you? Aren't you going to return to the sect with me? Lin Feng said. There must be a reason why a demonic cultivator has infiltrated the reincarnation immortal sect. I'll go check it out and see why he's here. Crane boy said, It's too dangerous. Senior brother, don't go. It's better if you come back with me, Lin Feng said. It's fine. You don't have to worry about me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng flew into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Crane boy knew that he would be a burden to Lin Feng if he followed him, so he flew in the direction of the reincarnation immortal sect. Lin Feng hid in the forest. He concealed his aura so that even the demonic cultivator did not notice him. That devil Dao expert was wearing a black robe with a hood that covered his face, so it was impossible to see what he looked like. He stood in the middle of a valley, motionless as if he was a statue. Whoosh! When night fell, a golden ray of light suddenly flew over from afar. A young man walked out of the golden ray of light. Young Master Yellow Springs. Why are you in the ancient forest of reincarnation? If you're discovered by the river mirrors, you'll be captured. Even your father, the Yellow Springs Emperor, won't be able to save you. The young man in the golden robe said in a low voice. Jin Liu Yu, aren't you a little too cowardly? You're just worried that I'll expose you if I'm captured, right? Young Master Yellow Springs laughed coldly. I'm just thinking about our safety. Jin Liuyu said in a low voice. Young Master Yellow Springs sneered. If you're afraid, then you're afraid. There's no need to be so secretive. Jin Liuyu said in a low voice. I can't be bothered to argue with you on this topic. Hurry up and tell me why you're here today. Don't waste my time. When is Shui Linglong going to leave the Reincarnation Immortal sect? I can't wait to press her down and make her my slave. I want to trample on her dignity. Young Master Yellow Springs said coldly. Shui Linglong? Fairy Linglong? Lin Feng was shocked. This Shui Linglong could be said to be a heaven-sent genius. She was the leader of the 10 fairies in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. She had only cultivated for 100 years. However, she had a meteoric rise. It was said. The 4 young masters were not the strongest in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Shui Linglong was the strongest. Shui Linglong had joined the Reincarnation Immortal sect without participating in the entrance test because of her great talent. Moreover, she became a core disciple immediately after joining the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Furthermore, in the core disciple competition, he had risen to prominence, defeating all his opponents with thunderous methods. She won first place. However, Shui Linglong kept a low profile. She rarely showed up in the Immortal sect. Therefore, even the disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were not familiar with Shui Linglong. However, Shui Linglong's beautiful appearance and great strength made many people fall for her. She was worthy of being ranked first on the 10 fairies list. Jin Liuyu said. I want to deal with her too. But I need to wait. When Shui Linglong comes out of seclusion, I'll inform you. I hope I won't have to wait too long for that day. Young Master Yellow Springs said in a low voice. Don't worry. I can't wait too long. The disciple I planted in Linglong Celestial Palace told me that Shui Linglong will come out of seclusion soon. Jin Liuyu said. Here. That's great. Young Master Yellow Springs laughed sinisterly. Then he turned into a cloud of black fog and flew away quickly. Jin Liuyu did not stay and left quickly. Jin Liuyu is the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Jade Dragon Peak. He is the successor of the Immortal Path. He colluded with the demonic path cultivators to kill his fellow disciples. What grudge does this guy have with Shui Linglong? Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin and think. He did not stop and flew toward the Immortal sect quickly. Lin Feng planned to ask the red-crowned crane boy if he knew about the grudge between Fairy Linglong and Jin Liuyu. Chapter 1755. Seeing that Lin Feng had returned to the Reincarnation Immortal sect, the red-crowned crane boy immediately flew over. Brother, you're finally back. I'm relieved to see that you're fine. Lin Feng patted the red-crowned crane's head. This little guy was quite kind. He even knew how to worry about him. This is for you. Take it and eat it. Lin Feng took out a 100,000-year-old peach of immortality and gave it to the red-crowned crane boy. The red-crowned crane boy almost drooled when he saw the peach. Is this really for me? He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. The red-crowned crane boy had heard of immortality peaches before. He had also seen them from afar. But he had never eaten one. When the Reincarnation Immortal sect received important guests, they would use immortality peaches. The red-crowned crane boy was just a beast cultivator. To put it bluntly, he was just a spiritual beast raised by the Reincarnation Immortal sect. His status was much lower than that of ordinary disciples. If it weren't for the protection of a red-crowned crane who practiced Tao, the red-crowned cranes would have been much lower. The status of the red-crowned cranes would have been even lower. They might have even become mounts. Therefore, the red-crowned crane boy had only eaten immortality peaches in his dreams. Lin Feng smiled and said, Of course it's for you. Brother, you're too good to me, the red-crowned crane boy said excitedly. Then, he put the peach away. Lin Feng said, Red-crowned crane boy, do you know about the enmity between Jin Liuyu and Fairy Linglong? The red-crowned crane boy said, I vaguely heard from other red-crowned cranes that Jin Liuyu came from a noble family. She was extremely talented. 60 years ago, there was a competition among the core disciples. The winner would be promoted to Holy Prince or Holy Maiden. Brother, you should know that Holy Princes and Holy Maidens have a high status in the sect. They're even more important than the Great Elder. The cultivation resources they receive are also incomparable to the other disciples. They can even read the reincarnation immortal scripture. Back then, Jin Liu Yu had the highest chance of winning. Her grandfather gave her a terrifying forbidden weapon to help her stand out during the great competition, said Lin Feng. Jin Liu Yu suppressed all her opponents in the grand competition. Many people thought that Jin Liu Yu would be the champion of the grand competition. But who would have thought that senior sister Shui Linglong would become the biggest dark horse? She entered the finals when no one was optimistic about her chances. In the end, she defeated Jin Liu Yu in the finals. Senior sister Shui Linglong became famous and became the new holy maiden. However, from then on, Jin Liu Yu hated senior Shui Linglong and went against her in every way. I didn't expect there to be such a story behind it. Jin Liu Yu is such a narrow-minded person. Lin Feng said. The crane boy nodded and said, that's right. Jin Liu Yu is famous for his narrow-mindedness. He's not very popular in the sect, but he has a strong background, so very few people dare to offend him. Lin Feng said, all right. You can go back. I'm going back too. Senior brother, if I want to find you, where can I find you? The crane boy asked. The barren mountain in the northwest. Lin Feng said. The crane boy was so scared that his whole body trembled. Isn't that where Lord Tortoise lives? That's a forbidden area. Without Lord Tortoise's permission, nobody can go there. Otherwise, they'll die a horrible death. I don't dare go there, but if I want to find you, I'll send you a message using my divine sense. Senior brother, I'm leaving. I'm going back to sleep. The crane boy said goodbye to Lin Feng and flew towards the crane peak. Lin Feng returned to the barren mountain. Kid, where did you die today? I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook some meat for me. And that monkey wine too. Do you have more? Don't hide it. Take it out and give it to me. As soon as he returned, he heard Lord Tortoise's voice. Lin Feng said helplessly, Master, I only have a dozen or so jars of monkey wine left. I was planning to slowly savor them. You took them all 2 years ago. Who knows if you still have some secret goods? Lord Tortoise pursed his lips. Lin Feng shouted inwardly, don't tell me I don't have any left. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. You'll be greedy to death. He didn't dare to slander Lord Tortoise out loud. Instead, he smiled and said, Disciple wouldn't dare to hide anything from Master. Kid, you better not. If I find out that you have more, I'll teach you a lesson. Lord Tortoise pursed his lips. Old Tortoise, you only know how to exploit your disciple. Lin Feng thought viciously. However, he didn't stop what he was doing. He quickly prepared the ingredients to cook some meat for his cheap master. 2 hours later, the delicious barbecued meat that was exuding an alluring aroma was ready. The master and disciple pair ate the barbecued meat while drinking wine. Lin Feng asked, Master, does our sect have an alchemist? Why are you asking this? Lord Tortoise asked. Disciple, I'm planning to refine some special items, Lin Feng said. Lord Tortoise said, we do have an alchemist, but he has a strange temper. It's hard to say if he'll help you. Lin Feng said, that senior should give face to Master, right? Lord Tortoise said, of course. Master's face. Who would dare to not give face to the reincarnation immortal sect? Don't worry and go find that old man. If anyone tries to stop you, just say that you're my disciple. Let's see if anyone dares to stop you. Seeing how confident Lord Tortoise was, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't tell what was wrong. Where should I go to find that senior? Lin Feng asked. Go to the Reincarnation Valley, Lord Tortoise said. Where is the Reincarnation Valley? Lin Feng asked. Head southeast. When you feel the air getting hotter, you'll reach the Reincarnation Valley. Lord Tortoise said. Lin Feng asked doubtfully, the air is getting hotter? Is it because of the Reincarnation Valley? Is the Reincarnation Valley connected to the underground world of fire? Lord Tortoise pursed his lips. What's the underground world of fire? The Reincarnation Valley seals the 17th ranked heavenly flame, the Reincarnation everlasting fire. What? The Reincarnation Valley seals the reincarnation everlasting fire. Lin Feng jumped up from the ground, his face filled with shock. The 17th ranked heavenly flame. It was even more powerful than the hellfire he had refined. If he could refine the reincarnation everlasting fire, then, what kind of terrifying level would his cultivation be raised to? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Lord Tortoise said indifferently, the reincarnation everlasting fire guards the 5 elemental fire veins of the sect. Countless experts have coveted the reincarnation everlasting fire, snatching it openly and secretly, but all of them were killed by the sect's experts. No one can take the reincarnation everlasting fire away. It's very important to the reincarnation everlasting fire. Lord Tortoise seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. Lord Tortoise was clearly warning Lin Feng to behave himself and not have any ideas about the reincarnation everlasting fire. Chapter 1756. Master, don't worry. Why would I have any ideas about the heavenly flame? I'm an honest person. Lin Feng grinned. Mr. Turtle glanced at Lin Feng indifferently and didn't say anything. The master and disciple drank until they were dead drunk. On the second day, Lin Feng's head was still hurting. This cheap master can drink too much. Even someone like me can't hold my liquor. Lin Feng rubbed his head. He got up and packed up before heading to the Reincarnation Valley. Lin Feng left the barren mountain and entered the outer region of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He noticed that there were more disciples in the mountains. There were still many people flying in from outside the mountain gate and entering the various celestial mountains. Wow! Senior brother, where are you going? The crane boy and a group of cranes flew in the sky. When he saw Lin Feng, he was very happy and shouted loudly. Lin Feng said, I'm going to the Reincarnation Valley. That's the place where the heavenly flame is sealed. The crane boy said, I'm going to the Reincarnation Valley to look for Senior Mo. Lin Feng said, Senior brother, are you going to refine something special? The crane boy asked. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. I'm going to refine a batch of Heavenly God elixir. Lin Feng had the Heavenly God's source energy, and he had been keeping it. He was waiting for an alchemist to refine the Heavenly God elixir. The Heavenly God elixir was very important to Lin Feng because it could activate imperial weapons. With the Heavenly God elixir, he would not need to burn his lifespan to activate imperial weapons. This way, his body would not be damaged by burning his lifespan. The crane boy said, I know that place. I'll bring Senior brother there. All right. Lin Feng nodded. You guys go play. I'm bringing Senior brother to the Reincarnation Valley. The crane boy said to the group of cranes. The group of cranes spread their wings and flew into the distance. Lin Feng sat on the crane boy's back. The red-crowned crane boy flew in the direction of Reincarnation Valley. Looks like you've already eaten the peach of immortality. His cultivation seems to have improved a lot. Lin Feng said. The red-crowned crane boy immediately said happily, That's right, Senior apprentice brother. After eating the peach, I've become much more powerful than before. It was much more difficult for beast cultivators to break through compared to human cultivators. Firstly, beast cultivators preferred to cultivate their physical bodies. If their physical bodies were too strong, it would restrict their breakthroughs. Secondly, beast cultivators' ability to comprehend was much weaker than human cultivators. Naturally, their advancement would be much slower. In fact, it wasn't just the beast cultivators. Many other races couldn't compare to the human race in terms of comprehension ability. Even if it was the god race, demons. In terms of comprehension ability, they were much inferior to the human race. The main reason for this situation was because of natural selection. The cruel natural law of survival of the fittest forced the human race to change. The human race had a weak physical body. Unlike the other races, they had strong physical bodies. Therefore, after the creation of the world and the appearance of all living things, in order to survive, the human race had to think of all kinds of methods. They fought against the heavens, the earth, and the beasts. Therefore, humans were the first race to develop their brains. Humans were also the smartest race. They were also the race that could adapt to the environment. No matter how bad the environment was, Humans could rely on their intelligence to survive. Therefore, many of the most powerful experts in history were human cultivators. The more one cultivated, the more one would cultivate. The higher the requirement for comprehension ability, the advantages of the human race would gradually become apparent. The red-crowned crane boy carried Lin Feng and quickly flew in the direction of Reincarnation Valley. Lin Feng said, "Why do I see so many disciples coming back from the outside?" "It's because Senior Apprentice Sister Li Yingyu and Senior Apprentice Sister Liu Xinran are about to leave the sect. It's said that they are going to travel to the outer realm." "Everyone is coming back," the crane boy said. Li Yingyu and Liu Xinran were both peerless beauties of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. They were goddesses in the hearts of countless people. This time, they would leave the sect and travel to the outer realm. It might be an eternal farewell. Therefore, many people returned to the sect, wanting to see their goddesses for the last time. "I was wondering why so many people looked sad." "So it's because their goddesses are leaving and they're sad," Lin Feng muttered. He knew the dangers of traveling to the outer realm. One careless move. There was a chance that he would die and his Tao would disappear. Therefore, after the two fairies entered the outer realm, their futures were also uncertain. They might even die in the outer realm. Roar, an earth-shaking roar suddenly came from the distance. Then, one after another, strange beasts charged over from afar, crushing the heavens. The strange beast in the lead had the body of a lion, the head of a dragon, and huge wings. It was a winged dragon lion, a fierce beast with an extremely powerful bloodline. A female cultivator sat on the winged dragon lion. The female cultivator had an arrogant look on her face. The rest of the people were also riding on various strange beasts. They were all powerful and should be core disciples of the sect. These core disciples were at least in the divine fire realm and had an extremely high status in the sect. Its senior sister Su Ying. "These people are extraordinary, they're all famous people." Seeing the woman in the lead, the immortal crane boy whispered and quickly stopped in midair, waiting for these people to leave. In the sect, when ordinary disciples saw the core disciples, they had to wait for the core disciples to leave before they could leave. The hierarchy in the sect was strict. The difference in status between different disciples was huge. This could also stimulate the enthusiasm of the sect's disciples. In order to get better treatment and become a person above others, all the disciples cultivated desperately. When passing by Lin Feng and the immortal crane boy, the woman who was called Su Ying by the immortal crane boy suddenly stopped. The rest of the people stopped as well. "Isn't this the immortal crane boy? Did your sister come back?" Su Ying asked with a smile. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This immortal crane boy had a sister. It seemed that he had cultivated to a certain level. His status was at least at the level of a core disciple. No wonder so many immortal cranes listened to the immortal crane boy. Firstly, it was because the immortal crane boy's strength was outstanding. Secondly, he had a backer. The immortal crane boy hurriedly said, reporting to senior sister Su, "My sister hasn't come back yet." At this time, Su Ying took out a demon lashing whip and viciously lashed it at the immortal crane boy. Smack! The whip landed on the immortal crane boy's body, causing him to cry out in pain. "Senior sister Su, why did you hit me?" The immortal crane boy was trembling in fear. "Your sister, that bitch, stole my opportunity, so I'll hit you. I'll beat you half to death. When that bitch comes back, tell her to come find me." Su Ying raised the demon lashing whip and lashed it at the immortal crane boy again. The immortal crane boy screamed again and again, begging loudly, "Senior sister Su, I beg you, don't hit me, please spare me." Su Ying sneered, completely ignoring the immortal crane boy's pleas. This powerful whip once again viciously lashed at the immortal crane boy. Chapter 1757. Crack. Just as the whip was about to strike the red-crowned crane boy again, the red-crowned crane boy's body was about to be struck. Suddenly, Lin Feng reached out his hand and grabbed the demon lashing whip that Su Ying was about to hit him. Su Ying's expression suddenly darkened. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and shouted coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me from teaching this beast a lesson?" Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, There is no lack of people in this world who look like dogs, but have the heart of a snake and scorpion, people who are worse than beast. When Su Ying heard Lin Feng's words, she immediately flew into a rage. Because Lin Feng's words were simply mocking her for being worse than a beast. You're courting death. Su Ying's eyes flashed with a cold light. She needed to pull back the demon lashing whip. But Su Ying realized, the demon lashing whip was grabbed by Lin Feng, and she was actually unable to pull it out. Senior brother, we can't afford to offend these people. Forget it, let's hurry up and leave. The immortal crane boy said softly. TSK. Mixing with a lowly spirit beast, looks like you should be a disciple who has just joined the sect, right? Do you know who I am? Su Ying was also an extremely smart person. From the immortal crane boy's words and expression, she was able to deduce Lin Feng's identity. Now, she looked at Lin Feng with a condescending expression. She naturally looked down on Lin Feng, a disciple who had just joined the sect for a few years. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course I know who you are." Hearing that Lin Feng knew her, Su Ying's expression became even more arrogant. She was thinking of how to humiliate Lin Feng in order to vent the hatred in her heart. But at this moment, Lin Feng spoke again. Isn't she just a little slut? What? You dare to call me a little slut? Su Ying's originally arrogant expression immediately turned sinister after hearing Lin Feng's words. Pairs of eyes looked at Lin Feng viciously. You're just a cultivator who joined the sect a few years ago. How dare he be so disrespectful to a core disciple of the sect? You're courting death, Su Ying said through gritted teeth. So what if you just joined the sect a few years ago? Who said that those who have joined the sect for a short time have to be bullied? Lin Feng pursed his lips. If I wanted your dog life, even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. You offended a core disciple. I have countless ways to make you die without a grave. Su Ying's voice was sinister. From the fact that this woman involved Immortal Crane Boy and even whipped Immortal Crane Boy due to her personal grudge with him, one could tell how vicious Su Ying was. Kneel on the floor. Kowtow and apologize to me. Then, he would cripple his own arm. I'll spare your life. Pa. As soon as Su Ying finished speaking, Lin Feng snatched the demon lashing whip from her hand. Then, a whip lashed Su Ying's body. Ah! Su Ying immediately screamed miserably. The power of the demon lashing whip was extremely strong, causing serious damage to the body. This was a punishment tool used by the sect to deal with serious criminals. You dare to hit me? You actually dare to hit me? Su Ying screamed in disbelief. An ordinary sect disciple actually dared to use the demon lashing whip to whip her, a core disciple. This was simply unimaginable. Lin Feng's whip had violated countless immortal rules. So what if I hit you? Don't you like to use the demon lashing whip to whip people? Today, I'll let you have a taste of the demon lashing whip. Lin Feng sneered. Pa. Another 3 whips landed on Su Ying's body. Su Ying couldn't bear it and fell from the dual-winged dragon lion. Hurry and save Su Ying. Someone immediately shouted and quickly rushed out to catch Su Ying. Roar. Su Ying's mount, the dual-winged dragon lion, became ferocious. Its roar shook the sky. Then, it leaped up and pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he lashed out with the demon lashing whip in his hand. Pa. Another 3 whips were lashed out. The dual-winged dragon lion couldn't bear the whipping of the demon lashing whip. Its huge body directly fell down. With a plop, it fell heavily into the forest. You actually dare to openly violate the sect's immortal rules. Are you trying to betray the sect? Everyone, as core disciples, we need to protect the dignity of the sect. Today, we will clean up the sect. Su Ying shouted fiercely. When she looked at Lin Feng, she couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Brat, since you're courting death, today, we'll fulfill your wish. The cultivators beside Su Ying shouted coldly. A total of more than 20 people rushed towards Lin Feng. Looking at these people, there were 80% chance that many of them were Su Ying's pursuers and wanted to show off in front of her. Although this Su Ying had a vicious heart, she was still quite beautiful. It was no wonder that there were so many male cultivators from various sects surrounding her. "Senior brother, let's run." Seeing so many people rushing over, the immortal crane boy was so scared that his entire body was trembling. He couldn't help but whisper, "Run! Why should we run? A bunch of self-righteous fellows. In the sect, it's all about fist. Whoever's fist is harder will have a higher status. What ordinary disciples, core disciples, holy sons and holy daughters, they're all empty. As long as you're strong enough, even if you're just a servant disciple, the sect will also immediately take it seriously," Lin Feng said indifferently. He took a step forward and arrived in the middle of the crowd. The demon lashing whip in his hand directly lashed out. Pa 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 pa, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. It was so fast that the group of core disciples couldn't react in time. Whip after whip lashed out at these people. Mournful screams could be heard endlessly. One by one, the core disciples were whipped until their flesh was lacerated and they fell into the forest. "Isn't that Su Ying and the others? Who is that kid? He actually beat Su Ying's group up to such a state? Too savage. Too savage. One person against so many core disciples. A group of core disciples can't even resist. Since when did such a powerful disciple appear in the sect? Hee, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the sect. Many people just keep a low profile and don't usually show their strength. If you provoke such a person, you can only wait to be unlucky. I think that kid is very likely such a person." Su Ying relied on her brother's prestige to be arrogant and despotic. Today, she kicked an iron plate. Serves her right. Many people began to discuss spiritedly. Clap, clap, clap. While the surrounding disciples were discussing, Lin Feng didn't stop. He lashed out with the demon lashing whip again and again. Miserable screams could be heard continuously. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 disciples were injured by Lin Feng's demon lashing whip. Their bodies fell into the forest, wailing in pain. The rest of the people were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly fled into the distance, looking at Lin Feng in horror. Su Ying's expression was also extremely ugly. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. "Don't let me see you again, otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson every time I see you." Lin Feng threw the demon lashing whip on the ground. Then, he arrogantly left behind a sentence and left with the crane boy. Many of the surrounding disciples smiled bitterly. Originally, they thought that Lin Feng was the kind of person who didn't show his strength and kept a low profile but was very powerful. But now, it seemed that this guy wasn't the kind of person who kept a low profile. Instead, he seemed to be extremely arrogant. Chapter 1758. Could it be that this person is also a core disciple? But there are tens of thousands of core disciples in the sect, and many of them don't appear in the sect. I wonder which core disciple he is. Who knows? But I'm afraid this matter won't end so easily. Su Ying isn't the type to swallow a loss. Let's wait and see. I'm guessing she'll ask her brother, Su Zicheng, for help. Lin Feng and the crane boy had already left, but the people around them were still discussing the matter. Those core disciples who had fallen into the mountain forest, after a period of painful torture, crawled up one after another. One by one, they flew into the air and sat back on their mounts. "Junior sister Su, we've lost a lot of face today, but that kid's methods are extraordinary. We're not his match. Even if we want to take revenge, we don't have the ability," someone said viciously. "Let's go. Follow me to find my brother," Su Ying said through clenched teeth. Roar. The dual-winged dragon lion roared and soared into the sky from the forest. Su Ying sat on the dual-winged dragon lion's back. Then, the group quickly left. The surrounding disciples who had gathered to watch also began to disperse. The crane boy continued flying in the direction of the reincarnation valley. Lin Feng asked, "Does your body still hurt?" The crane boy said, "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Thank you for your concern, senior brother," the crane boy said excitedly. "I didn't expect senior brother to be so powerful. Even so many core disciples weren't your match. Now, senior brother can go to the core disciple peak and be certified as a core disciple. Once you become a core disciple, you'll be a high and mighty figure in the sect. In the world of the immortal Tao, there was a strict hierarchy, especially in the Crane Boy's opinion. The reincarnation immortal sect was even more so. Hence, the Crane Boy reminded Lin Feng to go and be certified as a core disciple. If Lin Feng was also a core disciple today, Su Ying and the others wouldn't dare to make a move openly. Lin Feng nodded and said, I will find some time to go to the core disciples' peak. The red-crowned Crane Boy suddenly said worriedly, Senior brother, that Su Ying's brother is called Su Zicheng. His a powerful existence ranked 9th among the core disciples. His cultivation is simply unfathomable. Su Ying is a vengeful person. She will definitely find Su Zicheng to avenge her. Even if the Holy Sun is here, he might not even be a match for me, let alone a mere core disciple. Lin Feng said indifferently. Wow. Senior brother, why are you so powerful? The red-crowned Crane Boy immediately exclaimed. Lin Feng smiled and said, sooner or later, you'll have a cultivation like mine. The red-crowned Crane Boy said, I must cultivate properly. Once I become powerful, those people won't dare to hit me anymore. Whoosh. The Crane Boy increased his speed. An hour later, the red-crowned Crane Boy brought Lin Feng to the Reincarnation Valley. The temperature around the Reincarnation Valley was scorching hot, and the vegetation that grew here was also fiery red. For example, the trees that grew in the dense, fiery red forest were called redwood trees. These redwood trees contained powerful fire attribute energy, and were simply the best material to forge fire attribute magic treasures. Senior brother, look at that valley in the depths. That's the Reincarnation Valley. In the depths of the Reincarnation Valley is the place where the heavenly flame is sealed. However, this place is considered a forbidden area, and ordinary people can't enter without permission. There are also some guards outside, the Crane Boy said. Lin Feng looked inside and indeed saw the guards guarding the surroundings. He said, let's stop here. You don't have to wait for me. You can go back by yourself. I'm going to see Senior Mo. That Senior Mo is called Old Monster Mo. He has a very strange temper. Senior brother, you must be careful. The Crane Boy reminded him. Don't worry. Nothing will happen, Lin Feng said. The Crane Boy immediately soared into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng flew towards the Reincarnation Valley. The Reincarnation Valley is an important place. Halt. Seeing Lin Feng's arrival, the dozen or so sect experts guarding the Reincarnation Valley stopped Lin Feng. Is Senior Mo here? Help me inform him that Lord Tortoise's disciple, Lin Feng, requests an audience. Lin Feng said. When the group of guards heard that Lin Feng was Lord Tortoise's disciple, their eyes became strange. The guard commander said, when did Lord Tortoise take in a disciple? Lin Feng said, 2 years ago. Then, the group of people looked at Lin Feng with pity. They had probably heard that Lord Tortoise's previous disciples had all ended up in extremely miserable states. Wait outside for a while. I'll send someone to inform Elder Mo. The guard commander said. Lin Feng nodded. The guard commander sent someone to report the matter. Lin Feng stood outside and waited. Whoosh. A woman flew over from afar. She was wearing a fiery red dress that wrapped around her enchanting body. There was a slight slit at the bottom of her dress, revealing her slender and straight legs. This woman had an exquisite face that was so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. Coupled with that fiery body, she was simply a stunner. Dancing Flame Fairy. Although they had met once before, this woman was too beautiful. Even if they had only met once. Moreover, they had met more than 2 years ago. It was still unforgettable. Haha, what wind blew Dancing Flame Fairy here? The guard commander said with a smile. I'm here to find Elder Mo to refine something, Dancing Flame Fairy said with a smile. At this time, Dancing Flame Fairy also noticed Lin Feng. When she saw Lin Feng's appearance, her red lips opened slightly. Her expression was full of shock. It's you. Dancing Flame Fairy's eyes moved as she stared at Lin Feng. She naturally had a deep impression of Lin Feng. More than 2 years ago, he appeared out of nowhere. He stepped onto the path to heaven and passed through 3 stages. He ascended the sacred Ancestor Mountain. The most important thing was that Lin Feng had actually caused the blowing of the Great Law Conch. Ring the longevity bell. Such a phenomenon occurred. This was the sign of becoming an immortal. However, ever since that day, Dancing Flame Fairy had never seen Lin Feng again. She had never thought that she would actually see Lin Feng outside the Reincarnation Valley. Fairy still remembers me. Could it be that you miss me every night? Unforgettable? Lin Feng said with a smile. Damn. This kid actually dares to tease Dancing Flame Fairy. When the group of guards heard Lin Feng's words, they almost fell to the ground. Dancing Flame Fairy looked very approachable. However, if one thought that he could tease her, then it would be a big mistake. There was once a male disciple who verbally teased Dancing Flame Fairy. He was directly beaten half to death by Dancing Flame Fairy. From then on, no one dared to use foul language in front of Dancing Flame Fairy. The group of guards looked at Lin Feng with pity. He even dared to tease Dancing Flame Fairy. This kid was definitely going to be unlucky. Chapter 1759. However, to everyone's surprise, the fairy did not get angry. Instead, she started giggling. She was laughing so hard that her body trembled. Fairy Dancing Flame smiled and said, "Junior brother, if you want to know whether I have been thinking about you every night for the past 2 years, then come to the Myriad Immortals Peak to find me tonight." The Myriad Immortal Peak was filled with many exotic flowers and herbs, as well as many rockeries and strange rocks. Many disciples liked to take a stroll on the Myriad Immortal Peak to relax. After saying that, Dancing Flame Fairy moved her long and slender legs and walked towards the Reincarnation Valley. Obviously, she would not be stopped from entering the Reincarnation Valley. After Dancing Fire Fairy left, the group of guards looked at Lin Feng with jealousy and hatred. "Junior brother Lin, could it be that you have some sort of relationship with Fairy Dancing Fire?" Lin Feng sighed and said, "Sometimes, being too charming can be quite annoying. These fairies are all throwing themselves at me like moths to a flame. I don't have the heart to reject them." The guards wished they could slap Lin Feng, who was showing off, and send him flying. At that moment, the disciple who had gone in to report came out. The disciple said, "Elder Mo asked Junior brother Lin to go in." "Haha, everyone, I'll go in and take a look." Lin Feng waved his hand and entered the Reincarnation Valley. The further in he went, the higher the temperature became. This was because he was getting closer to the heavenly flames. Although the heavenly flames had been sealed, there was still a trace of them escaping, which was why the temperature outside was so high. Lin Feng completely hid the 4 heavenly flames in his body. No one would be able to discover the secret of the heavenly flames in his body. In the depths of the Reincarnation Valley was a huge cavern. Lin Feng entered the cavern and followed the passage downwards. Then, he saw a distorted spatial gate. "It seems like there's another world here." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. "Kid. The gate outside is the entrance to the reincarnation space. Come in." At that moment, a gloomy voice came from within the spatial gate. Lin Feng guessed that the owner of the voice was Elder Mo. He raised his guard slightly. This senior Mo was known as Old Eccentric Mo. He had an extremely eccentric temperament, so he had to be on guard against him. However, he didn't stop and directly entered the void gate. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng found himself in a mysterious space. In this space, there was a 7-story pagoda. The 7-floored pagoda was locked down by chains. The pagoda's body and chains were engraved with emperor runes. There were a total of 79 emperor runes. Each of the emperor runes emitted powerful energy waves. What a big deal! It seems like a great emperor sealed the undying fire of samsara back then. Which great emperor was it? Could it be the Samsara Emperor? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Lin Feng only knew a small part of the history of the Reincarnation Celestial Sect. As for the Great Emperor from the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, he only knew of one person. That was Samsara Emperor. Lin Feng withdrew his consciousness and landed outside the 7-floored pagoda. Seeing this sealed 7-floored pagoda, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the demonic pagoda in the Snow Clan space. It wasn't without reason that ancient experts liked to forge treasures into pagoda-shaped treasures. It was said that pagoda-shaped treasures were compatible with the heavenly Tao. Together with cauldron-type treasures, they were called supreme treasures. Therefore, in ancient times, many cultivators liked to forge treasures into cauldron-type treasures or pagoda-type treasures. However, forging cauldron-type and pagoda-type treasures was the most difficult. There were many aspects to consider. However, once successfully forged, cauldron-type and pagoda-type treasures were far more powerful than other treasures of the same level. Treasures could also challenge cultivators of a higher level. Cauldron-type and pagoda-type treasures were treasures that could challenge cultivators of a higher level. There were many famous pagoda-type treasures in history, such as the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, the true dragon heaven-suppressing pagoda, the 8 treasures exquisite pagoda, the relic golden pagoda, the exquisite pagoda, and so on. They were all supreme treasures of legend with great power. Wait outside for a moment. Old Monster Mo's voice came from the pagoda. Lin Feng answered and stood outside to wait. Not long after, Dancing Flame Fairy walked out. The more he looked at this woman, the more beautiful she was. The more he looked at her, the better her figure was. She was especially seductive. When she passed by Lin Feng, Dancing Flame Fairy said with a smile, "Junior brother, don't forget. I will wait for you to come. Senior sister, don't worry. Even if a knife is on my neck, I will still keep my appointment." Lin Feng immediately said. He couldn't help but think in his heart. Dancing Flame Fairy asked him to meet her. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to him? She wanted to enter the small forest with him? Create a new life? Just thinking about it made him feel excited. Dancing Flame Fairy giggled. Then, she swayed her slim waist, and walked outside. "She's already gone, what are you still looking at? If you want to woo her, there are plenty of opportunities. Hurry up and come in." Elder Mo's voice came out. Lin Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead. Was this something a former expert should say? He's simply old and frivolous. This Elder Mo, could it be that his also a very strange existence? Lin Feng entered the first floor of the pagoda and saw that there were countless things piled up on the first floor. There were all kinds of materials, bottles, and jars. In the middle, there were more than a dozen cauldrons, which seemed to be used to refine various substances. This place was dirty and messy. It really looked like a garbage collection plant. An old man wearing a dark green robe narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng. His eyes flickered with a sinister gaze, causing Lin Feng to shudder. "Junior Lin Feng." "Greetings, Senior." Lin Feng bowed. "Here. Looks like your master asked you to repay his debt." Old Monster Mo laughed strangely. Lin Feng said doubtfully, "Repay debt? What debt? I've never heard of debt repayment. You're not here to repay your debt. What are you doing here?" Old Monster Mo laughed strangely. Lin Feng said, "Junior is here to ask Senior to help me refine a batch of heavenly god elixir." "I see. Looks like the old turtle tricked you here. This is very much in line with the old turtle's style of doing things. Who asked you to be his disciple? Refining the heavenly god elixir isn't a problem, but before that, you have to repay your master's debt." Old Monster Mo said sinisterly. "What does Master owe Senior? Origin crystals? Precious materials?" Junior is a person who respects his teacher and will definitely help him repay his debt. Lin Feng said righteously. Here. Old Monster Mo laughed strangely. "What are these things? They're not even worth mentioning. Every 100 years, your master will enter 9 hells purgatory to do something for me. This time, you'll be entering 9 hells purgatory on behalf of your master." 9 hells purgatory. Rumor had it that 9 hells purgatory was a terrifying world that was infinitely close to the netherworld. A cultivator's body could not enter 9 hells purgatory, only their soul. Once a soul entered 9 hells purgatory, it would be a fate worse than death. The most terrifying thing was that once one got lost in 9 hells purgatory, they would never be reincarnated. Enter 9 hells purgatory to repay his debt. How could Lin Feng agree to something like that? If he entered 9 hells purgatory and survived, he would probably be half dead by the time he returned. If he got lost in 9 hells purgatory, wouldn't he die without a burial place? He hurriedly said, "Why am I here? Maybe I've come to the wrong place. Senior, I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll leave now and won't disturb your cultivation. Kid, are you trying to play dumb? Didn't you just say that you wanted to repay your master's debt? Old Monster Mo sneered. Lin Feng hurriedly said, Senior, you must have misheard. Junior doesn't have a *T master. Achoo. Lord Tortoise, who was resting with his legs crossed in a dilapidated hall, suddenly sneezed. He quickly sat up and cursed loudly, which bastard is cursing me behind my back? Chapter 1760. Brat. It's too late to act shamelessly now. Since you've come to me, you have to do this even if you have to. You have to do it even if you don't want to, Old Monster Mo said sinisterly. Lin Feng said, I'd rather destroy 10 temples. I'd rather destroy a marriage. Tonight, I have an appointment with Fairy Dancing Flame at the Myriad Immortals Peak. I'm sure you don't want to destroy our marriage, right? Old Monster Mo said. A man doesn't have to worry about not having a wife. What the? Lin Feng really wanted to curse Old Monster Mo. He wanted to curse Lord Tortoise as well. This old bastard kept tricking his disciple again and again. How could there be such a master? How could he have a master like Lord Tortoise? He was just unlucky. Lin Feng said helplessly, my cultivation is limited. My soul has entered 9 hells purgatory. I'm afraid that only death awaits me. Old Monster Mo said, your soul has given birth to 3 primordial spirits. Looks like you've had quite a fortuitous encounter. Moreover, I can sense an extremely noble energy from your soul. You must have cultivated an extremely heaven-defying soul secret technique. Am I right? Damn, you can even guess that. Lin Feng looked at Old Monster Mo warily. Old Monster Mo had even discovered that he had cultivated Lu Ya's stargazing chart. Although Old Monster Mo might not know what Lin Feng had cultivated, Old Monster Mo was certain that he had cultivated a secret technique. If Old Monster Mo wanted to know, it shouldn't be too difficult. Old Monster Mo continued, don't worry. Everyone has their own secrets. I respect the secrets of others, so I won't try to find out what kind of powerful soul secret technique you've cultivated. Lin Feng exhaled deeply and said solemnly, presumably, I'm entering 9 hells purgatory to help you with something, right? Old Monster Mo chuckled and said, that's right. You're here to help me with something. There's a true dragon skeleton in 9 hells purgatory. Enter and find it. Follow the path I've given you. You'll need to find a true dragon skeleton in 9 hells purgatory for a year. True dragon skeleton. Lin Feng was shocked. The true dragon race was one of the most terrifying races. Since the creation of the world, only 9 true dragon emperors had appeared. Even great emperors were no match for the true dragon emperor. Some people said that the true dragon great emperor was equivalent to an immortal level expert. Some said that the true dragon emperor was only 1 step away from becoming an immortal. But who knew what cultivation level the true dragon great emperor was at? You can't be thinking of retrieving the true dragon skeleton from 9 hells purgatory, right? Lin Feng said. What? Is there anything impossible about it? Old Monster Mo asked with a sinister smile. Lin Feng said. Only souls can enter and exit 9 hells purgatory. Nothing else can enter or exit. Things inside 9 hells purgatory can't be retrieved. Eccentric Mo said, countless years ago, cultivators of the 9 hells purgatory were able to enter and exit it. However, at some point in time, an extremely powerful seal was placed on the 9 hells purgatory, so only souls could enter it. However, nothing is absolute in this world. I have my own sky-stealing sun-swapping technique. One day, I'll take out the true dragon skeleton and study it properly. You're really crazy, Lin Feng wailed. Kid. This jade tube contains all the information you need. Memorize it carefully. Old Monster Mo took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine sense entered the jade tube. He memorized all the information recorded in the tube. He memorized everything. Then, he looked at Old Monster Mo and said, I've memorized everything. Find a place to sit. I'll open the passage to 9 hells purgatory. After that, your soul will leave your body and enter the passage. A year later, I'll open the passage again. At that time, you'll sense it and quickly rush out. This passage can only last for 2 hours. If you don't come out, you'll be trapped in 9 hells purgatory forever. Also, after you enter 9 hells purgatory, you must not run around. Follow the map I gave you and head to the true dragon skeleton. If you run around, you'll easily get lost in 9 hells purgatory. If you get lost, TSK, even a great emperor won't be able to save you. Old Monster Mo reminded. Lin Feng nodded with a gloomy expression. He had no other choice. Whether he was willing or not, he had to enter 9 hells purgatory. Don't be so depressed. Do you know why the old turtle is so powerful? In fact, it was related to the fact that he had entered the 9 hells purgatory many times. However, as long as you can endure it, your soul will undergo a great transformation, Old Monster Mo said. Really? Lin Feng looked at Old Monster Mo doubtfully. Old Monster Mo laughed strangely and said, "Of course it's true. Do you think I'm that cheap master of yours who doesn't speak human language all day?" Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Lord Tortoise was a scammer. Old Monster Mo did not say anything else. Instead, he set up an altar. Then, he began the ritual. It seemed that opening the passage to 9 hells purgatory was not an easy task. Lin Feng had heard of 9 hells purgatory a long time ago. Sometimes, when cultivators fought and one side was ruthless, they would say things like, "I'll throw your soul into 9 hells purgatory and let you experience endless torture, never to be reincarnated." However, in reality, it was impossible for these people to open the passage to 9 hells purgatory. Not to mention throwing someone's soul into 9 hells purgatory. Old Monster Mo was the first cultivator Lin Feng had seen who could open the passage to 9 hells purgatory. The sacrificial ceremony went on for about an hour. Suddenly, a rumbling sound could be heard. Then, a distorted black hole appeared on top of the altar. Astral projection. After seeing the distorted black hole, Lin Feng's soul quickly flew out and disappeared into the passage. Then, Lin Feng felt himself falling continuously. Not long after, there were flames everywhere, burning his soul. There was no heavenly fire to protect him now. Lin Feng's soul was burned by the flames, so he would also be injured. However, he did not make any sound of pain. His willpower was strong. What kind of pain had he not endured? So what if the raging flames burned his soul? In the end, Lin Feng's soul fell into a world of endless darkness. The void here was distorted, filled with hellfire, and terrifying netherworld ghost winds blew everywhere. Rumble. Just as he descended into this world, he heard an earth-shaking sound in the distance. The earth was shaking violently. P.S. The true dragon's skeleton in 9 hells purgatory. Very important. It's also a huge trap. Later, this true dragon skeleton will appear. Its identity is very special. Please vote. Chapter 1761. The deafening sound reverberated in all directions. Lin Feng was shocked. Where did this sound come from? How could it be so powerful? At this moment, dust billowed in the distance. Roar, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. Then, a dense swarm of giant beasts charged over. They were bone beasts. All that was left of them were bones. On top of each bone beast sat a cultivator wearing armor and holding a war spear in his hand. However, upon closer inspection, those cultivators had no aura of life at all. They seemed to be dead. Behind the Night Legion was a dense group of infantrymen. These infantrymen were also wearing armor and holding long spears in their hands. They lined up in an orderly manner and flew across the sky at high speed. Hellsien soldiers. Lin Feng was shocked. The underworld was divided into 2 types of soldiers. The first type was the Nether soldiers, and the second type was the Yin soldiers. The Yin soldiers were the soldiers of the underworld Hell. Hell was a part of the underworld. If the underworld was a country, then Hell would be the imperial city. The Yin soldiers were the imperial guards of the imperial city. Their status was much higher than the ordinary Nether soldiers, and they were also much stronger. So many Yin soldiers have appeared in the 9 hells purgatory. Where are these Yin soldiers going? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Rumble. At this moment, the ground in the distance shook violently. Another large army charged over. This army seemed to blot out the sky and cover the earth. There was no telling how many of them there were. At the front was a group of knights as well. They rode on nightmarish beasts shrouded in darkness. These knights wore black robes. The black robes covered their faces, and only pairs of tragic eyes could be seen. Behind the black-robed knights were ordinary soldiers in black robes as well. Boom! The two armies clashed together like two torrents crashing into each other. There was no sound in this battle. Everything was done in silence. When Lin Feng saw the two armies fighting against each other, he was astonished. The Yin soldiers of hell were actually fighting another army. Where did that mysterious army in black robes come from? Why was there such an intense battle between the two legions? This was something that made Lin Feng puzzled. The nine hells purgatory was about to be pierced through. This battle was too intense. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew into the distance, so as to avoid being implicated. After leaving the battlefield, Lin Feng followed the method that old Monster Mo had taught him. First, he determined the north, south, east, and west directions of the nine hells purgatory. Then, he followed the map and headed towards the location of the true dragon skeleton. Huff, 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 hellfire burned fiercely. The nether ghost wind swept across the world. Kai, Kai. Lin Feng's soul was ignited. Puff, 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 puff. Then, the netherworld ghost wind tore his soul apart. Damage to the soul was thousands of times more painful than damage to the body. This place was too dangerous. Lin Feng didn't dare to use Lu Ya's stargazing chart to protect his soul. That would consume too much of his soul energy. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to deal with any danger. In the nine hells purgatory, one's soul would be constantly injured. Therefore, Lin Feng would only use Lu Ya's stargazing chart to repair his soul when he was seriously injured. Ah! A shrill cry came from ahead. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and saw a ball of fire burning fiercely. No! I won't accept this. A furious roar came from the flames. The flames wrapped around the soul of a cultivator. At that moment, that cultivator's soul had already been ignited. Is this a soul that was sent to the nine hells purgatory? Lin Feng muttered to himself. The nine hells purgatory was equivalent to a huge prison. This prison. It imprisoned the cultivator's soul. The soul in the nine hells purgatory had to endure the burning of hellfire day and night. It had to endure the destruction of the netherworld ghost wind. The netherworld ghost wind was like a blade. Being hit by the netherworld ghost wind was no different from being cut to pieces. This place was filled with hellfire and netherworld ghost wind. The cultivator had to endure all kinds of pain continuously. There was no time to rest. Perhaps this was the most terrifying part. The cultivator's soul was finally burned to ashes by the hellfire. Along the way, Lin Feng didn't know how many souls had been sent to the nine hells purgatory to be punished. Many of the souls had lifeless eyes and were like walking corpses. There was no hope of escaping here. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a beast came from afar. A pitch-black beast was shrouded in black mist, constantly devouring the souls that were drifting between heaven and earth. Run! Seeing the beast, many souls screamed in fear and fled in all directions. What's that? Lin Feng shouted. A soul-devouring beast. It specializes in devouring souls. It's the most terrifying creature in the nine hells purgatory. Someone reminded him. Lin Feng and the others also fled into the distance. Suddenly, the soul-devouring beast opened its bloody mouth and inhaled. Huff! A powerful suction force surged out. That terrifying suction force enveloped all the souls. No soul could escape. They were all devoured. Lin Feng was about to be devoured. At this moment, he used Lu Ya's star map and formed a huge star map to suppress the soul-devouring beast. Bam! Lu Ya's star-gazing chart slammed into the soul-devouring beast and sent it flying. Roar, roar, roar! The soul-devouring beast roared in anger and charged at Lin Feng again. Seeing how powerful the star map was, Lin Feng's worries dissipated. He continued to control the star map to attack the soul-devouring beast. Bam bam bam. Both sides clashed continuously. They clashed more than 10 times. Finally, the soul-devouring beast was no match and was suppressed by Lu Ya's star map. Submit. Or die. Lin Feng walked toward the soul-devouring beast. I'm willing to submit. The soul-devouring beast greets the master. The soul-devouring beast lay on the ground. Open your soul, Lin Feng said coldly. The soul-devouring beast did not dare to disobey. It opened its soul. Lin Feng set a soul brand in the soul-devouring beast's soul. The soul-devouring beast immediately became his mount. Lin Feng jumped onto the soul-devouring beast and asked, "Do you know where the true dragon skeleton is?" The soul-devouring beast said, "This lowly one knows. It's the skeleton of the second-generation ancestor dragon." What? The skeleton of the second-generation ancestor dragon? Hearing the soul-devouring beast's words, Lin Feng's face turned pale with shock. The ancestor dragon was the ancestor of all dragons. The ancestor dragon was also a carnate lifeform born from heaven and earth. It was said that in this world, there had been 3 generations of ancestor dragons. The true dragon was the descendant of the ancestor dragon. The legend of the ancestor dragon had a long history. Lin Feng had once thought that it was just a legend. But now, the legend had become reality. There really was an ancestor dragon in this world. Chapter 1762. Lin Feng was shocked by the progenitor dragon's bones. However, Lin Feng was someone who had seen the world. He quickly calmed down. The soul-devouring beast ran as fast as it could while Lin Feng continued to inquire about the progenitor dragon's bones. How did this progenitor dragon's bones appear in 9 Hells Purgatory? Could it have been moved here before 9 Hells Purgatory was sealed? Lin Feng asked. No. I heard that the second-generation progenitor dragon was killed in 9 Hells Purgatory. Then, the person who killed the progenitor dragon sealed 9 Hells Purgatory, apparently worried that the progenitor dragon's bones would escape. It's said that the progenitor dragon can reverse the cycle of reincarnation. Even if it dies, it can return one day and live another life. The soul-devouring beast explained. Lin Feng was shocked. The progenitor dragon's abilities were truly heaven-defying. However, what shocked him even more was the person who killed the progenitor dragon. The second-generation progenitor dragon was also a Xiantian lifeform. It was widely rumored that Xiantian lifeforms were immortals. This rumor wasn't groundless. Different eras meant different names. Perhaps Xiantian lifeforms were immortals. But such a powerful existence, was it actually killed by someone? How inconceivable. Moreover, the progenitor dragon was a member of the dragon race. The dragon clan was one of the strongest clans among all the clans. Even among the Xiantian lifeforms. The progenitor dragon. It should be one of the strongest existences, right? But that existence had actually killed the progenitor dragon. Just how powerful was it to be able to do so? What killed the progenitor dragon? Lin Feng asked. There's no way to find out. The soul-devouring beast said. On the way, Lin Feng and the soul-devouring beast talked about many things regarding the progenitor dragon. However, the soul-devouring beast didn't know much about the progenitor dragon. Thus, Lin Feng didn't have much useful information. 10 days later, the soul-devouring beast brought Lin Feng to the progenitor dragon's location. From afar, a mountain-like dragon skeleton rested on the ground. It had been dead for who knew how many years. However, it still exuded an incomparably terrifying dragon might. 40 to 50 kilometers away, the soul-devouring beast could not walk any further. Thump! The soul-devouring beast immediately knelt on the ground and trembled when it felt the pressure from the ancestral dragon bone. Master, I can't get any closer to the ancestral dragon bone, the soul-devouring beast said in a trembling voice. Stay far behind the progenitor dragon bone, don't leave, Lin Feng said. Yes, master, the soul-devouring beast replied. Lin Feng, on the other hand, walked towards the progenitor dragon bone. Under the pressure of the primogenitor dragon bone, Lin Feng found it difficult to walk. When he was still 30 miles away from the ancestral dragon bone, he found it difficult to move forward. Junior's mission. It was pulling the dragon bones forward. One day, Senior's corpse will definitely see the light of day again, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The ancestral dragon bone seemed to still have spirituality. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the powerful pressure that enveloped Lin Feng's body disappeared. In an instant, it disappeared into thin air. I want to return to the world. Suddenly, an ancient voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The ancestral dragon bone still had spirituality. Could it be that the remnant soul had not been destroyed? Senior's soul still exists? Lin Feng asked. However, he did not get a response from the ancestral dragon bone. This made him very puzzled. Could it be that the remnant soul had not been destroyed? Was it actually the ancestral dragon's obsession before it died? I want to return to the world. The ancestral dragon's voice once again resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Senior, don't worry. This junior will definitely help Senior return to the world and do his best. Lin Feng replied. He quickly walked towards the ancestral dragon bone. Now, Lin Feng suddenly felt some admiration for old Monster Mo. This old fellow had probably been planning for who knew how many years. He wanted to get this skeleton out. Previously, old Monster Mo had said that this was the skeleton of a true dragon, but he had obviously not told the truth. Lin Feng guessed that old Monster Mo wanted him to understand the ancestral dragon bone. Then, he would do his best to help the ancestral dragon bone return to the world. Now, Lin Feng was a little suspicious. His cheap master and old Monster Mo might not have been paying a debt. Instead, these two old fellows were working together to get the ancestral dragon bone out of the 9 hells purgatory. As for the excuse of repaying the debt, it was just an excuse to fool him. These two old monsters had used such a method to trick him into entering the 9 hells purgatory through threats and promises. Therefore, no matter what the relationship between his cheap master and old Monster Mo was, or what tricks there were. However, there was one indisputable fact. He had been tricked by his cheap master, Lord Tortoise. In any case, this cheap master would feel uncomfortable if he did not trick his disciple. Lin Feng arrived in front of the ancestral dragon bone. Looking at this huge skeleton at a close distance, he was even more shocked. On the skeleton, there were densely packed immortal patterns. Perhaps it was because of these immortal patterns. Therefore, that was why the ancestral dragon bone had been preserved. Looking at those immortal patterns, Lin Feng's eyes widened. These immortal patterns recorded the inheritance of the ancestral dragon. All sorts of powerful immortal techniques. They should be recorded in them. If he could comprehend a few of them, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? At the thought of this, Lin Feng could not help but grin. He went to look at the immortal patterns, hoping to gain something. But right after, Lin Feng let out a scream. His cultivation was not enough and he could not comprehend the contents recorded in the immortal patterns. Just as he wanted to comprehend the contents of the immortal patterns, his soul was almost shattered. Huff, 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 huff. Lin Feng was panting heavily. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Those damn immortal marks are so powerful. I'm in front of a mountain of treasures now, but I can't get anything from it. How depressing. I want to return to the world. At this moment, the voice of the ancestral dragon rang out in Lin Feng's mind once more. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was powerless. The immortal patterns probably recorded immortal techniques. But there was nothing he could do. He could not comprehend it. He retracted his gaze from the immortal patterns with difficulty, then walked towards the direction of the ancestral dragon's head. When he arrived at the ancestral dragon's head, he realized that there was a huge chain wrapped around the dragon bone. That cheap master of his must have grabbed this chain to pull the ancestral dragon's bones, right? Lin Feng grabbed the chain and put it on his shoulder. Then he put some strength into it. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The ancestral dragon's bones trembled violently. Return to the world, between heaven and earth, the voice of the ancestral dragon reverberated. Lin Feng walked forward step by step. Rumble, rumble, it was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The huge skeleton of the ancestral dragon began to move forward. Lin Feng felt like he was dragging a gigantic mountain with him. Chapter 1763. The place where the hellfire burned was a sinful place where souls were tortured. The place where the nether ghost wind blew was a place of death where lives were destroyed. The burning hellfire would never be extinguished, and the nether ghost wind whistled through the world. Countless souls floated in 9 hells purgatory, suffering pain and torment. Perhaps, only death was the day they died. Only then could they escape this pain. The earth trembled as the mountain-like skeleton was pulled forward by the seemingly thin and weak body. Countless souls and fierce beasts stood in 9 hells purgatory and watched from afar, pulling the dragon bone forward. This was a very shocking scene. The souls in 9 hells purgatory were being tortured by the hellfire and nether ghost wind. It was not easy to survive. It was simply too difficult to pull a dragon bone that was as large as a mountain. Time slowly passed. Lin Feng moved forward step by step. The hellfire burned his soul, and the nether ghost wind tore his soul apart. But Lin Feng did not give up. No matter how serious the pain and damage he suffered, he did not stop. Lu Yai's star chart was very magical. It could heal soul injuries. Therefore, Lin Feng persisted. His soul was being destroyed and reborn. He pulled the dragon bone and walked into the unknown. Now, this was his mission. Time quietly passed. 1 year seemed short. But in 9 hells purgatory, every day felt like a year. Because here, he had to endure too much pain and torture. In the end, Lin Feng was completely numb. He did not know what pain was. His goal was to keep moving forward. To rebuild the sun for the progenitor dragon bone. To do his part. During that 1 year, Lin Feng hadn't gained anything. In the cycle of soul destruction and rebirth, his soul's grade was increasing very quickly. Originally, Lin Feng's soul rank was at the 3rd heaven of True God realm. But under the torture of 9 hells purgatory, his soul went through metamorphosis again and again. In the end, he reached the peak of True God realm and rose 7 levels. It had only been a year. His soul had actually risen by a total of 7 grades. Naturally, Lin Feng was very happy. This could be considered an unexpected surprise after a year of hard work pulling the dragon bone forward. Whoosh 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 whoosh. On this day, endless darkness shrouded the earth. A cold aura filled the sky. In the depths of the darkness, a terrifying voice that sounded like an ancient devil's voice sounded. Those who have died should have fallen into eternal oblivion. Those who tried to go against the cycle of reincarnation were just daydreaming in the end. They should be punished in the cruelest way, said Lin Feng. When the voice sounded, Lin Feng, who was pulling the dragon bone, he stopped. In the depths of the black fog world, it seemed that something was about to appear. And this thing was targeting ancestor dragon progenitor. A battle across billions of years. The blood in my heart will never die. I am willing to sacrifice my body. Willing. Suddenly. Progenitor dragon bone. Progenitor dragon com. Crack, crack. Sounds of friction could be heard. Progenitor dragon's bones moved. Sounds of bones rubbing against each other could be heard. Roar, the high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Next. Progenitor dragon bone actually stood up. This body was really too huge. It was 30 to 40,000 meters long. That streamlined and huge body was filled with a shocking sense of beauty. The aura coming from the depths was getting more and more terrifying. That unknown creature was rushing over at high speed. It was targeting ancestor dragon. Lin Feng was very shocked. Was that creature related to the existence that killed ancestor dragon back then? At this time, Lin Feng did not dare to continue standing. He jumped onto ancestor dragon progenitor dragon and grabbed the dragon bone. Roar. Very soon, a terrifying creature appeared. This was also an incomparably huge creature. Its 9 hideous heads were extremely ugly. Looking carefully at the 9 heads, The 9 heads were very similar to the heads of crocodiles. However, the eyes were the eyes of spiders. They were very evil and flashed with resentment. The nose was the nose of Yazi beast. It had a pair of huge fangs. That pair of fangs seemed to be able to easily pierce through heaven and earth. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such an ugly creature. He had never even heard of it before. He did not know what kind of terrifying existence it was. That terrifying creature waved its huge claws and slapped towards Ancestor Dragon. Bang! Ancestor Dragon also made its move. It also waved its huge dragon claws and slapped towards that terrifying creature. The 2 huge bodies collided fiercely. The firmament collapsed. The earth caved in. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. This kind of battle was too shocking. Lin Feng's divine soul was shattered by the energy aftermath of the battle. He used Lu Yue's star observation chart in time to protect himself. That was why he did not turn into ashes. In this battle, it was obvious that Ancestor Dragon was at a disadvantage. Hence, Ancestor Dragon could not protect him at all. He turned into a star chart. Before the 2 terrifying creatures collided, he quickly rushed far away from the battlefield. Master, are you all right? The soul-devouring beast flew over and asked. Lin Feng shook his head. Although his divine soul was shattered, it was not life-threatening. Moreover, with Lu Yue's star observation chart, his divine soul was quickly recovering. He sat on the soul-devouring beast and looked into the distance. When he saw that terrifying creature, he could not help but frown slightly. He asked, "Do you know what kind of creature is fighting against the Ancestor Dragon?" "I'm not sure, but that creature has always wanted to destroy the Ancestor Dragon's bone. It only appears once every 100 years. It's said that the Ancestor Dragon's bone was originally able to suppress it, but as time passed, the Ancestor Dragon's bone strength continued to weaken. If the Ancestor Dragon's bone is unable to leave 9 Hell's Purgatory, it's only a matter of time before it is destroyed." Lin Feng nodded. Suddenly at this moment, a divine thought entered Lin Feng's mind. "Quickly return to 9 Hell's Purgatory. The passage will open in 10 days. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. He urged the soul-devouring beast to quickly rush into the distance. He took one last look at the Ancestor Dragon's bone. The Ancestor Dragon's bone and that terrifying creature. Once again, they fiercely collided. And this time, the collision. The Ancestor Dragon's bone was sent flying. This battle was simply too shocking. It made one's heart tremble. Lin Feng could not help the Ancestor Dragon's bone. He could only pray that the Ancestor Dragon's bone would be able to persevere and not be destroyed by that terrifying creature. The soul-devouring beast was very fast. It only took 8 days to reach the place where Lin Feng had first entered 9 Hell's Purgatory. The soul-devouring beast said, "Master, bring me out. I want to go to the outside world. The creatures of 9 Hell's Purgatory cannot leave." Lin Feng said, "In order to leave 9 Hell's Purgatory, I am willing to fight. Even if I die, I have no regret." The soul-devouring beast said with a resolute expression. "All right, I'll see if I can bring you out when the time comes," Lin Feng said. Rumble. 2 days later, the passage to the outside world opened again. Lin Feng rode the soul-devouring beast and rushed into the passage. At this moment, waves of destructive power surged towards the soul-devouring beast. Crack, crack. The soul-devouring beast's body began to crumble. The laws of heaven and earth of 9 Hell's Purgatory did not allow the soul-devouring beast to leave and wanted to destroy it. Lu Yue's star chart. Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. He condensed a huge star chart to protect him and the soul-devouring beast. Lu Yue's star chart was indeed worthy of being a supreme sacred art created by Daoist Lu Yue. It actually blocked the power of the laws of order of 9 Hell's Purgatory. The soul-devouring beast roared and increased its speed. It carried Lin Feng and rushed into the space-time passage that led to the outside world. Soon after, the space-time passage closed. Lin Feng and the soul-devouring beast left 9 Hell's Purgatory. Chapter 1764. Whoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng rode the soul-devouring beast back to the real world. Then, his soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He had left the damned 9 hells purgatory. He had returned to the real world. This feeling was simply too good. Damn. Why did you bring a soul-devouring beast with you? Old Monster Mo's voice rang out. This is my new mount. What do you think? Not bad, right? Lin Feng smiled. Old Monster Mo rolled his eyes and said, be careful that it doesn't devour your soul one day. Roar. The soul-devouring beast roared at Old Monster Mo and said fiercely, I will never betray my master. You dare to be so fierce to me? Are you tired of living? If I hadn't sent your master to 9 hells purgatory, would you have been able to escape? Do you believe that I won't send you back? Old Monster Mo said coldly. These words were too powerful. The soul-devouring beast was so frightened that it lay on the ground, not daring to speak anymore. Lin Feng said, if I can bring the soul-devouring beast out, then you and that cheap master of mine should be able to bring the ancestral dragon bone out as well. Why waste so much effort and enter 9 hells purgatory every 100 years to bring the ancestral dragon bone to that place you spoke of? Old Freak Mo rolled his eyes and said, you're dreaming too much. You were able to bring the soul-devouring beast out because it's only a spiritual body. Even though it'll be destroyed by the laws of 9 hells purgatory, your methods are extraordinary. You were able to withstand the attacks of the laws of 9 hells purgatory, so you were able to successfully bring the soul-devouring beast out. However, the ancestral dragon bone is different. The ancestral dragon bone's body is too large, and it's not a spiritual body. It's just a skeleton. The laws of 9 hells purgatory can't compare to the laws of 9 hells purgatory when a spiritual body enters or exits 9 hells purgatory. Of course, that's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is that you've already seen it. Lin Feng was shocked. Are you talking about that terrifying creature? Old Monster Mo nodded. That's right. It was that terrifying creature. With it here, it'll be too difficult to get the progenitor dragon bone out of 9 hells purgatory. Lin Feng's heart moved, and he couldn't help but ask, but you've thought of a way. Once every 100 years, if you follow a certain path and pull the progenitor dragon bone forward, when you reach the final destination, you might be able to let the progenitor dragon bone see the light of day again. I wonder how you'll be able to fight against that terrifying creature when the time comes. How are we going to let the primogenitor's bones see the light of day again? Old eccentric Mo laughed strangely and said, what? You want to know? You might be able to join us. That cheap master of yours, that old turtle, must be eager for you to participate in this matter. Lin Feng said, forget it. My strength is limited. I want to, but I can't. Where's my heaven god elixir? Old Monster Mo tossed a spatial porcelain bottle to Lin Feng and said, it's all in here. It should be enough for you to use for a while. Let's go. I'll come find you the next time I need to refine deity elixir. Lin Feng waved his hand and left on the soul-devouring beast. Old Monster Mo laughed strangely. There's no turning back once you've started. That old turtle has a good eye. He took in a disciple like you. The progenitor dragon bone will see the light of day again, and I'll need your help in the future. You won't be able to refuse this matter even if you want to. Lin Feng left the reincarnation valley on the soul-devouring beast and took a deep breath. The air outside was fresh. How refreshing. He thought back to a year ago when Dancing Fire Fairy had asked him to meet at the Myriad Immortal Peak, but old Monster Mo had ruined his plans. Lin Feng felt depressed. He didn't know if the Dancing Fire Fairy was angry with him. The next time he met Dancing Fire Fairy, he would talk to her about this matter. The soul-devouring beast galloped around the sect, attracting the attention of many people. A core disciple flew over and said coldly, Kid, our reincarnation immortal sect is an immortal sect, the leader of the righteous path. How can you ride such a demonic beast as your mount? None of your business. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Impudent. An ordinary disciple dares to be so rude to a core disciple. Do you believe? The core disciple said coldly, but before he could finish, he was pulled away by his companion. The core disciple asked, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me from teaching that kid a lesson? That guy is the one who used the demon lashing whip to beat Su Ying and the others a year ago. His cultivation is extremely high. He might be an ordinary disciple, but the sect follows the law of survival. He's not someone we can afford to offend. The core disciple's companion said. The core disciple's face turned pale when he heard his companion's words, and he left with his tail between his legs. Hey! Why does that guy look like the guy who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain 3 years ago? A disciple looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. That can't be, right? Didn't the guy who climbed the sacred ancestor mountain follow the ancestors to the sacred ground to cultivate? The sacred ground is very far from here. It would take 5 to 6 years for a round trip. How can that guy appear in the sect now? The disciple's companion asked doubtfully. That's true. It's been a long time, and I only saw him climb the sacred ancestor mountain from afar. Then, he disappeared. The immortal reincarnation scripture must have brought him to the celestial palace. He should be cultivating in the sacred ground now. Maybe I mistook him for someone else, said the disciple. At that moment, Lin Feng was riding on the soul-devouring beast, swaggering into the distance. He had just returned to the barren mountain. Master Tortoise walked out of the dilapidated palace and said with a grin, "Good disciple, you're back. You've gained quite a lot. You even got a soul-devouring beast." Lin Feng was speechless. "Master, I like tricking people, but you have to choose your targets first. It's fine if you're tricking outsiders, but you can't trick your own people. I was really tricked by you this time. I almost died in 9 Hells Purgatory," Lord Tortoise said. "You didn't die, did you? Not only did you not die, but your soul force also broke through to the peak of the true God realm. You even brought out such a powerful mount. Then should I thank you for throwing me into 9 Hells Purgatory?" Lin Feng said unhappily. "You don't have to thank me. It's what I should do. I'm hungry now, so hurry up and cook some meat for me," Lord Tortoise said. "A tortoise should eat a fish," Lin Feng said. Lord Tortoise kicked Lin Feng away and said fiercely, "I'm the Xuanwu sacred beast. Not a tortoise. How many times do you have to say it before you remember it clearly?" Late at night, in a side palace on a desolate mountain, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and took out his mountain river ring. His divine sense connected with the ring. Whoosh! With a flash, Lin Feng disappeared. He entered the mountain river ring. Chapter 1765. This was the first time Lin Feng had entered the mountain river ring's space. Yeah. As soon as Lin Feng entered, Bibi sensed him and quickly flew over, jumping into his arms. The dragon rabbit also flew over and jumped into Lin Feng's arms. "Where's the 4 sacred birds?" Lin Feng asked. Yeah. Bei danced and waved his little paws in the air. "Are you saying that they're in the orchard?" Lin Feng asked. Bibi nodded repeatedly. The mountain river ring contained all sorts of precious fruit trees, such as the heavenly peach tree that Lin Feng had transplanted. He, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit arrived at the orchard and found the 4 sacred birds. The bird was 3 times fatter than before. It was obvious that it had been eating a lot of spirit fruits. At this moment, the 4 holy birds were resting in a temporary nest that had been built. Lin Feng, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit arrived, but the 4 sacred birds were still asleep. Lin Feng kicked the 4 sacred birds. The 4 sacred birds immediately jumped up and shouted, "Who dares to kick me? Are you tired of living?" When the 4 sacred birds saw that it was Lin Feng, they immediately bowed and said, "So it's you, young master. I've been blind." Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "How many spirit fruits have you wasted? How did you get so fat?" The 4 sacred birds hurriedly said, "No, young master. I didn't eat the spirit fruits. I slept." The 4 sacred birds' voice grew softer and softer. It was obvious that it was too embarrassed to continue lying. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't blame the 4 sacred birds. Since he had obtained all sorts of natural treasures, they were meant to be used up. Lin Feng's principle was that he wouldn't feel any heartache no matter how many treasures he used up. The scariest thing in the world wasn't spending one's wealth extravagantly. What was truly frightening was that they would run out of money. As long as there was a way to earn more wealth, No matter how much he spent, he didn't have to worry. Because there was always a way to obtain more. Lin Feng then went to the lake where the little mermaid lived. He saw the little mermaid in the lake from afar. At this time, the little mermaid seemed to have seen Lin Feng. She was so scared that she dived into the lake and disappeared. The little mermaid was a little timid. Perhaps she was worried that Lin Feng was a bad guy who would hurt her, so she didn't dare to show her face around Lin Feng. Lin Feng patted Bibi's head and said, "Little fellow, go and tell the little mermaid that I won't hurt her. I want to have a good chat with her." Now Bibi and the little mermaid had become good friends. So he asked Bibi to pass the message. It could eliminate the fear in the little mermaid's heart. Bibi squeaked twice and then flew towards the lake. The 7-colored immortal light enveloped his tiny body. Then, Bibi dived into the lake. Not long after, the little fellow flew out. The little mermaid also floated to the surface. Her beautiful blue eyes stared unblinkingly at Lin Feng. Although the little mermaid had just reached adulthood, her body had already developed to perfection. She could be called a top-grade beauty. Lin Feng didn't get close to the little mermaid so as not to scare her. He said, "My name is Lin Feng." "What's your name?" "My name is Naza," the little mermaid replied. Her voice was extremely pleasant and soft. Hearing it made one's bones feel like they were going to melt. She had a beautiful face and a pleasant voice. She was indeed a top-grade beauty. Lin Feng continued to ask, "How were you captured?" The little mermaid said, "Some cultivators entered the deep sea where I lived. They seemed to be looking for something. They saw me and then captured me." When she spoke of this matter, Naza's face was still filled with fear. Obviously, when she was captured by those cultivators, Naza must have been extremely frightened and helpless. "Do you have any other clansmen?" Lin Feng asked. Naza shook her head and said, "I used to live in the deep sea with my aunt, but she passed away when I was very young. After that, I lived alone." A mermaid who lost contact with her clan? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Ocean world. It was boundless. In addition, most of the mermaids were distributed in the Netherworld Sea World. And even in the Netherworld Sea World, there were only a few thousand mermaids left. This was a race that was about to go extinct. Perhaps in the outside world. There were also some mermaids like Naza who had lost their way. In the vast sea, it was difficult for them to find their clansmen. Moreover, many cultivators from different clans wanted to capture the mermaids. So, these mermaids didn't dare to wander around. They only dared to hide in the deep sea where they usually lived. They didn't even dare to go out, let alone find their clansmen. If Naza hadn't been accidentally discovered by the cultivators who had entered the depths of the sea and caught by them, perhaps, Naza would always live alone in the deep sea. Lin Feng said, "Naza, don't worry, I will definitely help you find your clansmen in the future. Do you still remember the angel I mentioned to you before? She is your clansman and also my friend. You will definitely be able to reunite with your clansmen." Really? Big Brother can really help Naza find her clansmen? Naza was still very naive. Hearing that Lin Feng could help her find her clansmen, her good impression of Lin Feng immediately increased. "Of course it's true. During this period of time, you can rest here for the time being. I'll come back to see you in a few days," Lin Feng said with a smile. Right now, Naza's wariness towards Lin Feng had been lowered by a lot. However, it was unrealistic to completely remove her wariness towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng himself was very clear on this point, so he needed to do it step by step. He waved at Naza and left. As for Naza, she blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at the departing Lin Feng, revealing an expression of contemplation. Flying out of the mountain river ring, Lin Feng was in a good mood. Finally, he was able to establish a preliminary trust with Naza. After resting for a night, Lin Feng rode on the soul-devouring beast and flew towards the core disciples' mountain the next day. In the immortal Tao sect, there were many disciples who rode on all kinds of spirit beasts. But Lin Feng was riding a ferocious beast in such a brazen manner. In the entire immortal Tao sect, he was the only one. Many people pointed at him, but Lin Feng didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. Soon, He rode on the soul-devouring beast and arrived at the core disciples' mountain. This was the place where the core disciples were verified. This place had always been a sacred place. Lin Feng asked the soul-devouring beast to wait for him in the plaza while he walked towards the main hall. "Senior brother, is there anything I can help you with?" As soon as he entered the main hall, a beautiful female disciple walked over. This female disciple was wearing a purple celestial feather dress that the Reincarnation Immortal sect tailor-made for female disciples. This purple celestial feather dress was impervious to water and fire. It was also a powerful magic treasure. On the chest of this female disciple's dress was a drawing of a celestial mountain. This female disciple was a servant disciple. Chapter 1766. Disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect wore uniforms. Those with a picture of a celestial mountain on their chests were servant disciples. Those with a picture of a star on their chests were outer disciples. Those with a picture of a crescent moon on their chests were inner disciples. Those with a picture of a full moon on their chests were core disciples. Those with a picture of a sun on their chests were holy sons and holy daughters. There was a strict hierarchy. This female disciple wore a purple dress with a picture of a celestial mountain on her chest. This indicated that she was a servant disciple. Within the Reincarnation Immortal sect, there was a strict hierarchy of disciples. The disciples of the sect were divided into ordinary disciples, core disciples, holy sons, and holy daughters. The ordinary disciples were further divided into servant disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples. Servant disciples were usually talented, but they could not meet the requirements of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. It would be a waste to give up on them. Therefore, the Reincarnation Immortal sect would recruit servant disciples every year. These servant disciples would enter the Reincarnation Immortal sect and be distributed among the mountains. They had to complete the tasks assigned by the sect. In their free time, they could cultivate. The Reincarnation Immortal sect would give these servant disciples 100 years. Within these 100 years, they could participate in the test at any time. If they could pass the test before the end of the test, they would be promoted to outer disciples. If they could not pass the test, they would have to leave the sect. These servant disciples were disciples of the Immortal sect. To put it bluntly, they were like slaves. They were ordered around by others. They even had to do things like weeding the spiritual fields, killing insects, and cleaning the feces of the spiritual beasts. The disciples of the big factions would never do such things. Therefore, these servant disciples were mostly from small families, small factions, or independent cultivators. These people were not afraid of hard work and were willing to do manual labor. The female disciple who served Lin Feng was extremely beautiful. Lin Feng was a little taken aback. He could not help but think to himself, this was indeed an immortal sect. Even the servant disciples were so beautiful. "I am here to participate in the core disciple test," Lin Feng said. "Senior brother, please follow me." The female disciple said respectfully and led the way. Lin Feng followed behind her. After that, the female disciple brought Lin Feng to a big palace. There were about 2,000 disciples in that palace. They were all chatting in groups of twos and threes. As soon as he entered the main hall, two people walked over from not far away. A man and a woman. This male disciple was a core disciple. The female disciple was a servant disciple. "Ha ha ha ha, isn't this junior sister Cindy?" the female disciple said with a smile. "Hello, senior martial sister Wu." After seeing this female disciple, Shu Cindy bowed. This female disciple was called Wu Xueman. It was said that she had hooked up with a core disciple, so she could be said to be flushed with success during this period. This female disciple was wearing a dazzling array of magic treasures. For example, the hairpin on her head was called the Vermilion Bird Immortal Phoenix hairpin. It was a semi-divine magic treasure. On her wrist was the white jade blue Luan bracelet, which was a divine magic treasure. This female disciple had a total of 16 or 17 magic treasures. It was as if she was afraid that others didn't know she had so many treasures. Wu Xueman deliberately showed off her treasures to Shu Cindy, as if she was showing off her treasures. She said proudly, Junior sister, look at these treasures. Do you like any of them? If you do, I'll give you one. Senior sister, thank you for your kindness, Shu Sini said with a smile. She didn't want to accept it. How could Shu Sini not see that Wu Shuaman was deliberately showing off her treasures? She didn't really want to give them to her. If she really said yes, she would only be humiliating herself. Wu Shuaman smiled and said, I was so busy chatting with you that I forgot to introduce this senior brother next to me. This is senior brother Zhao Ziping. Senior brother Zhao is a core disciple of the sect. Today is the day of the core disciple examination. Senior brother Zhao will lead all the seniors to the examination hall. Hello, senior brother Zhao. Shu Sini bowed to Zhao Ziping. After Zhao Ziping saw Shu Sini, his eyes didn't move away. He smiled and nodded. Junior sister, you don't have to be so polite. As he spoke, he reached out to help Shu Sini, who was bowing to him. But Shu Sini quickly dodged. TSK, this Zhao Ziping's eyes are full of naked desire. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Shu Sini could be called a first-class beauty, but she was just a servant disciple. Her status was low. It was no wonder that someone like Zhao Ziping would have ideas about her. Haha, I have a lot of things to do today, so I won't be able to get close to you. I'll invite you to hang out some other day. We should get closer to each other and talk about cultivation. It'll be very beneficial for your cultivation, said Lin Feng. Zhao Ziping said with a fake smile. Lin Feng noticed that when Zhao Ziping said this, Wu Shuaman's expression suddenly froze. Originally, she looked at Shu Sini with a high and mighty look. But now, she looked gloomy and cold. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. This Wu Shuaman had probably already hooked up with this Zhao Ziping, right? She originally wanted to show off in front of Shu Sini. Who would have thought that her lover would actually take a fancy to Shu Sini? Shu Sini pursed her lips and did not answer. Obviously, Shu Sini did not intend to have too much contact with Zhao Ziping. Zhao Ziping naturally saw that Shu Sini did not intend to have any further contact with him, but Zhao Ziping did not care about Shu Sini's attitude towards him. How could the woman he fancied run away from his five-finger mountain? Zhao Ziping was very confident that he could get Shu Sini, this top-quality beauty, into his bed. He thought that he would soon be able to enjoy Shu Sini, this top-quality beauty. Zhao Ziping was in a very good mood, and his pace was much lighter. He came to the middle of the hall and said in a deep voice, everyone, follow me. I will now take you to the testing hall. Several elders are already waiting for you. Yes. Many people answered. Then, the disciples who were participating in the test all followed behind Zhao Ziping. The testing hall and the main hall were not in the same place. The toilet hall was in a side hall. As soon as they entered the side hall, waves of heat swept across the place. The inside of the hall was actually a separate space. At that moment, there was a valley in front of them. Further in, there was a continuous chain of mountains. An elder was standing in front of the valley and said, the core disciple test is divided into 5 parts. The first part is the test of godly flames. When you break through to the godly fire layer, the quality of your godly flames will be different. Some flames are strong, some flames are weak. The stronger the godly flame, the greater your potential will be in the future. Even though you have already broken through to the godly fire layer, only true geniuses are qualified to become core disciples. Therefore, many of you will definitely be eliminated. The first part is to test the strength of your godly flames. In a while, you will enter the valley with your godly flames. If your godly flames are not enough to resist the godly flames in the valley, you will be disqualified. After passing the second part, you will arrive in a sea of illusions. You will have to endure endless illusions. Only by walking out of the illusions will you be considered to have passed. The third part is a sea of inner demons. Inner demons are a test of willpower. The fourth part is a test of your fighting abilities. The fifth part is also the most difficult part. It's called the Sea of Formations. Not only are there extremely strong ferocious beasts, but there are also great deployment spells. There are also illusions, inner demons, and so on. The previous parts of the test were scattered and simple. This part will test your abilities. Only by passing through the sea of formations will you be considered to have passed. All right. Now, let's begin. As soon as the elder finished speaking, more than 2,000 disciples took out their divine fires one after another and entered the fire valley to begin the first round of the assessment. To Lin Feng, that part of the test was too easy. He used his celestial flames to protect his body and quickly passed through the valley. Then, he arrived in front of the second part of the test. Each part of the test was guarded by an elder, so in front of the second part of the test, there was also an elder waiting for the other disciples. Lin Feng ignored the elder and entered the Sea of Illusions. The Sea of Illusions was very easy for Lin Feng. The inner demons were the same. He easily broke through all of them. The fourth part of the test was a test of fighting abilities. It appeared in an ancient forest. One had to pass through the forest. There were extremely strong, ferocious beasts in the forest. This part of the test wasn't difficult for Lin Feng. He easily passed through the forest and arrived at the fifth part of the test, the Sea of Formations. In the Sea of Formations, there were all kinds of formations intertwined. Lin Feng passed through the formations. When he passed by a mountain, he sensed something different. The formations around this mountain were much stronger than the others. He used the formation splitting technique to break through the formations. He arrived in front of the mountain and split it open. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a palm-sized jade talisman. What's this? Chapter 1767. Emperor Rune. Lin Feng looked at the rune on the jade talisman in shock. There was an emperor rune on it, but it was dormant now and did not release too much power. He quickly used his divine will to enter the jade talisman. Then, a deep voice sounded in his mind. Reincarnation Emperor. Dominating the world. When the voice sounded, Lin Feng felt as if he had come to a mysterious world. A man stood above the 9 heavens like a heavenly emperor. Reincarnation Emperor. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the great emperor of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. He had led the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to glory and was even on equal footing with the Supreme Immortal Sect. If not for the Reincarnation Emperor's sudden departure, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect might have developed even more, and the power that dominated the 9 states might not be the Supreme Immortal Sect but the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Of course, what had happened and nothing could be changed. So in this world, there were no IFS. Boom. Suddenly, the Reincarnation Emperor's hands moved. It was like a butterfly weaving through flowers. A dense array of runes condensed. And those runes, they merged into one. They became Immortal Emperor runes. Then, Lin Feng's divine will retreated from the mysterious world. He was pleasantly surprised. In the jade talisman, it recorded the Emperor runes that the Reincarnation Emperor cultivated. The Emperor runes were mysterious and powerful. Every great emperor was able to create their own Emperor runes. The Reincarnation Emperor runes were created by the Reincarnation Emperor. The inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect also had the inheritance of the Emperor runes. However, the part of the inheritance that Lin Feng obtained did not have the inheritance of the Emperor runes. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect's Emperor runes was probably recorded in the stone scripture. It was difficult to obtain the inheritance of the Celestial Master Sect's Emperor runes. It was difficult to obtain the stone scripture of the Celestial Master Sect. It was a pleasant surprise for Lin Feng to be able to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor's mark from the Samsara Emperor. This is not the place to comprehend the imperial marks. I'll go back and comprehend the Reincarnation Imperial marks. Lin Feng smiled and put away the jade talisman. Then, he continued to walk forward. Within the Sea of Formations, the great formations intertwined. Destructive formation runes swept towards Lin Feng. Then, all sorts of illusory arrays and mental demon arrays enveloped him. Many of the ferocious beasts hidden in the array also pounced towards Lin Feng. These methods might be enough to make the other disciples flustered and badly battered, but against Lin Feng, it was really not enough. Lin Feng easily broke through the various great formations, killed the fierce beasts that pounced towards him, and then passed through the Sea of Formations. At the end of the array ocean, There were more than 10 elders waiting for the disciples to arrive. Even the core disciple Grand Elder Shen Gongming was here. In the end, only 17 of the 2,365 people who participated in the test passed and became core disciples. Then, it was time to register the disciples' name, the mountain they were at, who their master was, and other basic information. When it was Lin Feng's turn to register, when Lin Feng said that his master was Master Turtle, the group of elders looked at each other in dismay. Grand Elder Shen Gongming patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Then, he sighed. It was as if he was regretting. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was no wonder that these people had such expressions. Master Turtle's previous disciples had all ended up in miserable states. Therefore, Shen Gongming and the others felt that Lin Feng might end up in the same situation. They couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Feng. After entering Lin Feng's basic information into the core disciple token. Then, the core disciples' sect benefits were distributed. There were origin crystals, core disciple robes, 3 divine ability manuals, pills, and so on. Lin Feng didn't look at it carefully. Everyone, congratulations on becoming a core disciple of the sect. The hall has prepared a celebration banquet for you. Let's go to the banquet. Shen Gongming said with a smile. The group of core disciples who had just been promoted were extremely excited. Only Lin Feng didn't feel anything special. He didn't care about status. This time, he only came to the Reincarnation Immortal sect to read the immortal techniques recorded in the Reincarnation Immortal Manual, the Great Reincarnation Technique, and the secret method to become an immortal. But since Shen Gongming held a celebration banquet, he still had to give face. No matter what, Shen Gongming was still the Grand Elder of the Core Disciple Hall. He was already considered a high-level figure in the sect. At the celebration banquet, beautiful female disciples shuttled through the hall to pour wine for everyone. Xu Xini was also among them. She knelt in front of Lin Feng's table and poured wine for Lin Feng. Then, she whispered, "Congratulations, senior brother, on becoming a core disciple." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you, junior sister." Xu Xini bowed slightly and then stood up to pour wine for the other core disciples. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Feng left and rode the soul-devouring beast back to the barren mountain. When he left, a group of disciples passing by saw him. "Isn't that the kid from more than a year ago?" A cultivator gritted his teeth and said. The others also saw Lin Feng. Thinking about the humiliation they had suffered more than a year ago, their expressions darkened. Their gazes were fierce. These people were the cultivators who had been with Su Ying more than a year ago. At that time, they had been whipped a few times by Lin Feng with the demon lashing whip. Later, they had followed Su Ying to find her brother, Su Zicheng, to take revenge. However, Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. They had searched for a long time but couldn't find him. They thought that Lin Feng had run away in fear. Now that they saw Lin Feng, they were extremely excited. "Let's go and find junior sister Su." The group of people naturally didn't dare to find trouble with Lin Feng. They quickly left to find Su Ying. If they wanted to deal with Lin Feng, they would have to ask Su Ying to invite Su Zicheng. Lin Feng didn't know that he had been targeted. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Among the younger generation of the sect, the only people who could truly make him wary were the top few experts among the holy sons and holy daughters. He wasn't a match for an expert like young Master Ming Yu. If it was an ordinary saint or saintess, it wouldn't be easy for them to defeat him. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng took out the jade talisman. He began to comprehend the reincarnation emperor pattern recorded in the jade talisman. The emperor pattern could be used to attack, defend, seal, suppress, and so on. If he could master the reincarnation emperor pattern, Lin Feng's combat strength would definitely increase greatly. For the next half a month, Lin Feng almost never left his residence. He studied the reincarnation emperor pattern day and night. Half a month later, Lin Feng finally mastered the reincarnation emperor pattern passed down by the reincarnation emperor. This was also the first emperor pattern that Lin Feng had mastered.